Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembe TV, open forum political discussion show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, much has taken place in the short or long time for the UDA or Kenya Kwanza government. And the president, Dr. William Ruto, is now retracting on his promises with the Hustler Fund. One of the things that has pierced the hearts of the hustlers is that the Hustlers Fund will not be free as promised. In fact, there are going to be interest and it will not be eligible to everybody. What is your take on the same? Is the kitchen becoming too hot and people are retracting on their promises, or what is cooking? Well, Nairobi Landlords, new registration by KRA so that they can lay a grip on the tax collection to meet the budgetary requirements. So kama wewe ni landlord, jitahidi peleka majina yako mapema ili ijulikane ni hela ngapi unachangia serikali ya Kenya Kwanza na wengine wote ambao wanahusika. Haya basi, vetting ya cabinet ya Kenya Kwanza inaendelea sasa hivi. Kuna vituko na sarakasi hata katika hiyo panel inayofanya hizo zinaitwa nini, vetting. Basi naomba tu tukachangamke pamoja, tukajumuike pamoja, tukachangie mawazo yetu kwa haya mambo yote na mengine tu mengi ambayo yapo. Naomba tuandamane unyo mpaka mwisho. Nashukuru wote ambao mmetegea hapa. Samahani sijakuwa afueni kuwa nanyi kila wakati. The past 2 weeks have been very tedious for me and I've not been able to keep up with the pressure of this show. But I hope you're all doing well. I'm doing better, although I'm still under medication. But I pray that I shall get better and we shall be here as long as we have always enjoyed each other's company and continued our work together in growing of this great country and highlighting what needs to be done in terms of keeping this government in check and ensuring that they deliver on their promises, although they are beginning to change the tune. So, what is your take on the same? The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space and we will get talking. Thank you so much, Brother Benson. Karibu kwa show. Kuna Kamo, asante sana. Is anyone here? Yes, we are here. Asante sana. Kuna Kering Junior Misita, karibu sana. Mato Makandet, asante sana. Kuna Abdi Nasir Khalil, asante sana. Pamela Kageni, hi to you. Thank you so much. I'm glad I'm back. GG, asante sana. Hi to you. Sijafunga studio, ni ilikuwa na challenge ya afya ya kiafya tu, lakini I'm recovering. That's why I'm here and I pray that I'll be strong enough to keep going even as you guys expect me to be here every day. Alafu mengine tutazungumza. Okay, kuna Khalid, karibu sana. Freddy Kangoni, you're welcome. Simba Omar Said, jambo, karibu sana. Angel, karibu sana. Nani huyu mwingine? Link nimeshare, nitashare tena. Kuna Shizina Ogamba. I tell you, Hustler Fun isn't free. I'm finally laughing. The laughter will be longer, I think so. Pamela Kageni, asante sana. Kuna nani? George Obado. Kuna Joshua Osolo. I love Dorothy Bryant. I love Stephen Tolel. Karibuni sana na washukuru kila mmoja kwa kujumuika nasi. Tunaendelea kwa pamoja kuhakikisha kwamba sisi tunafanya jukumu letu, alafu Kenya Kwanza ina deliver promises ambayo walipeana. Hakuna kuruka kamba mpaka mbuzi achinjwe. Haya basi, let's get this as we get set to talk tonight, as we explore more and more on what is happening right now. Well, let's start here.
Kama kuna mtu hapa anafikiri atapata pesa ya bure, unasikia wewe? Ati unangojea pesa ya serikali ya bure? Hiyo hakuna. Hii ni pesa ya kufanya biashara, na tunafanya biashara na urudishe pesa. Tunaelewa? Tunaelewana?
Haya, mambo ni kama hayo. Hakuna pesa ya bure. Wote ambao mlikuwa mnatarajia pesa ya bure, basi huo mlango umefungwa na rais mwenyewe anasema hakuna pesa ya bure. Kama ulikuwa unatarajia pesa ni kupiga foleni alafu unapewa, basi ufafanuzi mpya umetokea from State House direct, unasema hakuna hela ya bure. Angela, bado tuko na ile sheria ya kila mtu kuwa kwa kamera unless otherwise, so jitahidi tafadhali. Bwana Mbuthia, vipi?
Hi, Bernard.
Hello to you. Good to see you too. Vipi huko?
Good to see you. Tuko salama. We missed you yesterday. At least we had a group, but we missed you for some days. Pole sana kwa ugonjwa, utakuwa sawa.
Asante.
Yeah.
Haya, maswala hii ya hela ya bure. Wewe kwanza ndio uko in a good position to explain to us. What happened to the Hustler Fund?
I don't know why people got a notion that there will be free money. It's I think that would be that would be too much expectation that you can muneza panga laini mpatiwe pesa ya campaign. So definitely it was money to boost businesses for people who are in businesses and of course it was money that you return. I don't think we have reached a level where we can give people direct money. Hata kama ilisemekana kwa campaign, I don't think we are that level. In fact, let me say this. We are already struggling with the 2,000 that we give to the older people and the people with disability and also orphans. I have said in this forum before that we have already 1 million people, 1 million households getting 2,000 every month, and that system through the government. And that's a huge, and I can tell you, the country is already struggling to pay that money. Sometimes it stays 3-4 months. Many years ago, I consulted for government on the cash transfer. So I don't think the government have any capacity to offer more than what is already doing. So for Hustlers Fund, it will take the shape and the form of the other devolved funding that we have tried in the country. One, we tried Women Enterprise Fund, we tried Youth Fund, we tried Uwezo. And I can tell you what Ruto is going to do is actually collapse all the devolved funding into one single fund called Hustlers Fund, and create a system and the regulations on where you can bring the cost of credit for microcredit enterprises to a single digit, something like 4-5%. Three things are ongoing, and I'll say this because I'm on that side of the divide. One, once the cabinet is on board, there will be there's a regulations that are coming up, and they will be released that will guide on how the Hustlers Funds will be operationalized. There was a notion that the Hustlers Funds will go through the CDF way, but I think they have also realized that is losing good money to the bad intentions. We know what happens at the CDF offices. Number two, Ruto is going to work through cooperatives, SACCOs, and what I would call fintech approach. And the fintech approach is your Fuliza, your the other one inaitwaje, Fuliza, hii ingine inaitwa nini, Fuliza, those ones, that fintech approach, where you can still borrow directly but through a single digit. And I know when Ruto met the NCBA and the Safaricom, there was a discussion on how the same Fuliza mechanism can be used for Hustlers Fund. So the same people, because let's give it to fintech, financial, the fintech process. Fuliza is a very successful approach. So if it can be used to reach out to more hustlers, it will make a lot of sense. And finally, it's how do you give 50 billion without an expectation that it will come back for as a revolving fund? I think it's not doable. So basically, what they are going to do is you give, people pay, then it's a revolving fund. That is my take. Kama kuna wale tulikuwa kwa Kenya Kwanza mtu anafikiria ati atapata bure, hiyo ya bure iliisha na campaign. So that is my take on the Hustlers Fund. Number two.
Yes, that's good introductory, Bwanamuthia. Let's hear other voices, then we'll come back to you for further working. Only that we would want the president and his team to come out clear when they talk about the Hustlers Fund to be available security free, and everybody who is a hustler should be able to access that fund. I think the fund is free to, it should be free to at least that extent. How come now they are taking a U-turn and now turning around and beginning to put conditions where there were no conditions in the first place? What makes it different? What makes it different from the Women Fund, Women Enterprise Fund, from the Youth Fund? Kuna hii ingine ilikuwa inaitwa nini?
Uwezo.
There was another one. Was it?
Uwezo Fund.
Yes, Uwezo Fund. Well, what makes different? What makes that Hustler Fund different from that?
There's no difference at all. It's actually the same funding. Actually, let me tell you, before campaign, there's already a regulations that was supposed to collapse the three funds to one single fund called Biashara Fund. So I can tell you, they are not starting from zero. They are actually taking regulations that were done by Minister Adan Mohammed. What was called Biashara Fund is actually what they are working on. There's nothing new at all. It's the same funding, the same channel, the same whatever. It's just been given what I would call political impetus, political impetus, that you now have a fancy name and all that. But basically, it is the same funding, it's the same mechanism. But two things: one, bring it to zero digit, 0, 3, 4, 5% interest, and number two, use fintech. Fintech is hii ni pesa serikali, unaenda kupokwa, and you can remember Ruto was saying nitapiga hawa watu wa Fuliza waipeleke chini kabisa. So what he's going to do is actually give NCBA money 10-15 billion. Ukienda kuitisha Fuliza, unaitisha Fuliza ya Hustler Fund. So you get now at almost zero rated fund. So it's basically, there's nothing new. I agree with you, nothing new. Ni siasa tu hiyo.
Okay, thank you for that. We appreciate everybody who is joining us around the world. This is Mtembe TV, Open Forum Political Discussion Show. We're glad to be back as we continue with the discourse. We're looking at the president, change of tune about the Hustler Fund. Now the hustlers who are ready to go and queue get money. Now there seems to be more red tape and bottleneck being reintroduced. And it seems the money will not be accessed as it was envisioned by those who listen to the campaign trail. And so I would want us to weigh on the same and be able to uh, tell what is happening. Is it that the money is not available, or they're looking for a new way to do that? And if they're going to that new way, will there be a new law, or is still going to work like the youth fund and the women fund and the Wezo fund? And if that is the case, how come the Wezo fund, the youth fund, and the women fund did not take off in terms of impacting positively to the economy to an extent whereby they were able to cause a lasting impact? What makes the Hustler Fund different, and what will make it work contrary to what the previous funding has had as an experience? Naomba tuchangie hiyo na tuendelee mbele. Bwana anaitwa nani? Brother Benson, habari leo?
Mzuri sana bwana Bernard, habari ya panelist.
Tuko salama, tunashukuru. Karibu.
Unajua mimi hapa I'm not very good when it comes to economics and things to do with mathematics calculation, but like one thing that I would say is I don't think there's something like president has changed. You know, there's something that we call during the campaigns. When you say the campaigns is like to whip the emotion of people to vote for you, but in real sense, in every area, there's no way in which you can come to a country and given a fund which you are not paying back. Because like if we are to give out the money, for instance, to you without you paying back, how is the government going to get that money? So the initial stage right now is that like Deep is now being very realistic with them, because like now they are is in power right now, so he's telling them this is what is going to happen. But I think I will have to give him benefit of doubt based on the fact that on some kind of like information that I'm getting from people on how he's going to kind of work on it. I think he's going to work on it something very different from Wezo Fund and the Youth Fund and everything, but it's still a challenge. It's still a challenge. It's a pilot. It's a pilot, you know. It's not something that I've never been. It's something that they've never worked it anywhere. But this is a pilot, and the possibility we are not sure 100% that it will work. And like I had Benson Budia telling that you are giving the bank the money to give them at a lower rate. So how are the banks now going to make the profit out of it? Because like even like when they were doing the Fuliza thing, it was a business kind of like, you know. So if the government give this bank the money, what is going to be the agreement between the bank and the government, and at what rate and what percentage are the bank going to take when they give this money? That's what I want to know from Bugia. Because like I'm not very good with finance, yes, but like let's say like you talked of like the money is going to be given, for instance, maybe CBA, you know, we've given you 150 billion, right? And this is from government, right, for you to distribute. Yeah. So what percentage is the bank going to get from there, from the money that they've been given to them, or like they're just being given to be the custodian of the money of the government? Because CBA is a commercial bank, but when you give this money, they will have to trade and they will have to make profit out of it when they give these loans. So what profit is the bank going to gain personally, and what profit is the government going to gain? That's what I want Buga to tell me.
Chair, can I respond?
Yes, briefly, please.
Okay. You know, government is a contractor. Government is going to ask banks to become contractor. And I can give an example. I just mentioned that we distribute 2,000 every month to 1 million Kenyans. Currently, actually 1,056,000 people get 2,000 every month. that under social protection mechanism, and you can check what we call Inua Jamii. And what happens? Banks bid; they do actual bidding on how to disperse this money, because it is only banks that have mechanism. So banks are paid a ransom, something like a contractor's fee, so that we use the platform, we use the government platform to operationalize government funding. So basically, it's not something new. We have done this before with the agricultural financing. So I think it is possible for them to do the same mechanism. And I know there are discussions towards that side.
I agree with you fully on that. I'm not
Yeah.
denying. I agree with your point fully. But like my question is, as the government are going to give any banking institution that contract when we're doing the contracting job, maybe you will apply for you to get a contract. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
What is the percentage that the government is going to pay the bank? Because let's say, for instance, that you give the money, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and after government giving the money, and you give it, the consumers are going to get it and paying at a low rate. How is the banks going to make the money? Because there must be a percentage where the government will contract them out, so that even if the consumers are paying less money, the government, the bank will have to still make profit.
Sorry, it seems Bwana Mbogwa and Mbuthi amejitoa. But to respond to your question, Bwana Benson, it's a matter of using the banking as a means of distribution and not a business venture for the banks. Just like if you're aware of this funding for the health insurance for students, the AFIA something. AFIA, I think it's rolled out by Equity. And then we have these centers that are for attending to all secondary school students who have been given medical coverage by government. So the government pays the policy, and then the Equity Bank rolls out the money, and then all the students are treated by these specific hospitals, and then the bills are paid. So it is just a matter of contracting the bank to distribute the money at whatever rate the government will propose, because they are receiving that money directly from the government. So they will get, let's say, if distribution of money is it costs 3%, then the government will meet that 3%, so that they give out the money at 5% and not more than that. But from what we have experienced so far, as much as there can be money available, what happened with the Weather Fund, what happened with Women Fund and Youth Enterprise Fund is that there was money, but nobody turned up to get the money, or the red tapes and the qualifications to get that money was so tedious that everybody who attempted, majority did not get the money. And so at the end of the financial year, the money was still taken back to treasury because nobody came for it. It's one thing for the government to make money available, and another thing for Kenyans to go for that money. And who says that when they go for the money, they will put in business and business will boom and they will make profits and come and pay? What if I go and buy the goats in Marsabit? I want to supply them at wherever, Kichinjio in Dagoretti, and then they get stolen along the way as I'm maneuvering to get back to Dagoretti. What happens to me? What happens to the money? And those kind of risks that are involved. All the same, since the Kenya Kwanza government is good with the experimenting, let them experiment with that fund. They will tell us a story in the next financial year. I hope to be here to ventilate on the same. Labda kama Mbodhia ako na jibu lingine atakuja baadaye. Naomba tumsikilize David kwanza, alafu tarudi. David Mukoe, habari leo?
Yes. How are you, Senior Mtembei?
Niko mzima kabisa, nashukuru. Namna gani wewe?
Niko fresh. I'm of a different opinion, yes.
Endelea.
Okay. Atlas Fund is the best thing yenye imeletwa, and I'm very happy for it. And I think the president was very clear. Was it yesterday or the other day when he said that Atlas Fund lazima itarudishwa? It is the best idea, or it is a good idea, because hakuna venye government inaweza peana tu pesa hivyo and then hiyo pesa iende tu hivyo. It can't happen. I accept, yes, in the campaign trails alipromise akasema I'm giving out the money to hustlers without returning. Remember, it is campaigns and these people are politics. You know how to win the hearts and souls of Kenyans. So in my own opinion, it is very best. Wacha tu atupe pesa as hustlers, as youth, as comrades. We invent our good ideas, we put them into practice, and then tunarudisha hizo pesa, but iko in a very low interest. That's what we're yearning for. In my own opinion, it is the best, and it is one of the best ideas, provided that okay, the fact that mmeongelea uwezo fund yenye tumeona imepotea potea, sijui that uwezo fund was the one with the mothers and all that, but I think William Ruto is a very serious man. That man is a no nonsense man, so I believe he mean his words, and nadhani Hustlers Fund itakuja na itatusaidia watu tuta apply on that. Yeah, that is my opinion at first.
Okay, Bwana Mukoya, just before I go, he's a serious man who keeps his word. Now he's changing his word. How do we believe you on the same? Now, kabla nisoke sana on that one, nataka tukuulize mojawapo ya madai ya campaign ni kwamba kulikuwa na watu bilioni ngapi ambao wamedefault kwa RCB kwa CRB?
Around 5 million.
Are those Kenyans?
Yes. Yeah.
Are we going to remove them from the list of the hustler funders, or what is going to happen?
We are not. We are not going to remove them from the list.
Yes.
Because bado mi sijaona restrictions in anywhere. Hakuna place ameka restriction that if you are in CRB
umesema kulingana na rais pesa mpaka zirudishwe na hizo pesa mpaka zifanyie biashara. Nikupatia mfano, mimi nimeamua kufanya biashara ya kutransport livestock, okay? Niende Marsabit ninunue na ngiri mbili, alafu nilete Dagoretti niuze na ngiri 6, okay, nitengeneze profit ndio angalau nipate pesa ya kurudisha, okay? Wakati mimi nimenunua hizo mbuzi zangu, nimejaza kwa lori, nimeanza kudrive kuja wapi? Dagoretti, Nairobi kuziuza. Alafu nivamiwa hapo njiani, lori na mbuzi zipotee. Okay? Na hela nishaweka huko ndani ya mbuzi. Na zilikuwa za hustler. Nitatoa wapi zingine za kurudisha?
Ukimsikiza last week alisema very clearly that ataongelesha watu wa Fuliza and all that. Let me use a different example also. Akiongelesha watu wa Fuliza and then the CRB. Yes, going for that funds ni kitu yenye iko important, but unaenda hizo funds from Kenyans in a very good way. Not that you are going to it is an example of hizi Shylocks zenye zinakupigia simu every now and then. So I believe it will be like, yes, we are returning back the money, but you are not crucified to return. So you unapewa time frame. Yes, this and this happen. It is like you are taking something from a bank and you have an insurance. So insurance will cover for something. So in my own opinion, at least kuna venye watasema, yes, I know kuna problems zenye zenye zinaweza kuwa hapo katikati, like those obstacles, but how will we deal with this? So I believe he has the best whatever CG technocrats how, and I believe they will advise him good. So let us give him time from now until December. Tutangoja tuone.
Okay, now Bwana Mukoya, I understand your explanation, only that you are not appreciating what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Mimi ni hustler, okay? Sawa. Kuna loan ambayo napaswa kuchukua bila security. Alright? Nimeapply, napewa loan. Sina security yoyote nimedeposit kwa sababu mimi ni hustler na sina hiyo security hata mkitaka. Sawa sawa? Umekubali kunipa hiyo hela. Hiyo hela nimeenda nikanua mbuzi zangu, napeleka sokoni. Okay? Mbuzi zilichukua pesa yote, labda na transport, na zipeleka sokoni. Wakati nazipeleka sokoni zikaibwa zote. Mimi nikabaki hohehahe, sina mbele wala nyuma. Okay? Nitatoa wapi hizo pesa ndio nirudishe kwa hustler fund, kwa sababu ni lazima irudi. Unanielewa? Ehe. Na kama nitashindwa kurudisha, alright?
Yes.
And then si mimi peke yangu, kumbuka niko na ndugu zangu 5,000,000 ambao wame default.
Yes, yes.
Will the hustler fund survive if 5 million people failed to return the money?
I support your opinion, yes. But to some extent, yes. Okay. Ndio maana nimekuambia we don't know the technocrats watafanya nini, because unaweza pata, yes, hatujajua hiyo hustlers fund itakuwa drawn aje na itawekewa restrictions gani. So you can get that at some point amesema you must have guarantors. We don't know. That is my opinion. Tutakuwa na guarantors on this hustlers fund. So how are we going to deal with it? So after wewe umemaliza zote, then these guarantors will be there. Despite the fact that ndio these 5 million are listed, and whoever tuna expect that pia sisi tunaweza kuwa listed wenye tutachukua. You know, everything is trying. Nothing can come out to that perfect way in a style. Unaona? So in other words, is trying to empower Kenyans, but sasa not all Kenyans watakuwa successful. Like umesema, something might happen that is an example of insecurity, and then you have a problem on that. So I think it is a hard thing, and at some point it's somehow easy, because yes, you can give out, but returning back might be a problem. But sijui, I'm young, you know, I'm 19, I can argue like a teen, so I'm not sure. Wacha mimi ningoje nione mbele.
Sasa David Mokoya, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Nashukuru wote ambao mnajumuika nasi. Hii inaitwa Mtembei TV. Tafadhali endelea kukaribisha wawili watatu ili tukajumuike pamoja tunapojadili mbivu na mbichi ya masuala ya siasa zetu. Kumbuka rais ameanza kubadili maneno yake kuhusu hustler fund. Alisema hii fund ni yetu wote, kila mtu atapata access. Sasa anasema si ya bure. Alafu KRA wanasema landlords wote aswa wa Nairobi wafanye registration upya ili kukujia taxes kwa shida. Tujue uko wapi, uko na nyumba ngapi, rent unapokea pesa ngapi, ili tukate yetu kama serikali. Hii ndio njia ya kuchangisha pesa ya kusaidia Kenya Kwanza kuhakikisha kwamba serikali yao inasonga mbele, au vipi? Alafu mwisho kabisa, kuna Kenya Kwanza cabinet inafanywa vetting process, inaendelea bungeni. Kuna vituko visarakasi hapo na mengine mazuri tu yanaendelea. Labda tukiongezea kitu kingine, inasemekana Miguna anashuka. Kutakuwa na kishindo ama rudi nyumbani akae anyamaze? Labda ungesema mawili matatu kwa hayo na mengine tu, lakini endelea kukaribisha wengine ili tukajumuike pamoja. Joshua Osolo, habari ya leo?
Jambo Bernard.
Sijambo.
Na ndugu yangu brother Benson, brother down over there. Jambo kutoka Ujerumani.
Okay, so, karibu sana.
Asante sana. Ingawa tuko na baridi huku, lakini sikutaka kuingia kwenye studio. Mimi wanaangalia tu underground ama behind the curtain. Kila mmoja hapa si anapewa payslip na mfanyikazi na boss. Every Kenyan analipa ile inaitwa social money. Inaenda kwa social services. Hiyo pesa ndio tunaita kama ile, wacha tuseme, sitaki kuingia kwa siasa kwa sababu sikubaliwi sana. Hiyo social money ambayo inalipwa ndio hiyo pesa ambaye inatakana kuwa kama ile mzee baba alikuwa akisema 6,000, tunapatana. Hiyo ndio inalipa wale mama wazee ambao kwanza watakani kulipwa. Angalia, ingia Google is your friend. Hao mama wanatakana kulipwa 4,000 na kulipia hospitali, awe na insurance or not. Alafu hiyo social services money inatakana end of the year calculation, tunalipa percentage ya ushuru Kenya. Kenya is it 16%? Normally inatakana end of the year calculation inapigwa na katika pali tunalipa ushuru finance amt ama financial office, inatakana end of the year, wacha tuseme April, unatakana kurudishiwa 8% of that money. Hakuna Mkenya mpaka wa leo anepata hiyo pesa. Hakuna. Hiyo pesa social ni ule mtu ambaye anafanya kazi, akipoteza kazi anatakana kuwa analipwa every month kutokana. Kwanza hiyo pesa inatakana ipelekwe kwa kotu. So social services inalipa kotu inalipa wafanyikazi wale wanekosa kazi na wale baadaye wakishamaliza kazi, pesa uzee. So ile 6,000 100% is a right of the person. Hiyo ni kawaida, iwe ni hapa Ujerumani, iwe ni America, iwe ni country yoyote. Wengi hata ukienda Namibia, Google is your friend. You just go to Google, utapata hii siri. Sasa rais wetu ambaye yuko saizi asichanganyishe wananchi. Anajua hiyo mnasema hustle fund, mnasema hustlers fund. Si pesa ya bure, ni haki ya Mkenya. Yeah. Ndio hizi pesa unasikia corruption, watu wanaitengeneza, wako na maduka kubwa kubwa, wako na magari nini na nini. Hizi pesa zote ni ushuru ambaye watu wanetoa. Normally 8% inatakana kurudishwa. Ikifika by end of April ikuwe unepata 8% kwa ile ushuru unetoa. Hiyo ni guarantee. Hiyo iko ndani ya sheria ya Kenya, lakini watu wajui. So upande wa shule wazazi wanalipa pia ushuru. Kitambo tulikuwa, Bernard, nadhani we ni mtu ambaye ulizaliwa wakati wa 60s ama 70s, around there. Kuna ile vitabu zilikuwa zinaandikwa Kenya School Equipment Scheme. Inakuwa ni pencil inaandikwa hivyo, rubber inaandikwa hivyo, kitabu inaandikwa hivyo, textbooks zinaandikwa hivyo. Siku hizi watu wanalipa, which is wrong. Kama wakati wa Kenyatta, baba mzee Jomo Kenyatta, kulikuwa na hiyo Kenya School Equipment Scheme na walipata wakati ya ukoloni. Why now haiwezekani? Tuko 21st century. Naona haki za Wakenya watu wananyanyaswa. Leo ni hivi, kesho ni vile, kesho kutwa vile. Hao watu wanatakana kuwa wanakaa kwa ofisi na kujadiliana nini tunatakana kufanya, si juu ya magari. Ama kesho yake wanaota usiku wanakuja kuambia Kenya. People are tired. Yeah. Kwa sababu kuambatana na sheria na katiba ya Kenya, if you promise somebody, yeah, hiyo 6,000 ama hiyo sijui ni unga ya 70, ukiingia ofisi hiyo lazima uitimize. It is inside the law. Sasa kama alisema hiyo fund ya sijui ya nini, Hustler Fund, lazima wapatie. Yeah. Kina mama lazima wapewe. Ingieni kwa Google ama muende kwa kwa budget of Kenya, it is inside social services. That social services ni pesa ya mwananchi. Asante.
Thank you, Bwana Joshua, for giving that wider spectrum of the same. Na wananchi hapa wanaona serikali iko na haki ya kuchukua ushuru, lakini hawa hawako na haki ya kudai percentage yao. Jaribu uone. Kuna mmoja hapa anasema hiyo ni German system, pia iko Kenya. Sasa sijui kama iko hivyo, lakini tutaendelea kujadili. Wote ambao mngependa kujiunga katika studio, kuna link I'm sharing and it seems not to be coming out clean. You click on the link, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and then you will be in this space for us to share on various development of our political front. Ningependa tu kuongezea kwamba nimeona post sijaona uhakikisho kwamba Miguna is supposed to return by daybreak today. Those of you are in Kenya. So if you have confirmed that, you can let me know. Let's get this video before we proceed into the conversation further.
Director of Public Prosecutions, requesting that she be turned into a state witness against her bodyguard, Geoffrey Okuto, in the Jola Gumbao murder case of 2019. Aisha fielded questions from Parliamentary Vetting Committee about the court cases, arguing that the presumption of innocence protects her from being denied the opportunity to serve in the cabinet. And Sydney Chazima has more.
So I went to a local school known as Takaungu Primary.
The panel was treated to a tearful Aisha Jumwa as she narrated her humble beginnings during her first submission.
And Mr. Chairman.
However, members of parliament wasted no time in interrogating her over the pending court cases.
If you are to be found guilty in either of those cases, would you be willing to take responsibility?
Aisha is accused of killing Jola Gumbao in 2019 while campaigning for the Ganda Ward by-election with her aide, Geoffrey Okuto. Suna East MP Junet Mohammed challenged the CS nominee not to consider her appointment until her record is clear.
Don't you think, through the chair, Madam Nominee, that it is good for this country, for the image of this country at the level of the cabinet, for you to stay aside until those cases are determined?
I can't resign when I've not been appointed.
Even the people who have the cases against you, like Ngumbao Jola, what do you think they are feeling today when you are seated here, we are vetting you for a cabinet position, and they have no recourse for the death of their father?
Aisha's lawyer, Jared Magolo, has asked the DPP to review her file so she can be a state witness instead of an accused person. NTV has also learned that Aisha has been negotiating with the victim's family to have the case withdrawn and the matter settled out of court. But she maintains that she is not culpable and that the cases were politically motivated.
So there are 3 witnesses that so far have testified in court, and none of these witnesses mentioned my name. And again, there was a ballistic report which is in the public domain that my name was not in any way mentioned on the same.
Aisha faced the same odds when she moved from the corridors of the law to the corridors of academia.
I just want you clarify how you are able to get the Executive Master in Business Administration, EMBA, from JKUAT in 2015 before attaining your bachelor's degree in 2021.
Mr. Chairman, this is not a master's degree, but it was a special course that we were given after doing our certificate in county governance.
Pokot South MP David Kosing would put her on a different path based on Aisha's D- grade in high school.
I want the nominee to clarify what she got in Form 4 and the relationship between that one and the degree she has.
I want to encourage those girls from West Pokot that they can get somewhere. Let them be encouraged and see Mheshimiwa Pokot as an enemy of Mheshimiwa Posing as an enemy of progress.
One of the requirements for the CS position is that the candidates have academic credentials and professional training in the related field, and the chair ruled on this basis that
if it turns out not to be a genuine degree, it's neither here nor there. We leave it to the agencies that deal with matters of this nature.
The vetting process enters day 3 on Wednesday. Sydney Chazima, NTV.
Okay, mambo yanaendelea hivyo. Hii ndio vetting inaendelea kwa wale ambao wanataka kuwa waziri ama wameteua kuwa mawaziri katika serikali ya Kenya Kwanza. Mojawapo ni huyo Aisha Jumwa, inasemekana alipata D- akiwa high school, alafu stakabadhi zake zinakanganya, lakini anajitetea, anasema yeye ni inspiration kwa wale ambao wako chini kwamba wanaweza kuinuliwa. Sijui unaonaje katika hayo mambo yote? Are we putting in office competent people, or we are putting in office our political sycophants for that loyalty and followership as it is assumed? Brother Benson. Unmute please. You're still mute.
Sina la kusema mengi sana kuhusu, lakini kuna vitu mingi naweza sema, lakini unajua mimi huwa nasema nchi ni yetu, na kama nchi ni yetu ni sisi wenyewe inafaa tuirekebisha. Hakuna mtu atarekebisha nchi yetu, na tuseme pale makosa liko, na kama wanaweza irekebisha watairekebisha. So mimi kuna jambo chache nataka kuzungumzia about, first of all, Hustler Fund. Wacha tungoje mpaka tarehe alisema atai-launch tuone the requirement for Hustler Fund. Yeah, what are the qualifications for you to get that fund? That one will put us in a way now to we will question those requirements, and we will see if they are favorable for the border operators, they are favorable for Mama Mboga, they are favorable for the young business entrepreneurs. So that one will be there. So I think let's give him benefit of doubt, even though he has changed his tune. Then something about KRA, about landlords. The idea of landlord registering, I don't think is something new. This thing was there even in 2013. It's something that came up, but I support the idea of landlord registering. For they should pay tax on their property, because they collect tax, and the money that they are collecting from the tenants is not being subjected to any tax. So what will happen? The percentage that the percentage that the KRA will be taking, it will also be reflected on the rent that the tenants are paying. I think like by introducing this is one way in which we can raise revenue, because there are so many big houses or big buildings in towns that generate very good income that is going untaxed. I think this is one way that might generate, and this one will help us to increase our revenue. About nomination, you know, what usually happens when you plant maize, I don't think during harvesting you are expecting to harvest beans. It doesn't happen. What you plant is what you are going to harvest. So even in the first place, if Aisha Jumwa or any other cabinet secretary was loving their country and they have these issues, sometimes like they should step aside and let the cost, the law take its course, then they can come back. But you know the Kenyan culture, even some of the MPs who are asking Aisha Juma those cases, they are not as clean as they are. that is the hypocrisy we have in our country. So I don't mind even if Aisha Juma becomes the CS, because all of them, they're the same. The MPs that are giving those questions, they're the same. Because being patriotic does not only mean that you're just only patriotic in the parliament. It's patriotic from your political party, from how you do your things. You be very straight of what you're doing with a lot of integrity. But if you look all those that are there, I don't think none of them is very clean. All of them are dirty. So that is the society we have. Aisha Juma should be given that. And until that time, that Kenyan society will realize that we need a clean country, a clean politics, and a clean politician. So that is the country that we have. And that is what we are going to experience. It was not going to happen even with the Kenya Kwanza government, even Azimio. It was going to happen, the same thing. No, so that is what we have. So we have to deal with it.
Okay, sasa Wanasolo?
Let me correct my brother here. Kuna kitu moja sisi wa Kenya, brother Benson, kuna kitu moja sisi wa Kenya tunekosa kujua. Sisi ni watu wa kusahau haraka sana. Alafu kitu ya pili, kila mmoja ni mwalimu. Iwe ni mwanafunzi anataka kucorrect mwalimu. So long sisi hatuwezi kusimamisha corruption kama wananchi, itaendelea. Tukisema vile unasema wacha achukue, itakuwa watu nakosea watu wengi sana, which means mimi niende niue ndapewa kazi. Secondly, hiyo certificate ambayo wanasema lazima zifuatiliwe. Lazima. Let us take an example. England. Huyu ambaye alikuwa prime minister alifanya makosa tu ya kukosa kuvaa mask wakati ya corona. Aliambiwa step down. Unaona? Step down na wananchi, na tunakupatia 48 hours to step down. Hiyo kitu iko hapo Ujerumani pia. Step down. Wananchi wakisema, because sisi ndio sauti, sisi ndio bosses. Tukisema no is no. But sisi tunafanya serikali kuwa au ndo boss wetu. No. Yeah. Hiyo Aisha Juma atakani kuwa katika hiyo ofisi. Atakani. Kama tufate sheria, alafu tufate what we call katiba yetu. Nobody is above the law. Even the president himself. Hiyo ni kitu naweza kusema. Asante.
Okay. Brother Benson, unasemaje?
Mimi namuelewa Kenya anasema. Lakini jamii ambao nyinyi umeileta na vitu ambazo like the generation or the kind of politics that is in Kenya, if you are talking of us to change this and we are the people who are putting them in power, how are you talking about us? If we are the people who should tell them to stop, and we are the people who are encouraging them to go, how is that one going to work? That's why, like I say, the Kenya society is a society of a deceit. So let it happen, and the consequences come. Then they learn from consequences. But without learning from consequences, it cannot happen. How many times did we share ideas here, what we feel and what we want for the country, and the things did not. None of us, so many people did not listen to us. Not that we hate anybody, no, but we just love our country. We did not hate anybody, but we loved our country. So that's why I'm telling you, even if you are a person, you are speaking that, it is not going to happen. So that's, let it happen. People see, then they will click and say, okay, we made a wrong decision. Now let's do something that is very right.
Okay, Bwana Benson, I appreciate what you are saying. Only that I want us to differentiate between the two. Okay, there is the people's voice, and there is a clique of cartels that have their own preferred people in particular positions who are out to subvert even the voice of the people. For example, Aisha Jumwa in particular, she's rejected in Kilifi as governor. That means the people have given a vote of no confidence in her. But what happens? The Kenya Kwanza government now gets in power, and who is the first person to be rewarded? The one that the people have said no to. Get that? So that means as much as all animals are equal, some animals are more equal than others in this particular country. And when that becomes the order of the day, we end up turning our constitution into a piece of paper that has no life, that has no way of, impacting on our day-to-day living. And so we, as Kenyan people, we need to make a choice. We either want to be governed by law, or we forget about law and just, live with the rules of the jungle. To songe mbele, kama tuta survive to survive, kama tuta sink to sink, kama tuta swim to swim. But hii maneno ya kutupeleka katika sarakasi ya tuangalie how competent is Aisha Jumwa. We don't need to even vet her. We just need to go and see how she performed in her CDF wherever actualization, the 2 terms she was in parliament. We will know this is a person that can deliver or not. But hii story ya kutumia pesa, kwanza hao ma-MP wakikaa hivyo wakiuliza maswali ya kijinga wanalipwa, so ni hela wanatengeneza, si vetting wanafanya. At the end of the day, whatever comes from whatever desk they have passed, it will make no much difference, and that is what makes this country not tick at all.
Yes.
And that's why Bernard, and that's why Bernard, sometimes it reaches a point whereby you don't, like, even if you sit down with some of the elites who are elites, and you tell them, okay, this is what we want for our country. It's not about Kenya Kwanza. It's not about Azimio. It's about country Kenya. You know, they still bring the rogue ones, and the rogue ones will win. What do you say?
Sawa sawa. Bwana Deputy, unavunja sheria. You are not supposed to go behind the camera, behind the curtain. Your face must be continually on the screen so that we are able to retain the quality of the video for the people who come to watch this show, even when it is done. So please make sure that you adhere to that. You were saying something about what we were talking about, Deputy Mokaya. What is it? Unmute the mic.
I'm saying it is good, but the problem we have with the vetting, in my own view, I'm a diehard supporter of Kenya Kwanza, yes, I can say. But it's a big problem for us to see Aisha Jumwa being vetted, and we believe and we're very sure that he is going to be given that position. It is very unfair when it comes to tackling the constitution, in my own view, despite the fact that everybody has his problems and kila mtu akona shida zake when it comes to integrity, but in my own view is not good. Aisha Jumwa was reported of killing somebody, or we don't know because it is not proven by court, but you understand the court of Kenya, how it works. It is like the highest bidder, if I can say, is the one who goes out without. So in my own view, Aisha Jumwa, okay, is a good lady, but balancing what the president is saying at 50-50 in the cabinet, yes, it is good. But probably we have others whose cases are not in the public domain. It is better for us to have somebody whose case is not in the public domain than having a CS going to address people. Imagine now in public service is going to address even people from different countries with a different whatevers. portfolios, if I can say. And then we're having somebody who has a problem with integrity, mtu aliua mtu sijui nini, and then we are having him in that seat. It is very, very unfair. And then we are demeaning this thing called education. Probably I'm in university. Why then are we in university learning? And then you are telling us that we are vetting somebody who has a D minus to be in a position in the government. Then probably for us who are studying, it is good for us to stop so that we can battle for those seats. At least PSCC, at least ukimaliza high school, you can get. Okay. The fact is education is much different again from delivering. Yeah, somebody can be, mtu anaweza kuwa ana masomo vizuri but he can bring the best yenye watu wanahitaji, but don't you think that we are demeaning this thing called education? Sasa si watu wenye mtu ako na kisomo sahi bwana, we are disregarded everywhere because when it comes to money, wenye hawana masomo ndio wako na pesa. When it comes to seats or positions, wenye hawana masomo ndio wako na seats or positions. Then why is it this way? So in my own view, Aisha Jumwa is not the best option for that place, despite the fact that president is awarding loyalists. No, Aisha Jumwa is not the best because if you failed, watu wa Kilifi hawakukuamini. Was it Kilifi? Yes, Kilifi people didn't believe you when it comes to gubernatorial position. How will you lead 47 plus million Kenyans in Kenya? We are giving you a position and a podium kuongelesha all these Kenyans. It is very, very, very unfair. So probably, in my own view, yes, I know Brother Benson will disagree with that because amesema we are judging, not judging ourselves. Yes, but it is very unfair. Better, and the fact that President William Ruto akona problems zingine, you know, track record yake inaonyesha kuna some kind of corruption issues for his government yake mwenyewe when I was in the deputy and the other sectors in agriculture. Then how is it fair? Tulikuamini tukakupigia kura ukatoka huko chini, sasa you are the president and then you are still continuing with what we expected that you are going to erase. We thought that tukimpea president sasa atasafisha ndio tujue saa zile alikuwa chini ya mtu, but saa hii is adding those same people, several people. By the way, in that whatever, mi naona ni mtu mmoja pekee ako much qualified and I believe he'll over deliver. Kithure Kindiki is the best of all, but when it comes to Moses Kuria and all that, unaona kesi zake. Chirchir niliwatch leo, I saw the problem. Ndungu, you saw the problem of all that. And then on the process of vetting, if I can comment something small, it is very unfair. Now the way it is, vetting inastahili kutolewa in my own view, because those people are just there to squander pesa za Wakenya. Because ukiangalia the question that the majority leader is asking, somehow favoring the Kenya Kwanza government. And then ukiangalia the other side, Junet Mohammed is provoking these people. So what kind of an interview are we holding? Ukiangalia at some point the speaker Moses Wetangula is very fair to others. Wetangula said today that sijui about something about Aisha Jumwa and the studies and all that, but he supported Aisha Jumwa. So I don't think it is very important, and believe me, you wote watatoka nje washa kuwa approved. Then was it of essence gani hii kitu ilikuwa? So thank you, tutaongelea Miguna. I'll comment on that.
Mokaya, shida ni vetting the purpose of vetting?
In my own view, zote ni problem. The purpose of vetting is a problem, and also the vetting of wrong people like the lady from Kilifi. Both are problems.
No, it's not vetting wrong people, but deputy. What I'm saying here is
yes,
the application of the law to have vetting of all the people appointed to be CSAs or cabinet secretaries was meant to be part of checks and balances. It was not meant to be a rubber stamp. The abuse of vetting is what could be the problem here, because the president, like for example, Dr. William Ruto has appointed Aisha Jumwa, Moses Kuria, and all those people with questionable issues. Okay, send them to parliament. We need to have a parliament, okay, that has a nerve, not a rubber stamp of the executive, has a nerve to say that these people have got these question marks, let them clear it fast. President provide us with another list. We cannot allow these people to pass. That was the purpose. The same thing with the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court exists purposefully for the presidential elections, okay, as a place where if somebody has escaped IBC, okay, with questionable election, the Supreme Court need to stand up and say, no, this is not how our country should be governed. We need to have clear-cut elections. Our elections should decide who becomes president, not for it to be conducted in the way it is being wherever perceived to have. But it appears to me that everybody in Kenya has become a rubber stamp, and the executive, all the executive needs to do is to make a call. We are in gear. We are seeing gear. We are back in the Moi era where everything was decided at State House and applied at the barazas. That is not how to grow a democracy, and that's not how to move forward as a country. And so we shouldn't just say that vetting is not necessary. It's a necessity, but right now it's being abused. And it has been abused not just with the Kenya Kwanza government, even the Jubilee government abused the vetting process. If you can remember the tyranny of numbers, where all these things they are complaining about, oh, date or increase of date and all lifting of the lead on the date wherever the country can get, was all passed in the pretext of tyranny of numbers. We have the numbers, no matter what you say, we'll get it the way we want. And what happened? We are all suffering right now because somebody was given it's just like the police officers who are guarding our borders. When they allow wherever arms into the country, they allow Al-Shabaab into the country, what will be the outcome? The Al-Shabaab attacks because somebody is sleeping on the job. So vetting in itself is not wrong, but is it achieving its purpose, or it's just a waste of time to get people to earn allowances for sitting and then pass people who are with questionable character who are going to get into office? When they get into office, they may end up, abusing the same offices because some of them are not competent. It's just like, okay, you talked about Moses Wetangula. Moses Wetangula is on record to have signed away the embassy without knowing he's signing away the embassy. Now he's the Speaker of the National Assembly. You can see he can even sign away Parliament Road without you knowing. All the same, wacha diskasirike sahi. Nashukuru wote ambao mnajumuika nasi. Tafadhali tuendelee kukaribishana, tuhakikishe kwamba tumejumuika katika Mtembei TV tukijadili masuala ya siasa zetu na wale ambao wamechaguliwa kuwa viongozi wetu. Sijui kama wanatosha mboga ama watoshi mboga, kwa maoni yako tu, na tuhakikishe kwamba tunatenda yale ambayo yanafaa. Kama viongozi wetu ama wabunge wameshindwa kuuliza maswali yanayofaa, tuulize haya maswali hapa. Tuhakikishe kwamba kila mtu anapigiwa msasa, ili at least tuwe na kiongozi ambaye tutategemea hata katika cabinet, kwa sababu tukipeleka hawa cabbages wote kwa cabinet, itakuwa cabinet ya yes, okay? So rais atakuwa anafikiria, anasema maneno, anasema yes, and then mambo inakwenda hivyo. Lazima tujihoji kama Wakenya, tukubali kama kwamba tunataka to be governed, we should go for competence. But if we just want to have people occupy offices and earn salary and life continues, we are doing better. Let's just keep it the way it is. Now, before we go further, I want to play a video and then we proceed with the discussion. And those of you who want to join, please, let's do that. And if you're able to get us, invite somebody. Remind people we are back and we are moving on. And we would love to have everybody on board. Let's play out this video and then we get back to the discussions further.
deducting of the CSS, and let's have a look at the cost of living, where most Kenyans living in Nairobi are living from hand to mouth as the cost of living, especially the cost of food, becomes unbearable. And as Beldin Waliaula now reports, the prices of sugar and flour have been on an upward trend, forcing city dwellers to look for ways and means to survive during these hard times. Now, some of whom now depending on food from their rural homes.
About 5 weeks since President Ruto took charge of the highest office on land and even promised to lower the cost of living, including lowering the cost of unga, Kenyans are yet to enjoy the fruits of Kenya Kwanza promises. The cost of living is becoming unbearable to most Nairobi city dwellers, with shelf prices scaring many Kenyans away from supermarkets and big stores. In order to survive the hard economic times, many city residents have now devised a method of getting food from upcountry. At the Machakos country bus in Nairobi, vehicles coming from the countryside are fully packed with food. Unlike before, where those in Nairobi used to send money for upkeep of their families, the story is now different. The village is literally feeding the city.
Maisha imepanda sana. Unapata saizi unga imeongezwa bei, sukari imepanda, kila kitu mpaka mafuta. Na sisi kama wakaji wa Kenya, saizi inabidi ya kwamba chakula inatoka nyumbani kikuja Nairobi.
Mahitaji ya nyumba sikuwa nauliza chochote. Na sasa inafika hata mtoto hawezi kunywa chai asubuhi kwa nyumba. Hata lunch saizi nilifunga. Wasipokula shuleni wala wameenda shuleni, itabidi ningangane jioni nitumane ndio wapate.
The cost of sending luggage has gone up immensely, with public transport owners attributing the increase to the high cost of fuel. At North Rift booking office, it's a beehive of activity, with clients coming to collect their food packages. Sacks of maize sent from the village are evident. These vehicles mostly serve Kenyans living in Western Region and Rift Valley.
During the weekdays, chakula mingi utumwa sana. Hadi sasa nivenye sasa leo mjapata chakula ziko mingi. Huwa inajaa kuanzia hapa hadi the other side. Sasa hii ni kuashiria kuwa Wakenya wanapitia hali ngumu ya maisha.
At Ena Coach and Transline booking offices that mostly serves clients from Kisii and Luo Nyanza, there is not even enough space to store the food coming in from the villages. All types of food are sent here, ranging from bananas, avocado, and even vegetables, despite their perishability.
Mtu anasema badala ya kununua unga 210 kwa kilo 2, afadhali alete mahindi ili asiage. Mtu anaangalia badala ya kununua chakula Nairobi, afadhali aletewe chakula, atumie 300, aletewe chakula ya kukula mwezi mmoja.
The high cost of living is not limited to food alone. Housing is also prohibitive and unreachable for many. Most of the Nairobi residents, especially the low-income earners, are struggling to pay their monthly rent.
Kulingana na vile maisha iko, hakuna mtu anaweza jimudu kujilipia nyumba. Mnashikana kama wanaume watano uko na familia. Imagine, juu nyumba zimeshakuwa bei, hata kama hakuna mtu anaweza jilipia nyumba.
Niko na yule wako form 1, niko na yule wako form 2, na huyu wa undergrad 6, we are grade 6. Sasa ule wa form 2 alifukuzwa, wa form 1 amefukuzwa. Sasa hakuna vile ningelipiwa grade 6 na nilipasa. Sasa maisha imetusuppress, imetufinya sana.
But for others, there is still a beacon of hope that the cost of living will soon drop.
Hivyo sisi tunangoja 100 days yenye president alikuwa anasema Mheshimiwa William Ruto ya kwamba 100 days chakula ilikuwa imerudi chini.
As Kenyans reel silently from the high cost of living in the city, they have now turned to their relatives back in the village. But for how long will this codependency last? Beldin Waliaula, KTN News, Nairobi.
Haya, mambo ni kama hayo, maisha Nairobi na kwingineko ya saa kijiji ndicho kinalisha mji. Tofauti na hapo awali ambapo mji ulikuwa unategemea kulinda kijiji. Siku zimesalia ngapi kutoka kwa 100 ambazo rais aliahidi? Ningependa tuendelee kujadiliana na kusemesana Kuna wale ambao wanasema, kuna mmoja hapa amesema hapa ndio tuna nafasi ya kusema vile tunavyofikiria na vile tunavyohisi katika mioyo yetu. Tunafungua roho, tunasema mambo ya jinsi yalivyo. Ningependa tu kuwashukuru kwa kuendelea kufuata Mtembei TV, na tuendelee katika kusemezana na kuhimizana kila mmoja. Hii ni nchi yetu na lazima tuwajibike kuhakikisha kwamba inaongozwa ipasavyo na Wakenya ndio wanalindwa. Kuna kitu ambacho kina disturb, licha ya kuwa hiyo video tumecheza inazungumza kuhusu cost of living. Hii cost of living kama itarekebika, itategemea viongozi ambao watakuwa katika cabinet haswa, because masuala yote ya serikali yatazungumziwa kwa cabinet kabla yapelekwe bungeni, alafu yapitishwe, then yatekelezwe. So tukiwa na cabinet ambayo haieleweki, cabinet ambayo haitegemewi, cabinet ambayo iko na watu ambao hawaaminiki, je, hii ni ishara kwamba hii Kenya Kwanza is doomed to make us suffer, or what is going to happen? I would love to hear what you feel and think about the same. Derek amefika. Derek, vipi?
Hapa sana ni venye ndo nimeingia, sijui kenye inaendelea, sijui maybe you can take me through nijue ni nini inaendelea.
Hapo mimi nitakupiga tu fimbo, sitakuelekeza kabisa kwa sababu wewe ni mwenyeji. Wale watu ambao ni wageni kama Mokoya hawa tutawatetea, lakini wewe hatuwezi kwa sababu
I just want you to take me through what you're talking about.
We are talking about the President, Deputy William Ruto, the President, Dr. William Ruto changing tone about the Hustler Fund. He says hiyo pesa si ya bure tena. Kila mtu atalipia, na ukichukua mpaka ufanyie biashara na urudishe. Alafu KRA inasema landlords wote wa Nairobi wakuwe registered, ndio tujue hela ngapi tunachukua kwako, kwa sababu kuna nyumba ngapi na unalipwa hela ngapi. Kwa hivyo landlord wote peleka majina yenu na nyumba zenu, ili KRA ijue pesa ngapi inatarajia. Budget iko high lazima ichangiwe. Alafu vetting ya process ya Kenya Kwanza ndio hiyo inaendelea. Tunaona sarakasi katika bunge, kuna watu ambao wamesoma, wengine hawajasoma, wengine wamekuwa mshtuko sana. Kama kwa mfano kuna mtu tulikuwa tunajadiliana naye kusema kwamba Mwami Musalia Mudavadi kumbe ni tajiri tu kumbe ni bilionea na sisi hapana jua. Sisi nafikiria ni hustler, yeye ndio mama mboga, kumbe yeye ni billionaire. Is worth 4 billion. So hii vetting inatufumbua macho kuona kumbe udhania CND na mengine mengi tu.
Yes. Okay, it's good. Unaona venye sasa take through, at least now I know where to start from. First, hii kesi ya Ruto kusema Hustler Fund sahi lazima ulipie. I think these things tumekuwa tukisema hapa bwana Bernard. I told you and I will keep on saying that this government is a scam. Unajua kuna ile kitu inaitwa mtu anataka title. Ukiangalia the president and its deputy, hawa watu walikuwa wanataka title. These people are not ready to govern this country. Unaona? Somebody wanted the title at least so that akifanya kitu yenye anataka apate ile platform ya act on what he wants. Unaona? Sasa hiyo unajua Ruto anaweza fanya anything because akona state machinery, akona government officials, akona ile power. And that was what this man was looking for, but not the real ideal things that mwananchi, the common mwananchi alikuwa anataka. So akisema the Hustler Fund has to be paid for, hizi ni vitu tumekuwa tukisema despite the fact tuko on a different political divide. Hizi ni vitu tumekuwa tukisema. Sijui ni nani alisema hapa, I I don't know kama ni Mato ama nani. Aliwahi sema, you see something like hustler fund. Hizo ni vitu zenye zikikuja watu watagharamia. And it's true. President mwenyewe alisema kutoka kwa kinywa chake. Hii ni kitu utagharamia. And so people can see. Hata watu wa UDA, watu wa hustler, watu wa Kenya Kwanza, let me say so. So just imagine sahi, you're going to get money but you have to pay for it. Hata kwa bank you don't pay for it but you pay after maybe umepewa, unarudisha na interest. So ni gani yenye unaenda kuchukua yenye you have to pay for it first. Even if it is not like that, but sasa unaona hizi vitu hazikuji bure and people have to suffer for that for you to get it. Two, I want to talk about the issue of the vetting. Hii serikali bado ni inaitwaje? We are going to have a 5 year or a time wasting 5 years of time wasting. Unaona? Hii serikali these 5 years tutakuwa tuna time waste tu. Tutakuwa tuna time waste tu. Ukiangalia hiyo vetting vizuri, what is going on, you can see the kind of leaders that we are going to put in place. Hata venye wanajibu hizo maswali, mtu kama Aisha Juma, I was so surprised kuangalia video, kusikiza venye Aisha Juma alikuwa anajibu hizo maswali. Yaani unaona tu kabisa mtu hajaenda shule. Unaona tu kabisa mtu hajaenda shule, the way anajibu. And then to come on like ukiangalia these people that we are vetting, unajua kuna siku if I'm your friend, let me take an example of Joshua Osolo. I'm your friend today. Na nipate utajiri. Unisaidie nipate utajiri. Unajua hata ukiwa danda namna gani, hata ukiwa muuaji namna gani, hata ukiwa mwizi namna gani, there is no way I will fail you. Definitely I will give you a slot. No. But you see the current government, tuko na watu wengi sana which can wenye wanaweza fill hizo gaps. I think Mbudhi will agree with me on this. Kuna watu wengi sana, even within Kenya Kwanza. Kuna wenye wamepewa dockets zenye haziwafai. Unaona? So in this kind of vetting yenye tunaona venye inaendelea, ndio lazima tukubali. It is good the government is being formed, but the problem we have, those people that are being vetted, mi si watambui kabisa. Kuna wengi sana tuwatambui. Hata ni mzuri the kind of billions tunasikia wengine wana hata the kind of figures they're giving us, that is not the actual figures that they should be telling us. Kuna pesa mingi sana watu wametuficha. Hizo pesa Mudavadi anasema zini 4 billion. Hizo pesa they are more than that. Juu ukiangalia hata hizi real estate zenye wako nazo peke yake, even ukiangalia even in a year, mtu anaingiza pesa ngapi through real estate? Hizi ma industries zenye wako nazo. So hakuna ukweli yenye iko hapo ndani. Hiyo interview hizo answers hazipeanwi according to what we should hear. Yeah, so and what else? Hizo issue ya KRA to register Nairobi Landlords. Mbinu mingi sana za kutafuta pesa. Hiyo ni mbinu ya kutafuta pesa ingie kwa serikali. Na I think it is good. Me kama mtu Azimia, I think this is good because it is going to hit some people. Hata wenye walivotia hustler, wenye walivotia Kenya Kwanza government. Hao landlords wenye walivotia Kenya Kwanza ndio watajua kweli serikali. Kuna kitu Orengo alisema, the government eats its own people. And that is the direction we are going. So wacha tu tungoje tuone venye itakuwa, but it is good. Me, I'm happy that this kind of things we saw them and they're coming. And it's good that wananchi, the common wananchi, hata mwenye alivotia hiyo the government yenye iko sahi will come and help this revolution that is coming to take its course. I think I'm done.
Okay, sawa, tunashukuru Bwana Derrick kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Kumbuka kuna wale ambao walisema Raila akiwa president Wajaluo mtakaa kwa nyumba bila kulipa. Sasa saa hii Raila sio president na wenye nyumba mpaka watalipa KRA. So haya mambo yanakwenda vipi? Ni muhini na muhiniwa njia zao si sawa, ama the hunter became the hunted and the hunted became the hunter? Let's get talking. Yes, Mbuthia, you want to respond?
Yeah, Derek, how are you? Let me say this on and let me start with the video because I think that video was very precise. It tells you how our Kenyan food system, what I would call the food system, is so skilled that you are going hungry somewhere in Korogosho, yet your mother somewhere in Kedube or in Muranga is having all these sweet potatoes and avocados and all that. Can you imagine the amount of money that we buy avocados? Yet hapa kwetu Muranga zinaozea chini. The food system in Kenya is actually where we need to start. Uko Kitale, mahindi haina mtu wa kununua, lakini just 100 kilometers upwards, ukielekea Turkana, people are dying of lack of food. You go to Nyandarua, you find cabbage hazina mtu, cabbage haina mtu. Yet just across the border, not border, across the town, shows you how our food system is really suffering. Number two, the cabinet, whoever comes on board, these are the very basic things that they need to address. Because if you don't address these things, we keep on saying, kuna mkulima analia hii side, hana chakula. Na hii side ingine, kuna mtu na yeye analia hana chakula. And that food system need to be looked at. The other thing that I want to talk about, I will support our landlords wapatiwe, wachajiwe hizo rates at 30% actually, because this is how government should collect money from rich to fund its operations. We have also know most of the landlords in Nairobi and wherever, they are the people who have accumulated wealth from unscrupulous business. So these are the people who need to be taxed to the highest level. And in US, you find that landlords pays quite a lot of money on income on rentals. Finally, Derek, wachana Derek, wewe ni rafiki yangu sana. Unajua mimi ni rafiki. Unajua huyu mama wa D-, umemwona pale D-, anaitwa Aisha Juma. She represents 80% of Kenyans who didn't do very well in the system. Let me give you an example. 72% ya wale walitoto walifanya exam last year, walipata C- and below. 70. So this notion that only 10%, because Kenya, out of 1 million children who sit for exam every year, only less than 10% who get. So basically, you have a lot of people who don't get to the university, and they are not into the system. So these people are represented by your friend Aisha Jumwa. She have expressed her journey. from that D minus to a technical course, to a certificate, to then to a degree, to a law school, to where she is. That also addresses the inequality in terms of skills and talent. Her talent is, unaona vile anaongea, that is a talent that we needed to enhance from the very beginning. And finally, my friend Derek, mama alikuwa meya wa Malindi, meya. Mama amekuwa women rep, mama amekuwa mheshimiwa. For 15 years she have served public office. Na sasa Delis, unakaa hapa unatuambia ule mama hajahitimu, vile hana akili, vile hana nini. We also have to be magnanimous on our very people, you know. So as we also address these people, we also need to 1989, Musalia Mudavade was a minister for finance. For heaven's sake, I would like to be Musalia when I grow up. That 30 years of austere public service, 30 years of service. Also, we need to talk. We need also to understand where they are coming from. I wonder who else are we looking for to lead this country. If we can't give it to Musalia, or we can't give it to Professor Ndungu, or we can't give it to Moses, who else do we want to serve us? Asante sana, Bwana Derek.
Benson, naweza jibu kidogo?
Okay, thank you everyone for staying tuned and continuing to follow our conversation. Benson seems to have a mindset to hold a brief for Kenya Kwanza, no matter what we say or hear from here. But I'm happy he's coming back so that he can respond to questions from this end. Benson, you talk of landlords being taxed as a good move to collect tax so that there is enough money to fund your budget. Do you also realize that percentage that is being taxed is going to be charged on the tenants, and in the long run, it's going to affect the cost of living? If you followed the video, you notice somebody's talking about inability to pay the house, and now families are coming together to stay in one house, 5 families. When the landlords now begin to be high taxed, will that not translate into high cost of living for the tenants, because the tenant that cost will still be taken to wherever or distributed to the tenants? That's number one. Two, you're saying this is the food system. What is the food system in Kenya? And we supposed to regulate it so that there is enough food supplied across the country. Is it the farmer? Is it the road network? Is it the politician? When you talk about the food system, what exactly are you talking about? Are you saying that the people in town are to blame for leaving potatoes in the village and staying in town, or what exactly are you saying? We need that to be put clearly. And then the Musalia Mudavadi, 30 years, it's not how long you live, but how effective you live. The 30 years of public service, how much transformation have they brought to this country? How much contribution do we historically accrue to the continued 30 years service of one Musalia Mudavadi and his portfolio? And you now want to reward him with presidency. If you could respond. Hold on. Derek, you have a question, I hope so.
I wanted to at least contradict what Benson said. First by saying, I hope Benson umeshikilia hizo vitu Bernard amekuuliza, but I will respond to what you're telling me. One, I have no problem in a higher taxation to these wealthy businessmen or something like, or easy landlords. In US, it is done so. Hao wenye wako wealthy they are being overtaxed, ndio hao wenye wako middle class na lower class wapate cheaper life. That is happening, yes. But let me tell you, in Kenya, these people are going to be high taxed, but we are not going to see where that money is going to help the middle class and the lower class. In Kenya, is your US. If it can be done that way, I will be a happy man. But if it can be done the way it is being done in US, I'll be a happy man. But in Kenya, you know well, hiyo pesa ikichukuliwa itaingia kwa mfuko za watu. You will not even see that money. Wewe kama supporter wa Kenya Kwanza. Number 2, if you are telling me Aisha Juma is what you are telling me hivyo venye unamsifu ama hivyo venye unamraise, let me tell you I will be a happy man to see Mama Mboga and mtu wa bodaboda kuwa even one of the CSs. Sioni problem hata mtu wa bodaboda akiwa CS wa sport. Unaona? I don't have a problem in that. But what you are telling me ati huyo mama ni just umeona venye mama alikuwa anajibu hizo maswali. Being a mayor or something like that is not a problem. Angalia venye alikuwa anajibu hiyo swali. And that is the reason why I'm telling you in Kenya we are going to be governed by money. What you have, who are you, una hold which kind of position. It is not going to be all about who is educated and who is uneducated. Na kama if that the direction we are going, then tell me Mama Mboga and Boda Boda should also represent those who are middle class and lower class in. So to me, I think you are a bit wrong in telling me. And come on, about Mudavadi. I come from Nyanza Western region. Amalu, I come from Kisumu. I would be a happy man to see Mudavadi even being the deputy president today, but not what that position is trying to. Amejidegrade sana. Hata kama amepewa, amejidegrade.
Okay, okay.
And hold on. Okay, Mbudia, you will get right of reply. Just one more thing about Aisha Juma and her progress. There is a difference between somebody scheming his way to the top and another one earning their way to the top. There is nothing wrong with somebody getting D-, okay? But if you got D-, then you went to do bridging, and then after you did bridging, you went to college and had exemplary performance, and now you earned this scholarship or whatever because of your academic turnaround, okay? But if you're still fumbling with D-, okay, 20 years later, the D- still reflected in the kind of certificate you're presenting to the vetting committee, and then they are not even academic papers and things like that. That one is the surest way of us justifying that mediocrity is a way of our operation as a country. And if that is the case, I'm not sure you will be comfortable being flown around by a pilot who has confirmed that he got D-. Mr. Mbodhi.
Okay, let me answer. I will start with Derek. Derek, in terms of how the money will be used, we have a country. It might be very difficult 5 years if you don't get positive on how you see things. Let's be more positive. First of all, let's collect taxes. Let's ask, because we have fashioned ourselves as a watchdog. And so the first thing is there must be something to be watched over. So basically, let's start with having something so that now we can move to the next level. You have collected taxes. How are they going to be used? You can't say they are going to be used bad. You can't be negative on futuristics. Your future must be bright all the time. Number 2 is the issue of taxes. Taxes, landlord versus tenant versus high taxes. The government needs to come in through. And I know 2016, 2017, when the parliament passed the law about, the finance bill that allowed the taxation of of land, money earned through land. There were hiccups and there were many things. We need to go back and look at that. I can't remember the name of that legal framework, because in an ideal market, you are not supposed to pass that to the consumer, and the consumer here is the tenant. There should be a regulations that cushions the tenant from landlord adding that amount, and that should be put in place. And that's where we need to push the government so that there is a regulation. You are paying 30%. Kama plot yako ulikuwa unapata 300,000 somewhere in Umoja, you are supposed to pay 20%. That 20% is not supposed to be passed through to the tenant, and the regulation needs to come in. The issue of food system, and I've said this and over, one of the biggest things that African countries are struggling with is the food system. And the food system I'm talking about is as simple as Derek ametoka Kisumu in Ahero. Derek amefika Nairobi. Pale Ahero wametoa inaitwaje? Wametoa mpunga nini zile rice. Derek ako Nairobi anang'ang'ana na mchere ya Pakistan. Lakini pale kwao nyumbani mchere imejaa hapo. Mimi kwangu nyumbani, let me give an example. My own farm natoanga mahindi 3-4 bags for my workers for consumption. Lakini kwangu nyumbani Mama Shiro bado anang'ang'ana na inaitwaje hii soko na hii ingine. That is the inequality in terms of food system. That we have a lot of food across the town. We have a lot of milk across the town. Kuna maziwa mingi hapa Murang'a, lakini mtoto wa Murang'a na ametoka Murang'a ako hapa Nairobi hana maziwa. What am I talking about? How do we create an effective food system that serves our people? We cannot have one Kenya on one corner somewhere in Msambweni analia mambo ya chakula, na mwingine hapa Ukambani just in Makueni, which is just across the road, analia mambo ya na Makueni, na yeye analia atapeleka wapi hii serious zake. That is where we need to strengthen our food system. And Bernard, you have said very well, it have to do with the infrastructure. It have to do with strengthening the relationship between counties, that county A can supply county B, and county C can supply county D. That have not been effective. Nyandarua can throughout the year supply cabbages in where? In Turkana throughout the year. Lakini unasikia Turkana wanalia, Nyandarua wanalia. Huyu analia akona mingi, huyu analia hana. That is what I'm calling addressing the food system. Finally, on the issue of the appointee.
Now, before you drop that food system thing, what you are saying, and there's a reason why I deliberately ask you that, because you are leaving us with another theory and another paper and another speculation, another proposal. We are looking at a practical solution, okay, to the Kenyan food crisis. When there is maize harvest in Wazingishu, what does the government do? They open up the NCBP, they buy the maize from the farmers to store, isn't it? When there's cabbage harvest and potato harvest in Nyandarua, what does government do?
Hakuna kitu inafanya, zinaozea kwa shamba.
When there are guavas and avocados and other things wherever fertilizing the farm in Western, what does government do? Nothing. And so what you're calling food system, yours is imaginary. The reality here is the Kenya government, and I'm talking about successive governments, are not serious about dealing with the food crisis in the country. And the reason why they are not serious is because they are participants in the business of food. If there is a price to the transportation of cabbages from Nyandarua to Mombasa, kukuwe na hiyo tender, utaona vile tumbo zitakuwa zimepanga laini kuchukua hizo nini. Kwa nini government itawalipa? Saa hii the government is negligent because it thrives on the crisis and on the problems of the people. They want to declare hunger a national crisis so that they get foreign exchange, when the food that we are crying for is available. So we should not hold brief for such a government. That is a government that is out to dance on the graves of Kenyans. And all of it is not because there's no fuel. It's not that there are no lorries that can transport. They go to Nyandarua, get the cabbages, and transport to Turkana market. Even on a fee, government can still do business, but make sure that there is enough distribution of food. Not one side is harvesting, the other one has drought. The other one gets drought, then they exchange. And then the government is in between talking about drought. After drought is floods. After floods is grasshoppers. And all the, as if these things just happen and somebody was in the office, amekuwa melala kamka, kuna tese fly. They are grasshoppers. And this madness has to stop. And so, Bwana Benson, as much as you would want to hold brief for that government, mimi sione serikali ambayo inafanya kazi kama mambo inaenda hivi. We cannot be accidental every time and waiting for a miracle every time. Mungu ametuma mvua. Mvua imekuja, mambia ni nyingi, imeleta floods, rotuba yote imebebwa. Hakuna borehole, hakuna maji imechukuliwa, nene. After hiyo mvua mingi ni kiangazi. Kiangazi. Upepo. Nini. Our livestock are dying and all that. Year in, year out. We'll soon be celebrating 60 years of independence. Mzungu ako wapi ambaye anazuia hii maendeleo? Mbodia respond as we wait for to let an opposition leader. Mbodia, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. You know, it's easier to say what you are saying because you know, it's for me. I'm not holding brief for government. I'm actually saying the food system is beyond government. Food system is post-harvest, is from post-harvest losses and how we preserve our food, how we transport food. It is about citizenry participation. It is about producer association. It is about the people on the other sides and how foods move from one side to the other. It is.
Benson, please.
Let me finish.
Can I ask you a question?
Ask me.
Are you a lecturer? Because how can you say food system is beyond government? Then why should we have government in the first place?
You are here,
Mr. Mbobia. You went to school when school was still school. Okay, when the government used to distribute Nyayo milk to the remotest of the remotest schools. Okay, they got UHT, Nyayo milk, twice a week. Every school got the milk. So what stops the government to fuel the same lorries to go to Nyandarua, get cabbage, and say, in fact, the government should not be called government if it doesn't know which section of the country is harvesting and which section of the country is having drought. If they don't know, then they should not be anywhere government office. Those people should be bundled together and be drowned in the Indian Ocean. We can't have a government that is oblivious or that has no idea what is happening and it still calls itself government. No. So serikali ambayo ni serikali ambayo ina anticipate makosa alafu inaya solve. Ina anticipate crisis alafu ina solve. Kama ni serikali inafanya kazi kama kiunjuri, ati mkiona kitu inakaa kama grasshopper, piga picha mnitumie kwa WhatsApp ndio tupeleke kwa lab ndio tukague tuone kama ni grasshoppers zimekuja ama ni nzike? Please. No, Bwana Mbothia, not that theory. Let's do what is required.
Let me tell you, Bernard. You know, when you take that line of thought, you sound yeah, it sounds good. It's good. It's good. It's a good defense mechanism. I'm talking about bigger thing beyond government. I'm talking about your mother who is producing avocado there and how it reached to Nairobi and how it doesn't need government. So when you just limit to the government efforts, then we lose the whole point of the food system, because food system, as I was saying, is bigger than just the government. It's about how producer associations organize themselves to reach out to the other people. And I can give you an example. Currently, because of drought, we are buying silage ya mahindi. Yeah, silage hii ya mahindi tunanunua pale huko Kipkerion, tunapelekea ng'ombe zetu huko Murang'a. What am I saying? That the producer association wale wanatoa mahindi, wanatoa silage pale, wanaletea wale hatuko Murang'a. That is an evolving system. The same case with food system. Na ndio unaona already, because we have been pushed by drought, we are now finding ourselves ati chakula inaletwa na matatu, inaletwa na nini, inafika the other side. That's what I'm talking about. I know you are talking about the government. Me, I'm talking about the bigger system, food system, and government is just a player. There are more players.
Mbuthia, if the government is not doing anything about feeding its people, then what you're expecting to feed the people is the surest way to get the people to die of famine. When we were growing up, we had these things called societies. And they could, the government would buy maize from those societies, or if it's coffee or it is sunflower. The purpose, the mwananchi kazi yake ilikuwa ni kuharvest na kupeleka kwa society. Society inapima, anaandikiwa. After that, the society will now take care of every other thing. It was not something that was imagined by the farmers. They came together and then began to do whatever they want to do. So as much as your preferred method could work independent of the government, how effective will it be in terms of now the hay you are talking about? If it is now taken to Murang'a, how will it reach Turkana? How will it reach Marsabit? Ama after we solve the Murang'a problem, Murang'a takes care of every other place in the country?
Well, I don't know if you understanding each other.
The only central way of controlling the country is through governance. The governance is done by the central government. So the moment you remove the government from the equation, then you have already accepted that the government is free to neglect its people, and you will defend them no matter what they have done. And that is where I have my point of departure with you. If the government does not stand up to help the farmer in Nyandarua, the farmer in Nyandarua will never get off the ground. He will be sowing, and his garbage will be continuing to fertilize his farm as soon as the harvest time has come and he has no market. The same goes with the issue of road network. It all goes with the need for the food. In my opinion, the government should have the map of the country on the desk. The president should have that, and he knows in Makueni there are mangoes, in Nini there is harvest for this, but in Kilifi there is this drought, in Kwale there is this drought. How do we get these mangoes to go to Kilifi so that the price of mango will not rise in Kilifi? It remains standardized. Kama ni shilingi tano unakula mango, shilingi tano Kericho, itakuwa shilingi tano Kilifi, itakuwa shilingi tano kila mahali. Kwa nini? Serikali imewajibika kusambaza vyakula ipasavyo, so that they stabilize the prices. Not that one mango costs 100 shillings this side and it costs 2 shillings this other side. Those are the inequalities we are talking about, caused by what? Negligence of a government that is not thinking outside the box. And the genesis of it is having these incompetent people. Okay? The incompetent people you're giving office because they are politically correct, but academically dwarfs, or have no idea what it is to govern the entire country. They are there to push their regional agenda, their village agenda, their tribal agenda. So he sits in the office and he thinks that office belongs to his family or to his community or to his region. They don't have the whole country at heart and they don't want to feed the entire country. Ni wakati wao kukula, kwa hivyo wao wakule kwanza, Kenya itafikiriwa baadaye. That needs to be something that we must forget if we will be a people that will be able to be self-sustaining and govern this country forward. Now, I want to give opposition leader priority. I have seen you, Joshua, but wacha opposition leader aongee kwanza, alafu tutachukua hiyo utakuja moja kwa moja. Opposition leader, vipi leo?
Asante sana Bernard, nashukuru sana you've remembered me. I was waiting patiently because the moment you listen people misleading Kenyans, you ask yourself, why should I just listen? Why don't I come up and contribute? Because what I listen and what I hear from the Kenya Kwanza people, it only happens in the utopia world. It only happens in an imaginary scenario, because it's like we are not living in the same country. Like, for example, the food security issue. Number one, let's start from where it hurts or where it begins. Right now, there is no food anywhere, even in Nyandarua. I was in Nyandarua today. Even animals, they are buying food from outside. As he says, they are hay coming from other places and stuff. So at the moment, we have no rains, so there is no abundance. And that is where we start from. But even when there is an abundance, where is the problem of food distribution? The president and his Kenya Kwanza leadership think that subsidy on fertilizer solves all the problem. But they're not aware that I'm in Nairobi, I want 3 cabbages from Kinangop or Nyandarua. I cannot go to Kinangop every day to get the 3 cabbages, paying a fare of about one way, 500 bob. What is the ripple effect of me going to get cabbages or using the fare? So eventually you see the cost goes up. And eventually you see that we wait for those people who can manage to bring some. And therefore, the talk by Kenya Kwanza that there is a system failure or anything, it is a big problem. Because for me, and I don't want to help them because I want them to fail. I'm sorry to say that, but I think they are setting themselves to fail. Is that if the government could give zero-rated fuel to PSVs and those food transporters, then the food can come. Because number one, the reason why food is expensive and missing is because not so many people can risk to take food everywhere. From Nyandarua to Mombasa, it's 8 hours. You can imagine the fuel being used for 8 hours. Hata kama ni nini. So if it was a good government, tungewa advise kila roli ambayo inapeleka chakula from one position to another, wakienda kutafuta mafuta, hiyo subsidy sasa we yao. Watoe subsidy kwa wale watu wanaenda kwa raha na wale wanajienjoy na magari. Lakini wale wanapeleka chakula, wacha wapewe subsidy ya mafuta iwe zero rated. And then food itakuwa kila mahali. Simple mathematics. Number 2. PSV, watu ambao wanabeba watu ambao wameenda kufanya kazi, kulima, na matrakta, these are the things that need subsidy, not fertilizer. And therefore, when you talk about food security, I'm actually amazed and baffled when I hear some arguments here. It's like people are living in different countries. You're from Busia, you want kuleta viazi na mihogo, it will take you more than 2,000 shillings one way. Na tena hiyo mzigo unaweza lipishwa. Na kama hautakuja nayo uweke kwa Guardian parcel, Hiyo mziga inapimwa na kg. So what are you talking about here? So I am aware, I support you, Bernard, when you say the government has a breakdown. It has intentionally broken down these things so that they can be launching relief food. As we speak now, even parts of Mount Kenya are receiving relief food, even parts of places where you think food is. So I can tell you it is intentional by the government so that they can become the kings and the people we beg every now and then. The issue of appointments, Bernard and Azimio people, we should not be worried when they make this. This is a government that is rotten from the head, and you cannot rectify it. Like somebody said, I think it's Joshua, you cannot plant mangoes and harvest oranges. It is not possible. Let us support this government, for lack of a better word, to fail. Because you can see all the nominees are either school dropouts, are either having criminal cases. They have killed. They are murderers. Some of them are murderers. Some of them have stolen CDF. Some of them have been they have been abusing a whole tribe, like Moses Kuri abusing the Luos, that they are not circumcised. So it's basically a bunch of criminals. And the only thing we can do, the better thing we can do as Kenyans and the people in parliament, pass them. Because how do we know how do we know things can be bad without supporting the bad things? So the thing is, we don't expect anything good from the government, because I don't think if the head is rotten and now you want to be to build the body, a healthy body, then how do you expect that body to be? It's not going to happen. For me, I think it's okay. Let them bring everybody they feel like. Let them bring even the people, the people who are doing castle wrestling. Let them give everybody power. Sisi mimi kwa maoni yangu nataka kuona how this freedom is going to become. Kwa hivyo for me, I don't think there is anything wrong. Wacha Aisha Juma minister ama CS, so that we see the best they can do. We give them a 2 years time or even 5 years time. We see what they can do. Because people cannot learn from other people's mistake. They can only learn from their own mistake. And that is all we want, people to learn from their own mistakes. Let even the rent be corrected. Let there be ripple effect of the people. Because we wanted to punish Uhuru. We were so disgusted by the regime that passed. So we wanted a new regime that will benefit us. So let us continue punishing Uhuru and Raila Odinga by hiking rents, by hiking fares, by hiking everything, so that at the end of the day they feel punished. I know they will feel so punished because they will not be able to afford to go to the UK and go to a place like I saw Raila going to India. So I think it is It is good. It is good. The people of Kenya Kwanza to continue punishing us and punishing the the Kenya the regime that passed. And therefore, for me, I am in support that let all Dick, Tom, and Harry, of Kenya Kwanza be appointed, so that in the next few years, when we see the symptoms of corruption, we are not complaining. When we see electricity being rationed, we not complain. Can you imagine? When we see counties not receiving money, let us not complain. Because it is us who believed in freedom. Freedom was to come. So when we also see that salaries have started delaying in the parastatals and in the Kenyan government, we okay. When we see we are unable to pay debt, it is good. For me, in the opposition, I feel, let us not doubt this. Maybe they have a miracle. Maybe there is a way Aisha Juma can change public service. I don't know, but maybe there is. Maybe there is a way Kuria can change the trade, after being banned by fake things. Maybe there is. I don't know. but I want to give them a benefit or the benefit of doubt. And because this is a government that is led by miracles, yeah, and we have Thanksgivings every weekend of how God gave us the victory. Na kazi ya Mungu haina makosa. Why should we doubt them, my brothers? Yeah, we are spending 100 million every week in Thanksgiving in the church. Yeah, maybe next week now we are going to be in Turkana, Thanksgiving. Yeah, thousands of millions of shillings will use to go to fuel these vehicles and eat as we celebrate the winning. So we believe there is a way, there is a miracle, and I want to believe. I want to believe Kenya Kwanza. There is a way. I think the economy will be back to where Kibaki was. Yeah, will be where Kibaki was. So the appointment should continue. Let them validate all those ministers, and let us now wait and see. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana opposition leader, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Bwana Solo, ulikuwa unasemaje? Mbio mbio, nataka kucheza video.
Cheza video kwanza.
Okay, asante. Nashukuru wote ambao mnaendelea kutukaribishana. Tafadhali tuendelee kukaribishana, hakikisha kwamba uko hapa unachangia na kila kitu kinakwenda sambamba, kwa sababu lazima tuwajibike. Hii nchini yetu na lazima tuirekebishe mahali imekwenda mrama. Hili ni tangazo tu ambalo ningependa kuwahimiza kwamba mlitegee hiyo kesho. Tutakuwa na kipindi maalum ambacho kitakuwa hewani kama masaa 8 hivi, lakini haitakuwa ile ya kawaida. So naomba tusikilize hii alafu tufuate baadaye. Let me get it. Yes, it's this one.
Kila Jumatano, Triumphant Bible Media inakuletea Escape the Era of Era. Karibu kwenye mafundisho ya Biblia Online Bible Summit Jumatano hii kuanzia saa 3 asubuhi hadi saa 10 jioni. Ni mada itakayokupa wewe mwelekeo katika Ukristo wako. Dunia sasa imegeuka.
Come. Zinavamwa. Majie.
Vitimbi na sarakasi kote kote.
Eat quickly. Eat quickly. Today no time, no time. You eat quickly. Limited time today.
Kuanzia Jumatano hii na kila Jumatano, Triumphant Bible Media inakuletea Escape the Era of Era. Karibu kwenye mafundisho ya Biblia Online Bible Summit Jumatano hii kuanzia saa 3 asubuhi hadi saa 10 jioni. Ni mada itakayokupa wewe mwelekeo katika Ukristo wako. Dunia sasa imegeuka.
Come. Zinavamwa. Majie.
Vitimbi na sarakasi kote kote.
Eat quickly. Eat quickly. Today no time, no time. You eat quickly. Limited time today.
Kanisa sasa ni uga wa mbwembwe.
Stand up. Upright. Attention.
Sawasawa na Timotheo wa pili 4:3 hadi 4. For the time will come when they will not endure sound doctrine, but after their own lusts shall they heap to themselves teachers, having itching ears, and they shall turn away their ears from the truth, and shall be turned unto fables. Sasa usikose mafundisho haya ya Escape the Era of Era ukiwa naye Apostle Charles Joseph.
The work of the church is to show the world who God is.
Pastor Alan Kefa.
I came with the power so that your faith may not be in the eloquence of men, but in the power of the living God.
Reverend Bernard Ngozi.
So the trouble in the church is that the people that are supposed to show the way don't know the way. The people that are supposed to be the light of the world, they are the propagators of darkness. They are the defenders of darkness. In other words, no prophet is infallible
Bishop Silas Kanali.
I have seen even old men promoting young people and giving them very big names. The Bible says a bishop should not be a novice. Time has come, even if they raise the dead and they are novices, they must be disciples. Even if they have a following, in other words, they are popular. Popularity does not equal right. It is only popular, but you're not right until you follow the faith. Now they are ordaining people to be apostolic bishops. The things that is not in the scriptures. It is money making. It is not an order of the scriptures.
Vile vile atakuwa mbashara kwenye runinga ya Mtembei TV.
But this is what we are beginning. And this is a war we are going to fight. And this is a war we must win. Because nobody is going to take us the right. You will not call what is evil Christian. And we will be silent. No.
Usikose.
Okay, thank you. That is a special program. We'll be running it from 9 o'clock in the morning till 4 o'clock in the evening on this particular channel and other platforms. So make a date with us. Let's put right what is gone wrong with church in terms of the apostolic order. So if you subscribe to Christian faith and you would want to be part and parcel of that, please make a date with us and let's gang up and make a difference as we explore the scripture. I'm a Bible believer and I believe that with the biblical reality, we'll be able to straighten whatever that has gone wrong with us. Corporal punishment in the church for coming to church late or being all that, I don't know where that is coming from. People being commanded to eat grass. I mean, that is witchcraft or whatsoever. So all those things have been going on and nobody has been saying anything about it. We have come out to look at it and straighten it. So I would want to have everyone understand that. All the same, after you escape the era of error, let us get down to... oh God, where is it? Let's get down to politics. Wanosol, are you ready to make your submission?
Bwana Bernard.
Yes.
Kuna mama moja anaitwa Rose Muhando. Unakumbuka DC alisema wakati alikuwa hospitali Kenya?
Nikumbushe, lakini nakumbuka akiwa hospitali Kenya.
Alikuja hospitali juu ya nini?
Ni maswala nyeti.
Rose Muhando aliingia katika kanisa ambaye hizo viboko ziko. Na alikuwa anaimba kifikiria ya kwamba anaimbia Mungu, akajaribu lakini walimtesa sana. Hiyo huko Tanzania. Alizungumza hiyo kitu. Hizo si kanisa, hata yeye mwenyewe alisema sio kanisa. Kuna moja iko Nakuru ambayo wana worship, let me say ni devil worshippers and out of you. Na inaanzia Tanzania, ikaenda iko Kenya, sasa iko Nigeria and iko Uganda. And this is the group of government at the moment. Wacha tutoke huko, wacha tuingie kwa siasa. Ya, nilikuwa nataka kuguzia tu hapo. So, unakumbuka T9, zile umbwa zilikuwa upande ya Busia Samia kule. Unazikumbuka? Kwenye milima, wakati ya 70s, beginning of 90s. Watu walisema, hapana, sijui nini. That is what is happening now in Kenya. Kuna njaa. Lakini bado watu wanasema, kuna njaa. Unajua Mkenya hawezi kubali akiona ana njaa. Mimi netembea Afrika. pekee nafanya na United Nations. Na sikubali kuzungumza mambo ya siasa, lakini ikifika ni Kenya yangu lazima niguzie. Ndugu yangu Mbudhia, tunaitwa jina moja, huyo ni my brother kutoka upande wa mama. Mimi naitwa Mbudhia pia. Anatoroka kwa sababu anajua mimi niko na huyo ndo anaitwa opposition, na huwa aonekane kwenye jukwaa, huwa anajificha. Kitambo alikuweko. Ako anda. Kuna vitu zingine lazima tuzungumze ukweli. Wale watu tulizaliwa wakati wa 63, let me say, kuanzia 63 mpaka 70s, kulikuwa na shule walikuwa wanapeana chakula, ilikuwa inaitwa mburga. Wale wanazaliwa Pomwani, Majengo area, tulikuwa tunaenda Sunday school, tunapewa maziwa, zilikuwa zinatoka KCC na Gala, baridi sana. Skuli zote Nairobi tulikuwa napata lunch, ilikuwa inaitwa mburga, ilikuwa inatoka karibu na Pomwani maternity, opposite pale Kenya basi ilikuweko. Nilikuwa naletwa chakula moto sana kutoka hiyo ilikuwa inakuja na ile wanaitaje, Kenya School Equipment Scheme. Ilikuwa chakula all over Kenya. Nikafikiria nitatoka, babangu akanitoa kwa sababu nimlio kutoka Busia, Samia, akanipeleka Mumias, St. Peters. Nikakutana na hiyo mburga. Nilifikiria tu ni Nairobi. I'm talking about 70s, early 70s. Mumias kulikuwa mburga. Nikatolewa hapo, nikapelekwa Homa Bay. Nikakutana na hiyo mburga. So sasa vile my brother alikuwa anasema ati kuna chakula zinaharibikia mahali fulani, na unemjibu vizuri sana. Kama serikali ilikuwa wakati ya Moi, maziwa ilikuwa natoka mpaka inaenda Kapedo, Nginyang, huko kwenye jua, mpaka Turkana, ndani huko ndani. Kwa nini haiwezekani kwa sasa? Kuna mzee mmoja kutoka Nandi alisema chakula zinaharibikia kwenye masto. Walikula, wakakula. Sisi tuko Ujerumani tunasikiza hizi story. Chakula zinaharibikia kwenye store, but the government inaenda kuchukua chakula kutoka Mexico. Ile tulikuwa tunaita zamani gatherekari. Unakumbuka Bernard? Ile chakula tunapewa na serikali ilikuwa napewa chakula ya yellow. Ilianzia wakati ya Moi. Na chakula zinaharibikia Kitale huko kote. Hivyo huyo Mbudhi anazungumza, najua yuko nyuma curtain, anajua mimi ndampiga kiboko kwa sababu last week alikuja na mambo ya GMO, the same situation. Nikamwambia, wewe uko na watoto, unafundisha huyo mtoto wako nini? Nyanya na mama yako unamfunza nini? Because generation inakuja, mambo ya hamburgers, hizi junky, unahitaji chakula cha tunaita junky food. Naona so lazima tujue pale tunaenda, na serikali ya Kenya wako na nguvu sana, warudishe ile kitu ilikuwa vile Bernard unasema cooperatives. Wanakuja wanaokota chakula, wanapeleka kwa masto, alafu wanaanza kugawa. Zamani kulikuwa na gari zilikuwa natoka Kisumu na fridge, napeleka samaki Nairobi, matunda Mombasa, zilikuwa napitia fridge mpaka huko kwenye jua kabisa zinafika. Sasa hizo gari za government zilienda wapi? GK zilikuwa marore za GK ziko wapi? Juzi naona kwa kweli gari zinatoka kutoka State House zinaenda upande wa Turukana, JCU hao ndo wanaitwa sijui ndo hao walikuwa naosha barabara Nairobi Kang'ara. Nilikuwa nyumbani 2019 wakati ya corona. Nairobi ilikuwa iko clean. Hao wenye wanatengeneza reli, jeshi inaweza kupeleka hizo chakula mpaka kule. Waende hizo mboga zinaharibika huko Kenango, zikapelekwa mpaka Turkana. Na huko Turkana wanatoa hiyo nyama wanaleta upande huu wanapeleka Kenya Meat Commission. That is the way government is supposed to work, to function. Lakini hao watu wanafikiria mifuko yao. And then argument. Na hao ambao wanakataa chakula isije, hao ndio watu wanauza. Mbudhi hapa anasema wanaenda upande huko, wanaenda kuchukua chakula ya ng'ombe. Na anitaja yeye mwenyewe jina. Anasema nini Bernard tafadhali? Chakula ya ng'ombe.
Wanaenda hiyo inaitwa ni matawi ya mahindi.
Inatolewa kwa town gani?
It was is it those sides of Webuye,
Wasingishu.
Kitale, wakianza kuvuna wanachukua alafu wanapeleka Murang'a.
Ya, sasa kama inatolewa huko, nani anazileta? Ule anauza chakula ya kuku ni nani? Ni president wetu huyo. Ndio anauza chakula ya kuku all over Kenya. Ndio distributor. Na hizi mahindi tunapata Kenya inasiagwa Eldoret. Sisi tunalala njaa, watu wetu wanalala njaa. Nairobi watu wanalala njaa. Mbudhi angekuwa hapo ningemchapa kiboko. Watu wanalala njaa. Mahindi yetu inasiagwa, inapatiwa ng'ombe na kuku. Alafu ile mahindi walikuwa nasema unga ya 70, hakuna, inakuwa 200 and something, inapewa kuku. Really chakula iko Kenya na inapewa kuku, believe me or not. Na hao makatel wako kwa ofisi. Ikiwa Musalia Mudavadi iko ndani, Moses Kuria iko ndani. Yeah? We are outside here, we know it. Alex angekuwa hapa angesema hizi vitu zote. Yeah. Na ndo lazima tuchunge sana. Tusikue vichwa ngumu. Kenya tunekuwa tunazungumza. Tanzania ilikuwa hivyo, wakaja Makafuli akaona hapana, kuna haribika, akasimamisha. Leo Bernard ukiangalia Museveni anatoa sheria fulani leo. Yeye ndo anaamua sheria fulani. Hii ma TV yenyu ambayo mko nayo, hizi ambayo sio government televisions, anasema zifungwe. How? Na hiyo inakuja Kenya. It's bad. Sisi ambayo tuko nje, tuko na association, hata Alex anaweza kuambia the aspras wale wako nje, kuna association, watu wanakasirika sana. Watu wanapiga kura huku, lakini ni mtu mmoja aliamua. Na watu wengi wanakasirika, watumi pesa nyumbani. Angalia sasa change rate in dollars or in euros, vile sahi Kenya shilling inaanguka. Kwa sababu wale wanatuma pesa nyumbani, si ati kwa sababu ya watu wao peke yake. Kuna wagonjwa, wanatengeneza mashule, wanasaidia wanafunzi ambao hawana wazazi. Kama mimi niko na Joshua Solo Olympic Cup for Disabled in Nairobi area. Pumwani Sportive, I'm supporting it. Tulikuwa tunatoa watoto kutoka mabarabarani, tunawapeleka Starehe Boys, Mama Fatuma Home Fair ama Mombasa. It is not haiko squeeze ni matajiri tupu. Yeah. Na hiyo hawa cartels, tusiposimamisha cartels, Bernard we are finished. Yeah. Itakuwa kama Rwanda. kitambo na Burundi. We are fighting each other. Lazima tusimamishe hii kitu, na isifike ikaingia mpaka vile iko Kongo, kwa sababu we are fighting. Kila mtu anasema anajua, wanatu confuse. Kila leo wanasema hivi, kesho hivi. Ile kitu analala usiku ndo ataamka atasema. Ingia ofisi, angalia serikali inaendaje. Sangapi hao watu wako ofisini? Every time wako barabarani. Wakenya washawajua. Wakati ya Moi huko, ukisikia Moi iko barabarani saa yote, Kibaki kusikia Kibaki barabarani. Uhuru mpaka wakati ikafika mahali wakasema na Uhuru asikiki. Uhuru alikuwa anafanya kazi. Ndio unaona hizo mabarabara zinajengwa mpaka dakika ya mwisho, anaendelea mpaka saa hizi. So we should mpaka to focus. Hii government inaingia, wafanye kazi, wakae ofisi, waangalie files. Ni nini makosa iko? Sasa wacha tukuje upande ya rates. Watu ambao wako na nyumba Nairobi na wako na tenants wanalipa rates kwa county council na lands. Na kama ako na tenants iko kwa rates. Hii extra money hao watu wanataka kuchukua KRA is extra. Kwa sababu kama unalipa rates na unalipa lands, kwa sababu kiwanja ya Nairobi, mimi niko na nyumba Rescos Kariakoo, niko na watu wanaishi ndani. Hiyo rates inaenda kwa Kenya government, kwa county city hall, na lands inapata share. Na lazima ukiwa na tenants, lazima watu wa county wajue. Sasa hawa wanajenga manyumba za nyuma, that's another case. Hapa sasa ndo wafuatilie. Naona rafiki yangu kwa opposition anaingia. Wacha niwachie hapo. Opposition nisaidie tafadhali.
Sawa Bwana Joshua, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako, na tunasonga mbele wananchi. Tuendelee kujumuika katika Mtembei TV, tujadili mbivu na mbichi ya masuala na siasa zetu. So kulingana na Bwana Osolo, ni serikali inajaribu kuongezea mapato yao kwa kuwa tax wananchi kiplan, wasijue kwamba washalipa. So unalipa rate, ukimaliza tena unafuatwa ulipe tena 30% ama 10% ya ile tenant amelipa, na hiyo pesa ya tenant ishakatwa pia cash wherever, pay as you earn, pay as you leave, pay as you go, pay as you come back, and all manner of taxes. It appears to me that the Kenya Kwanza government had no plan of increasing the size of the cake. They are there to distribute the same cake and ensure that every Kenyan sweats by contributing to the same, without coming up with the new ways and new means of increasing the earnings for the government, or rather the collection for the government, in order for them to meet their budgetary requirements. Okay, Bwana Derek, kama una kusema sema sasa kabla turudishe huyu opposition leader.
Asante sana. Najua nasikia watu wakiongea about food system, and I want to say it categorically and on recording that, unajua Kenya tumebarikiwa sana na Mungu. Tumebarikiwa sana sana. But the problem we have, we are not utilizing the opportunities that we have. Okay, sema food system. These things start from the government, how the government runs its ministries. Unajua, like how I wish, and I always tell people that unajua, it's not all about Raila must be president. It's not all about Ruto must be president. which of course he is right now. But Kenya needs a president mwenye ako sober, president who that akui like anakuwa persuaded by anything, a president who knows what is best for his people. You know, ukisema food system, chakula iko Kenya tena mingi sana. One, we have got good farmers and kuna areas zenye weather inakubali sana the type of crops they are growing. Ukienda kama Kericho, ni nini inafanya farmers in Kericho wanapiga kelele that maybe the government is not supporting them in one way or another, is not paying their nini pesa zenye inafaa kuwalipa? Why? If you really want to make this country productive, why don't you just do what is just? Lipa hawa wakulima vizuri. Go to areas where there is no food. Ukienda Turkana, let me say in general, when the Northeastern. I once stayed in Marsabit, and I can tell you for a fact, hiyo udongo iko fertile. Ukipanda maragwe inafanya poa, ukipanda miraa inafanya poa, and partly mahindi. So, one, make sure the irrigation scheme iko poa huko. Chimba boreholes. Unaona? Help these people at least to know what they should be doing. Watu wanajua ndio wanaweza lima maragwe, wanaweza lima miraa and all sort of. Give these people the machines, the mechanism that they need. The road is well built. Tunashukuru Mungu Kibaki, the era of Kibaki, hiyo njia ilitengenezwa vizuri. Infrastructure. Ile njia inaenda Marsabit iko poa. Ukiweka maragwe Marsabit vizuri, I'm telling you Marsabit can feed almost half of this nation. Na hiyo maragwe yao na hiyo miraa. They can even do well than Meru in miraa. Lakini what we have is the problem we have is the government. The government haija realize where should I put my efforts and where should I not put my efforts. Unaona ukienda mahali kama Mount Kenya, support hawa watu yes, but all the support, ile support mzito, peleka in these areas. How long are we going to serve these people with relief food? How long? I'm even told that this relief food hazifikagi zote. Unatoa lori 10 unasikia 6 ndio zimefika, 4 zinapotea hapa katikati. I'm so saddened. Kuna maduka ukienda unapata relief food zinauzwa. So tell me, which kind of government are we bringing up? So hii Kenya tumekuwa privileged sana. Ni venye tu we are not utilizing what we have. Unaona, watu wanachukua watu wanachukua hizi, mtu anachukua kama machine anataka jiekee kwake kwa boma, machine yenye anajua vizuri nikipeleka area kama Isiolo inaweza toa kitu ingine smart sana, inasaidia watu wa Isiolo na Wakenya wengine. Unaona, lakini mtu anachukua kitu kama hiyo machine anataka kuweka kwake. I was even trying to say like, unaona hiyo kitu kama poultry farming hiyo yenye Ruto amefanya kwake. Sijui kama mtu ameona venye Ruto amefanya the farming kwake. I'm telling you that technique ukipeleka mahali inaweza saidia almost a whole community. But unaona sisi ni watu tunajipenda, sisi ni watu tunajivunia, tunaongeza pesa juu ya pesa. Ruto is a wealthy man, but unaona sasa kama hizo vitu zenye ziko kwake anafurahia akiziona, lakini not minding mwananchi wa kawaida anahitaji kitu kama hiyo. Those are the machines we need somewhere. So with the food system ni sisi wenyewe tunalala. And where does this thing comes from? This thing start from the government. Hatuna zile channels zenye zinafaa kufuatwa. Aya, wenye wamewekwa kwa government. That is why, Bernard, I think now this is where the vetting comes back again. That is why I was telling you, if it is a matter of vetting these CSS and PSS and whatever, let's put those who have worked and have got track record. And I would be a happy man sahi nikiona mtu kama Amos kama Munya anarudishwa kwa hiyo nini ya agriculture. It's not all about that will support Kenya Kwanza, you have to be given a slot. That's why nakwambia kuna watu wengi wazuri sana wenye wanaweza tusaidia, but they're not given the chance. Mtu kama Alfred Mutua, how do you take that man back to CG? Is he the minister of sport? Huyu mtu mwenye unaweka kwa foreign affairs huko anatusaidia huko nje, sijui kitu kama hiyo. Not Alfred Mutua. Huyu anaitwa, anatoka wapi? Huko kwenyu, I think Bernard. How do you put somebody mwenye anajulikana na hizo nini hizo nchi za nje, mwenye anafaa aende atatafutie sera huko nje, unamrudisha kwa Ministry of Sport hapa? Kitu yenye unapatia mtu, hata Bernard anaweza officiate Ministry of Sports hapa na maisha iendelee. So the problem starts with the vetting, the kind of people that we're putting in this government. Unaona? So ukisema food system whatever, inaanza from hii kitu ni kubwa, sio ati ni kitu ndogo, ati sijui mara cha venye Mbudhi alikuwa anasema sijui chakula inatoka wapi inaenda wapi. This thing is huge, it's big. Mahali kama Central iko productive, wachana nayo, wapatie ile kidogo yenye wanahitaji tu. Hata usiwapatie vitu mingi, support the farmers through cash. Wakileta hiyo chakula yao walipe vizuri and life goes on. Kimbia mahali you know very well kuna ile less production, make that. Kwani huko Qatar kuna nini inaitwaje huko Qatar ama Saudia huko, watu wanakuwa na well productive nini environment? Hawana, but wanajua how to make that area productive. Lakini then umeshindwa kufanya vitu kama hizo, then you come to us back with the GMO. That is now where these people go wrong. Anafanya yenda naanza makosa, alafu anatuletea solution yenye anajua vizuri sio solution ya kulast. So that's why I'm telling you, hata wenye wanasema tupatie government time, you cannot give a failing government time if you know very well this government has failed from day one. Sasa time gani? Kama kitu tulikuwa tuna expect ifanywe vitu zenye tulikuwa tuna expect zifanywe, ndio unaleta opposite of what should be done. How do you expect us to see the change in future? Hakuna change. So I will stop by there. There are those people who will be talking, who want to talk, but I think tunafaa kuweka vitu wazi, tunafaa kufanya vitu according to venye watu wamesoma. Kama mtu amesomea kitu na amehitimu vizuri na maifanya kazi na unaona track record yake, patia huyu jamaa kazi. Kwani is there anything wrong in working with those people who are there? Mtu kama Matiang'i, that is a very well-minded man, haufai kuachilia hivyo. Kuna wenye hata wenye kwa Kenya Kwanza saa hii wenye wanaenda kulala nje, but I know they are good people, not kama wenye tunafanyiwa vetting.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Derek. Like you well put, Kenya problem is not is the government. Is not that the government doesn't know what to do. It is vested interests, twisted interests. Joshua says the diaspora is no longer sending the usual diaspora money they used to send to enhance the foreign exchange in the country. So the only main place now beside tourism to bring in foreign exchange is that relief, that aid in semi-arid areas where we have NGOs that receive funding up from abroad to sustain their programs in Turkana, in Marsabit and Garissa and elsewhere. That is why they cannot get rid of the semi-arid areas. It is a foreign exchange earning program for the country. They will not allow a minister who will go there and turn the place productive, because the moment the place becomes productive, the money will stop coming. But the truth is, if the place becomes productive, you can make your own money. You don't have to remain on the receiving end of somebody sending you aid from elsewhere. So we have twisted people in the place of power who don't understand that they can walk free from being manipulated and being abused by bad foreign policies, but just cultivating and ensuring that they get a homegrown solution to our persistent problems. I don't see any reason why we should be having vast land in Turkana, vast land in Marsabit, all of it going to West simply because it is wherever a cash cow for foreign exchange by sustaining some NGOs. That should not even come into play. And so let's go for competence. Let's go for competence. Tusiangukie hii ujinga ya kusema eti lazima to maintain mediocrity so that we can sustain the foreign exchange. We can get much more better if we make Marsabit productive, make Turkana productive, tupande hiyo mahindi, tupande hiyo maharagwe, tupande, we will have surplus. Surplus will mean export. Export will mean foreign cash now. You can even sell whatever you want to sell to Uganda and say they should pay in dollars. They will look for the dollar and pay. So it's a matter of government getting their priority and their act together. But from the look of things, this one is bound to mess us big time. And just for information, Derek, the relief food is now everywhere, starting with Central. Central Kenya is receiving relief food. And the government thinks they are functioning by distributing relief food. That is not how a government should be functioning, distributing relief food. May God come through for us. Opposition leader.
Yes. Yeah, I'm back
Yes.
bwana. Yeah.
Niko karibu kukuachia hii kipindi.
Wow. Unajua
klasi yenu ya usiku, naona walimu ni kama mliwapatia early retirement.
Hebu DM wao walimu, unajua yangu network inakuwa na fluctuation inaenda chini kidogo. Nangojea hii ya serikali. Unajua we were promised by the president free wifi,
free phone calls.
Yeah, free call. So I've been buying kidogo as I wait for the biggest announcement. Nanua ya 10 bob, naona bado haja announce, nanua ya 50 bob.
Utangoja.
Nimeona priority yake ni kudisband sijui Rekes Code, kupatia the judiciary that 3 billion sijui yani very interesting. Anyway, I hope it haitaisha so that I can manage it for the next few hours. But what concerns me now, Bwana Bernard, is the fact that the vetted or the CS going for vetting are very rich. In fact, I had one person, I think he's from your area, sitaki kutaja majina, he is worth 4 billion. Na nimeambia ukisikia mtu anasema ako 4 billion, kama wewe kusema uko na shilingi 100 kwa mfuko, inamaanisha uko na shilingi 400. Lakini you just want to limit people from borrowing the rest. So I am sure if you multiply the amount they said times 4, these people are trillionaires. In fact, watu husema Kenya, they were talking of Kenya economy is bad. It has never been bad for them. It seems they have been living a big, good life. Because you can imagine the prime minister or the executive minister will become, he is a 4 billion rich man if you go by his figures. 1 billion, Mr. Bernard, spending 100,000 every day, 100 of which you cannot be able, hata 10,000 unatafuta njia ya kufanya kwa sababu unless unanua mizinga na nini, you spend 100,000 for 27 years. That's how rich that man is. Yet the hustlers that were being displayed on launching of the manifestos, their net worth is 900 bob. Ule mtu wa boda per day akipata pesa mingi sana ni 400 after kulipa mafuta. Na ule mama mboga ni 400. So you can imagine the hypocrisy of these individuals. And yet They don't want to give other Kenyans who are educated, well educated, these opportunities to earn something. They still are going for these positions. It is the saddest thing. And if you ask them, what business do you do to get 4 billion shillings? Because this is a multinational business. I have never known what that person owns in this country. Hata kama ni rent. I'm actually surprised how it came to for billions of shillings. Because anybody who has a billion shillings in his bank, he must be a very brilliant businessman, or a person who has discovered an application like Uber, you know, like Bolt, yeah, like M-Pesa. You know, these are people who are, unless you have discovered those kind of things, it is so difficult to have that kind of money, unless you have discovered other things. Maybe the person who has 4 billion shillings discovered a plot which was a cemetery somewhere. You don't know. And then it turned to be 300 billion. And then he discovered another plot that is worth 1 billion shillings that is in the central business. And then he sold. So we want to see the discoveries. But having said that, I'm aware we are in a country that nothing is making sense. In fact, I'm happy when people say the investors are losing confidence in this country, because even the leadership policy statement, you know, when a leader stands up and says that he's going to unilaterally remove people from CRB, unilaterally say the dollar is there's no dollar in Kenya. Unilaterally say that he's going to make sure that everybody there will be there will be houses of 6,000. You know, these are things that make people lose confidence, because you're not thinking before you speak, and eventually most Kenyans who are listening to us even abroad, they are afraid to send their money here, because you cannot trust the people who are custodian of that money. And that is why you see it is so difficult to convince Kenyans to add more money on NSSF and NHIF, because they are saying, people are saying, yes, it is good, we can contribute more money to pension, even 2,000. Personally, I can produce even 5,000 per year. Yeah, if indeed that pension is going to, or that NSSF is going to help me in future. But who are we giving that money? Is it the people who have 7 billion cases being reviewed? Yeah, they have given pressure to the institutions to review their cases. Is it the people who are dropping the cases of rapists? The people who are dropping the cases of murder? I cannot advise any Kenyan who is listening to me to contribute any money to this government, because it will be dangerous for you. And therefore, Bwana Bernard, we are in a roller coaster, and we don't know where we are going to eventually land. But I'm a man also who believes in this is a God's government, and therefore I also believe that if God gave them victory, He is going to give them a way out. Yeah, I don't want to believe they stole. I know they might have, but what I know is that they have been claiming it's God's victory. So we give them time and see what they can do. I'm sure in the next 1 year we'll have discovered the kind of characters they are. Kwa hivyo Bernard, kwa maoni yangu mimi niko na huzuni mingi, kwa sababu mwelekeo wa hii nchi uko kwa taabu. Kulingana na maoni yangu, kunaweza kuwa kuko na njia ya kutoka kwa hiyo taabu, but hii mambo yote unasikia rent ni kwa sababu watu serikali inashangaa itatoa wapi pesa, but you cannot go back to the hustlers waambie they pay more, they will eat you alive, because the moment umeongeza rent na uliongeza mafuta juzi na bado bei ya unga inachezea 200, 300, 200 hapo, my friend, where you're just adding more fire to more wood to the fire. So that's how it is at the moment. We are feeling the pinch, and we don't know what to do. Thank you, Bana Bernard. Let's listen to Josh.
Okay, one moment, Bwana Joshua. Let's listen to this and then you come in.
Who is now the Deputy President of Kenya, is my boss, and I have no problem whatsoever working with him and under him, together with President Uhuru Kenyatta.
What did he say?
Friend.
These people don't know the president again.
Rigathi Gachagua, who is now the Deputy President of Kenya, is my boss, and I have no problem whatsoever working with him and under him, together with President Uhuru Kenyatta.
Mr. Chairman, I think this is in the public knowledge. It's in the public domain. What this executive master of whatever it is, given by Jomo Kenyatta, given by Moi University, these actually are not academic certificates. These are sort of honorary to businessmen, to leaders, to people like this. Yes. Because I've also witnessed that, in fact, many people have been given this, not through the academic path, but through some short courses that you enlist, you pay fees for, then you get awarded. So really, we can't make an issue. Even the title itself is crazy. It's executive master. It's not a master's degree in anything. It's something that is decorative in nature.
Let's proceed, gentlemen and ladies, honorable members. At the end of the day, you will have a say on this degree. Number one. Number two, is not the foundation upon which he has been nominated to this position. So it's really, if it turns out not to be a genuine degree, it's neither here nor there. We leave it to the agencies that deal with matters of this nature. The very most we can do is ask the quality assurance in education agency to tell us what it is.
Not a requirement.
Like I said, there is no requirement.
Bwana Joshua, karibu.
Bwana Bernard.
Yes.
Unajua saa zingine mimi huandika vitu zangu nikitumia kizungu ingine. Sijui hata wewe unasoma Irish English. Lakini hao watu wanacheza na sisi. Kuna maswali ambayo yanaitwa intelligent questions. Zile tulikuwa tunapewa shuleni kitambo. Na leo nilikuwa nikisikiza sana. Anaitwa nani kutoka alikuwa anazungumza kwa upande wa Raila, alikuwa akiitwa nani? Anatoka upande wa Kakamega, not Kakamega, upande wa si Kisumu.
Nani? Junet ama
Junet. Because hao watu siwajui sana. Junet alikuwa akitumia intelligent questions. Na ule mtu anasomea sheria. aliuliza Musalia Mudavadi maswali, Musalia akashindwa kujibu. Sasa kuna mahali ilikuwa hiyo yuko worth 4 billion, is it 4 billion, na Uhuru alimsaidia kuzika baba yake ama mama, sorry. How comes hakuzika mzazi wake, anazikiwa na mtu mwingine, alafu suddenly ako na 4 billion? Sasa unaona pale pesa zinaanza kupatikana. Kama mzazi wake alizikwa na serikali, Uhuru alitoa pesa zake kuzika mzazi na ako na bilioni za pesa, kwa nini hakumzika mama? Sijui pengine mimi ndo naona ama mimi ni wazimu. Mazishi nyumbani, sisi ni Waluya, mimi ni Mluya. Mzazi lazima nimzike, kama kijana wake mkubwa lazima tazika mzazi, hata kama tutaenda michango ya aina gani. Kuambatana na mila za Kiluya, hata za Wakikuyu upande wa Watodo huko, mtoto mkubwa anatoa kiasi kubwa, kwanza yeye ndo ananunua jeneza, hizo zingine zinakuja na watu wengine. Opposition side anaweza kunisaidia hiyo. Francis, habari yako? Long time. So wasituletee sisi hapa. Hii miaka ni ya digital. Watoto wanesoma, hata mtoto wa nursery school atasema this is a joke. Yeah. Hii sarakasi wanakuja nayo every day. Watu watachoka na kitaumana. Yeah. They are supposed to sit down. Hata wajaitana wenyewe vile walimaliza campaign, wakae chini wajadiliane vile watafanya vile watatengeza serikali yao. Unawakuta juu ya magari, mara yuko hapo Ujerumani, mara sijui England, sijui wapi, na wanasema kuna around 93 million per day. Mimi bilioni ngapi zinapotea per day? Uhuru Kenyatta alisema 2 billion a day. Alafu mtu anakuja anasema tulienda kwa kwa account tukakuta tu 93 million, na pesa zinapotea daily 2 billion. Wewe niambie, kama zinapotea 2 billion daily, serikali inapata daily how much? Na ilikuwa ina function. Sasa hiyo 2 billion azipotei, wale walikuwa na azipotei, plus zile zilikuwa kwa serikali ziko wapi? Sasa hizo pesa mbona wanataka kutuchezea sisi wa Kenya? Really, reality to say, mimi siko Kenya, lakini niambie, kama president mwenyewe anasema, ambaye alikuweko, anasema daily tunapoteza 2 billion daily. So maybe mmoja kati yenu anaweza kunisaidia. Francis, maybe. Asante.
Okay, thank you Bwana Joshua, na swali nyeti kweli ambalo kila mmoja wetu anapaswa kuliangazia na kuliangalia kwa kina, lakini ukweli ni kwamba this country is I'll say is not functional in terms of really getting right people in right position in order for them to deliver. We are come to a place where we will say we are only going through routines. It's not a matter of really getting people to do anything. We have come like if it was in the church world, tumefika mahali ambapo ibada imekuwa sasa kupitia tu desturi. Okay, it's no longer active, it's no longer people having spiritual encounters and having transformation. It's a matter of tumemaliza kuimba tutoe sadaka tumemaliza kuhubiriwa tuombewe twende. What transpired in the whole thing is nothing. It's just going through motions. I suspect our government organization has just become a routine. We are having a ceremonial government with ceremonial president doing ceremonial things. Nothing serious is going to come out of this. And if the kind of people you want to work so that you recover the economy of Kenya is Jumwa, is Moses Kuria, is all these people. Okay, si eti sina imani, lakini hiyo imani yenu nitatumia yenu kwanza. Wacha nitumie yenu. Ikileta matendo nitayaamini, lakini ya sasa hivi hapana. So naomba hivi, Bwana Francis, I hope you have come with all powers to sack, to hire, to fire, to transform.
Yes, I've come as a participant and at the same time as admin, but admin ko background.
No problem. As long as you have those powers, I want to leave you the show. And I was pushed to start the show today because you people have been missing in action. Simu yangu ilikuwa imelia mpaka sasa mnataka watu wa diaspora wanipige mawe. Wengine wananisomea. Nitakuja kupiga hiyo vita baadaye, lakini kesho niko na vita nyingine napiga ya church. Hiyo inapaswa mimi inabidi ningatuke mapema ili nimalize hiyo show. So I'll be playing that video. Nikimaliza tu hiyo video na ngatuka. Wengine wadau wote, asante sana kwa kujumuika nasi. Naamini kwamba tumekuwa na wakati mzuri those 3 hours. I will be getting stronger and stronger to stay longer like you people are used to. But in the meantime, I need to still keep my energy. I have a very long, extensive day ahead of me, and I'm still under medication. Hata daktari akiniona hapa atanisomea. I'm not supposed to be here. I'm not supposed to be on this show, but I'm here because due to public demand. The show is on. Mpaka Museveni aifungie. Museveni akiifungia basi tutajipanga, lakini sasa hivi bado iko na tutaendeleza mpaka dakika mwisho. And then also kuna TV mpya imefunguliwa, hata niliitwa huko juzi. Nitawapatia mbivu na mbichi yake baadaye. But all in all, let's keep doing the right thing because it is right and it's necessary for this great country. Don't support evil, don't support mediocrity. You only need a competent doctor to handle your case. When a country is in a critical state, it needs specialists. It doesn't need this abracadabra that we are being shown in parliament. And the parliamentarians, step up. Let it be known that you are not in support of this madness. Don't support madness when it touches on the lives of Kenyans. For heaven's sake, let it be on record. You are not in support of academic dwarfs to be in charge of our academics. Na masomo ni muhimu. Hata sio lazima upite mtihani, lakini masomo ni muhimu. Wale watu wameenda shule, they know how to think and reason and handle matters, hata kama walianguka mtihani. Lakini wewe klasi huko kuwa, masomo huko kuwa, lakini certificate huko naye.
Stand up. Upright. Attention.
Kuanzia Jumatano hii na kila Jumatano, Triumphant Bible Media inakuletea Escape the Era of Error. Karibu kwenye mafundisho ya Biblia Online Bible Summit Jumatano hii kuanzia saa 3 asubuhi hadi saa 10 jioni. Ni mada itakayokupa wewe mwelekeo katika Ukristo wako. Dunia sasa imegeuka.
Come. Zinapa maji.
Vitimbi na sarakasi kote kote.
Eat quickly. Eat quickly. Today no time. You eat quickly. Limited time today.
Kanisa sasa ni uga wa mbwembwe.
Stand up. Upright. Attention.
Sawasawa na Timotheo wa pili 4:3-4. For the time will come when they will not endure sound doctrine, but after their own lusts shall they heap to themselves teachers, having itching ears, and they shall turn away their ears from the truth, and shall be turned unto fables. Sasa usikose mafundisho haya ya SDL akiwa naye Apostle Charles Joseph.
The work of the church is to show the world who God is.
Pastor Alan Kefa.
I came with the power so that your faith may not be in the eloquence of men, but in the power of the living God.
So the trouble in the church is that the people that are supposed to show the way don't know the way. The people that are supposed to be the light of the world, they are the propagators of darkness. They are the defenders of darkness. In other words, no prophet is infallible and no prophecy is infallible. After you prophesy, the Bible says sit down and let 3 of us scrutinize your prophecy. Check it against the scripture. Check it against history. Check it against the societal accepted way of operation. If it doesn't meet the 3 thresholds, throw it in the dustbin. If you don't want us to check your prophecy, you are a false prophet.
Naye Bishop Silas Kanadi.
I have seen even old men promoting young people and giving them very big names. The Bible says a bishop should not be a novice. Time has come. Even if they raise the dead and they are novices, they must be discipled. Even if they have a following, in other words, they are popular. Popularity does not equal right. It is only popular, but you're not right. Until you follow the faith. Now they are ordaining people to be apostolic bishops. The things that is not in the scripture. It is money making. It is not an order of the scriptures.
Vile vile atakuwa mbashara kwenye runinga ya Mtembei TV.
But this is what we are beginning. Amen. This is a war we are going to fight. And this is a war we must win. Because nobody is going to take us to the right. We will not call what is evil Christian. And we will be silent. No.
Usikose.
Bwana Francis, karibu, endelea hapo. Wengine wameongea isipokuwa wewe, alafu muendeleze hapo na wengine. Nashukuru wote kwa comments. Let's do this again some other time. God bless you.
So I was looking at the president when he was talking about the Hustler Fund, and I followed him during the campaigns when he said that the funds will be without interest rate and that they will not be returned. That was to appear as a form of grant. So the change of tune to say that it will have some kind of interest rate and then it will have, there is no free money, that one is a total 100% turnaround of things. So I'm asking myself, why is the difference between the Hustler Fund and the Uwezo Fund or the Biashara Fund? Because to me, I'm seeing no any difference at all. Then the other issue also questioning is, what is the difference between that Hustler Fund that now that it will be offered in SACCO? What is that has been done to encourage those who people have never joined SACCO to join it right now? If there is anything that has not been done, people will not join SACCO to access the money because the SACCO have been existing. They will not start existing on December 1. They have been existing. We should look at the reason as to why people are not willing to join the SACCO. Once we get to know the reason, therefore, if we solve that reason, people can access credit facility in SACCO. At what rate are SACCOs offering the loans? So we look at them. At what rate will the Hustler Fund offering the loans? Probably to be the equal thing, the same amount of them. Somebody is talking about security. Let me tell you, there is no any SACCO that will give you money without security. That one was just a pure lie. Nobody will ever give you any loan without security. Then you need to understand, we have a president that is more concerned with publicity and social media to a point that he can launch anything as long as it is on media. So launching the Hustler Fund and implementing the Hustler Fund are two different things. It can be launched on 1st December this year, then be implemented on 2026. It is possible. So these are the things that you need to look at them. Implementation and launching are two different things. Once it will get implemented, that's the time you will say, now the president is doing something. And then you'll ask ourselves, is there a difference between that one, between the Hustler Fund and the Wezo Fund? Is there a difference between it with the Biashara Fund? Something of sort kind. Actually, and then I will also talk for this one, even though it is not one of the matters of discussion today, about the petrol station. Actually, Kenyans, you are played at a very big rate. Petrol station dropping by 1 shilling was the highest level of conmanship that has ever existed, because right now most of European countries are either in winter or are heading to winter, whereby there will be very low transportation and low movement. So meaning that the consumption of the petroleum will go down. Once the consumption goes down, that is demand, it means that the little that will be there will be more available to the countries that are not experiencing winter. Therefore, the consumption will go down and the prices will go down. The moment the demand goes down, the price goes down automatically. Then, if that is what is happening, why did it have to go down by 1%? What about in January, where that the winter will be over and people will start moving up and down? What will happen in January when the production cut that has been implemented by the Saudi Arabia will take effect? Does it mean that it will rise by even 10 bob or 20 bob? Because I'm seeing such kind of a scenario. These are the things you need to question. You need to know very well that the petrol station prices are affected by the market forces. But it seems in Kenya, it's not affected by the same market forces that we know. It seems there's somebody somewhere who is seated and trying to do some small calculation. Then on the issue of the KRA registering the landlords, people should not be happy. And I'm telling you this, people should not be happy at all. You know, some people will be happy and saying, oh, you know, these are the rich people, the elite, let them have been given tax to pay taxes, or let them be additional. Remember that landlords, if by any case the land rates are increased, you as a tenant, your rent will have to shoot. So at the end of the day, no matter the kind of tax that is implemented in our economy, the final bearer of it is the consumer. It is me and you, not the rich person. So should it go ahead and increase that rates or land rates in Nairobi? It means therefore the rent will go high, because there's no way the landlords will take care of you. There's nowhere. They will have to distribute the cost among the tenants who are in that house. So we should be careful as these people are implementing some things. They might cost us in one way or another. Then on the issue of the Kenya Kwanza cabinet vetting process, one of the things that I want to acknowledge is that Aisha Jumwa, it is good that he overcome every challenge to learn and to have a little bit of education. But let us not employ somebody because of what he has gone through. Let's look at the competence level of an individual. All of us, we have an history that we suffered at one particular point in life. So should we be rewarded in terms of suffering? I think Miguna should be the president. If you are being rewarded in terms of suffering, we need to reward people in terms of competence. We cannot sacrifice our country for 5 years or 4 years because of an individual. Maybe he endured a lot of difficulties to ascend to where he is. It is okay. It's not a must Aisha Juma to be minister. They can be given another portfolio in government that can be helpful to the country. So let us not reach at a point that we're employing people according to those who have suffered. Let's not employ people according to maybe gender. Let's just look at capability. Let's look at this individual. Is the task that this individual is going to be bestowed upon him or her, is he incapable of doing it? If the answer is yes, even if is a physically challenged individual, that people with disability, he should be given. We have no problem. Even if he's a person suffering from albinism, he should be given as much as that capability exists. We have no objection on that. But at this point, it seems that this lady was given because maybe he endured a lot of things, or it was a more of a political reward. As a country, if we keep on this trajectory, that is why we'll keep asking yourself, why is it that South Korea and Kenya were in the same place in 1963, and today South Korea is far ahead? South Korea values competence over anything else. Kenya, we value stupidity and everything else, and we reward people according to how close they are to their masters, not looking at how the person is likely to perform. These are the issues that Kenya as a country, if we look at them at a broader perspective, we can be having a good country. Then on to summarize up, I'm looking at the whole government, the way it is functioning, and the way they are doing their things. And I can tell you, if whatever Moses Kuria was being vetted today and he was speaking, if that man goes ahead to do the same thing, I think will be the first minister to resign. If I can remember, he said that he will try as much as possible to ensure that the parliament function its work without external influence. That one cannot go well with the president, William Ruto. William Ruto wants a parliament or a legislative arm of the government that is directly answerable to him. So as much as that man will try to have a parliamentary which is independent according to the constitution, I think that one will put him at crossroad with the president. He also said it very well that he's looking at a whereby he'll be able to perform. We have a president who wants to launch everything, to participate in everything. I think this one will not go well with some of ministers who will feel that they are there, they are just there as to hold the title, but in terms of job, they are not being given any. Because you can see he's trying to launch everything. If his housing is going there, National Nairobi Stock Exchange is going there, every sector is want to appear there. If he's launching of dam, everything else he wants to be there. So I wonder, unless he changes, but if he continues the same character, it means some ministers might resign because they will feel shortchanged. Because the moment you go and launch Nairobi Stock Exchange, and maybe that one was the work of a minister like Moses Kuria, for instance. So what does it mean? Moses Kuria will have to go with you there, but you will feel that he's not in capability to extend or to give his expertise in that field. Therefore, what happens is that the people who are politically ethically, what they do, they resign, because minister is an appointed part of government. It's not an elective. So you have to resign or to get fired. So these are the things that you need to look at Kenyans on how they are. And it's just a formality. By the I know very well, chances of them going through the vetting process is almost 100%. But I wish them all the best. But as the things are started and the way the things are going, I have little faith, or I have no hope at all, because things are not promising at all. Thank you. So we can have opposition leader.
Thank you, Bwana Francis. I think it is important you have highlighted the issue of Hustler Fund. I'll be surprised even if I'll be surprised if it turns out to be a hoax. Even the money itself might not be there. So the turnaround is unbelievable. It's a con game, and I think the politics of Africa are very far away from where they're supposed to be, because if we're going to entertain lies in politics and sit well. Anyway, I'll just say like Martin Luther King, I have a dream that one day Kenyans will not wake up in the morning and line up and go and vote for conmen. I have a dream that one day Kenyans will not wake up, shower and line up to vote for murderers. I have a dream that one day Kenyans will not wake up, line up and wash and then vote for wash. Because this kind of government, to me, it is all things bad that you want to see in this society. Everything you know that is bad is in this government. We are even more than Colombia. We're in a country that is so filthy, because I don't think our kids, and that is why I'm saying uh, that how I wish things can fall apart, because I don't want to bring up kids in a country where people give a testimony that I have dropped out of school. I've gotten a university degree. In the process, I've killed somebody. I've raped someone, and eventually I became a CS, or I became the president. What kind of an example is that for the society? And you can imagine the UK when Boris Johnson was resigning. I found out the reason why he was resigning is because he contravened COVID rules. Can you just imagine that? Alienda sijui akakunywa akapata bash eventually. I don't know, it was so many. Okay, Joshua, what was it? Tell me, because I want to know what was it.
Unajua hapa kuna rules zile unaambiwa vaa mask. Mahali fulani ukiingia kwenye bunge avae mask. He didn't. And that was it. So wananchi walimwambia we give you 48 hours, kama si tunaweza kufuata sheria na wewe ndo mkubwa wetu na ufati, we give you 48 hours to step down.
So, and also, opposition leader, also I can even recall there were some of his ministers who are involved in a certain sex scandal. It was not him, but some of his ministers. Therefore, he said that he has lost the people's confidence because those people who are close to him have lost the trust of the government. If you can recall very well, it is that there are two ministers who resigned, then Boris Johnson. And even the current prime minister wants to resign 1 week after getting into that, the Downing Street.
Yeah, you can see the level of integrity. You can see the level of accountability. Because the reason why we need leaders in our lives is because we believe they are better than us. We believe they should show and become a moral, a moral guider to the people who are coming up. But what are we doing in Kenya? We are vetting thugs. We are vetting murderers, rapists, and we are sitting pretty as if nothing, and everything is so normal. When did we accept that things that are so evil in the society are very normal? It is unbelievable. I am really ashamed to be in this country. I don't even watch news nowadays. Why watch news? Because you're going to see a murderer being vetted and it is okay. In fact, the speaker seems to be defending them. Because anytime the question arises on academic papers, the speaker says, we are not here because of academic papers, the agencies will look into that. What agencies? Why are they vetting in the first place if the agencies are supposed to do something like that? So, we are setting up the country. But I'm happy on one thing. These things must happen for us to learn. Sometimes, my brothers, not everything teaches you the right thing. Sometimes you might even teach me on what never to do. And this is what they are teaching us. They are teaching us on what we should never do in our lives. Because, my brothers and sisters, this country needs to get up and rise up and wake up and say, what are our values? What is our value? We have a very beautiful country, a very beautiful country with very brilliant people, and yet we are watching it being destroyed day by day by bad behaviors, by people who have no agenda. And that is why they are running each and every day, promising after promising, because they have no agenda. When President Kenyatta, when President Kibaki took over the office of a presidency, it only took him 100 days to change the education and the judicial system and the taxation and what to call the tax regime. 100 days. And I want to believe that he also didn't get any money when Moi left. But he was not everywhere launching cattle dips and the things that are making you popular and talking about the things that you're going to do. He was just quiet so that he does what he was elected to do. And that's why he became one of the best presidents we have ever had. Why? Because he first of all kept quiet and analyzed what we need. Whoever Francis, I would just say like Martin Luther King, I have a dream that one day I'll wake up and all these things will be behind us. But as we speak today, it is sad.
You know, I looked at the president, the current president. He's giving promises on top of promises. He wants to appear relevant at all location, at everywhere. So he's giving promises. Even I heard him talking and saying, even the project that we had initiated with the previous regime of the Jubilee, we will implement them. Imagine he's implementing the project of Jubilee that were never initiated, were just manifesto, so that he will implement and then implement the one for now the Kenya Kwanza. Now I'm asking myself, to complete a project is okay. But if it's something that was in manifesto and it was never actualized, why do we have to go and take it back? Does it mean that you want to give people an excuse and tell them that I was never able to finish this one because I had to finish the work of so and so? Is that aware that he wants to also to play with the people the way he played about stadium and the things to do with Nani, stadium and laptops? Because here there's a bigger problem, because if you see him, and then the other thing you also note with the president, he seems not to be comfortable with the position he holds. He actually, I think he was more of complaining, and that's why he felt that complaining was much better. And it's good to complain when you have somebody above you complaining, you look more relevant. But not because he has no anybody above him who can complain, he looks irrelevant. You know, these are like, anafanya tu vitu, anaamka asubuhi anafanya hivi anafanya hivi, hashughuliki. Akiongea leo hivi, kesho ameongea kitu kingine tofauti, and you cannot get him directly what this individual actually wants to do for the government. He has no clear direction, and that's why, to me, I have very little or no hope at all, because I hope people who have said this is the first week I'm getting into the power. My first promise was unga. Let's just try as much as possible to bring that unga down. My second promise was to lower the cost of living. Let me lower the cost of living, then the other thing will come later. But it seems now to go to launch the projects that were initiated by Uhuru Kenyatta, but now they are almost to completion, but they are not yet completed. He goes ahead and he relaunch them, like the Diba Dam and the Rongai Affordable Housing and the Mukuru Kwanjenga. Why can't he just let those projects continue, then initiate these things that are more disturbing to people like Unga, Petro, and so forth, that now are very disturbing, to sort them out before going to them? I had, even when he was campaigning, he said that if he's not the one, I think Ndindi Nyoro said, tukuli barabara. Kwani sahi tumegeuka kukula nyumba? Ama sio yeye aliongea? Si alisema tukuli barabara, ama sahi nyumba zinalika? You know, these are the things that I'm fearing. And anyway, yes, Joshua.
Hii serikali unasema inaitwa link government. Unajua ile kitu inaitwa link? Yeah? Link government. Bora ujue mtu, unanipata France? Ujue mtu, you should know somebody. Unapata kila kitu. Francis, nimaliza.
Tumechezewa mno, na kama kuibiwa, tumeibiwa mno. Mimi niko serikalini, najua kila mahali ni dili, kila mahali ni dili. Ukigeuka hivyo nakuta kuna mahali palikuwa panapigwa dili, ukigeuka hivi palikuwa panapigwa dili, ukigeuka huku ni dili. Serikali hii ilikuwa na dividend kwenye mashirika mbalimbali, ilikuwa haipati hela, ni dili tu. Na ndio maana wengine wanaanza kucomplain hela zimepotea. Hela zitapotea tu, usipofanya kazi hupati hela. Kwa mwendo ninaoenda nao, kwa sababu hela zilizokuwa zinasambaa huko mitaani zilikuwa hela za serikali, zilikuwa za watumishi hewa. Mtu anachukua mishahara ya watumishi hewa karibu 10, atazitumia tu anavyotaka. Ninataka hizi hela ziende kwenye miradi ya maendeleo. Kwa hiyo watasema kweli hela imepotea, itapotea tu kweli, kwa sababu mwanzoni nilifikiria, kwa sababu wapo watu waliokuwa wameficha mahera, nikanafikiri nichapishe hela kusudi yakaozee yale mahera kule. Kwa sababu ninafahamu trendi ya watu wanavyohamisha hela kutoka kwenye mabenki kwenda kuzificha. Kwa sababu wanaogopa ati nitazijua hela zilizoko kwenye mabenki. Wewe kama hela ni yako, ni yako. Na wajihadhari, naweza nikaamua hata siku 2 tu 3 nikabadilisha hela, ili hela mlizozificha kwenye magodoro kule zikaozee huko. Ni nafuu zichukue hizo hela zipeleke kwenye circulation, zikafanye kazi za watu, zikajenge uchumi. Na hii message iende clear kwa wale wanaojitahidi kuficha hela. Lakini nataka niwaambie hakuna hela ya bure, haitapatikana.
So Joshua, so I remember when John Pombe Magufuli got into power, if I use him as a point of reference to our country, Kenya, the man initiated some reforms that indeed gave Tanzanians a kind of hope in their life. One thing he did was to cut the government expenditure, not just to reduce the government expenditure, but to reduce the expenditure and channel the funds to projects that are more beneficial to the citizen. The other issue that happened was he also strengthened the fight against corruption in a such way that you find Tanzania wanaita TAKUKURU, taasisi ya kupambana na ufisadi, taasisi ya kupambana na ufisadi. So the moment aliimarisha TAKUKURU ikakuwa ni nyenzo muhimu ndani ya serikali yake, alifanikiwa sana kuzuia alifanikiwa kuzuia sana uwizi mwingi wa rasilimali za Tanzania ambazo zingefanyika. Lakini si hayo tu basi alifanya, basi aliweza kung'ang'ana pia kuhakikisha kwamba Tanzania haipeleki pesa kwa matumizi ambayo hayafai. Hata unakumbuka kwamba alifuta sherehe za kitaifa na kusema kwamba pesa hizi badala ya kusherehekea sherehe za kitaifa, basi tutumie hizi pesa kufanya usafi katika miji yetu. Unakumbuka pia alipiga marufuku mambo ya kuvuna mahindi ambayo ni mahindi mabichi. Hizi ni baadhi ya vitu ambazo Magufuli alilete leo hii Tanzania wanafurahia matunda yake, kwamba leo hii Tanzania kuna mahindi. Mahindi inatokana na kwamba watu wanalima, wanavuna. Alijaribu kuleta baadhi ya viwanda. Kuna baadhi ya vitu leo hii zilikuwa zinatoka nje, lakini leo hii zinazalishwa Tanzania. Sasa huyu rais ambaye tumemchagua ndio hana muda mrefu, maybe amekaa mwezi mmoja ama miezi miwili. Lakini swali langu ni je, mbona hakuonekani kana kwamba kuna uwezo wowote wa kubadilisha namna serikali itakavyoendelea? Kunaonekana ni kama kwamba inataka kudidimia zaidi, because if he could have been having a transformative leader, he could have done some kind of overhaul, some kind of changes that they could give us a promising face. Sasa sahii ukiangalia ndani ya mawaziri ameyachagua wote wako na scandal moja ama ingine, kwani hao ndio watu peke yake ambao Kenya wako naye? Siachagua watu wazuri, watu 24 ambao watatumikia Kenya vizuri, Or what is the issue, Joshua? Maybe you could have anything that is there, can we do better than what we are doing right now? And therefore, if we can do better than what we are doing right now, is it that we, the citizen, and the one only who are seen at that perspective, or is also seen at that perspective, but because of the political ambition, they become more powerful than the needs of the citizen? Ama anaogopa kuambiwa kwamba aliruka mtu kisiasa akumpea kiti?
Francis, kabla sija kujibu, wacha tumpatie ndugu yetu huyo ambaye anaitwa Adams ama Amin azungumze kwanza. Anaenda?
Wewe ameondoka huyu.
Okay, unajua kuna kitu mimi niko straightforward. Kwa sababu Ruto hakuna mahali anaweza kumpeleka. Na serikali yake inachezea watu karata, bluffing people. Au yeye ndo sheria, yeye ndo serikali, yeye ndo mwananchi. Wacha niseme yeye ni kama mtu ambaye yuko na duka. Unajua duka? Yeye anajua kila mahali chumvi iko, sukari, and out of view. Namuona ndugu yangu anafika, kwanza huyo ndo mimi namtaka sana.
Amekuwa akitetea serikali ambayo haina mwelekeo. Tumemweleza siku mingi, amekuwa aoni. Tunamwambia kwamba haina mwelekeo, haina mashiko, anasisitiza iko naye. Haya, aje atueleze basi hiyo mashiko iko wapi basi? Haya Duke, come and tell us that what hopes that you had now, if they're still there.
You see, and I've said this several times, if you decide to live in denial, you are always defeated even before trying. You don't have hope. That will be detrimental to your success, you as a person. In 2007, when President Barack Obama was the first time we announced that he is going to run for the president of the United States, there is a news person who asked him, for more than 200 years, no person from the African race or the African origin has ever been the president of the United States. So, in other words, he was trying to say that it's impossible. You are not going to succeed. And he answered, and unfortunately, the person who was asking that was an African American. He was the one who was asking that question. That speaks to inferiority complex. And the answer he gave is that you don't get defeated before trying. So most of you, or most as MEO members, you are oppressed. You are living in denial. You have been curtailed to the extent you forget the way the basic mechanism of a capitalist country works. So you want the president to bring fuel to 100 pop, you want him to bring hunger to 100 pop, you want him to create 5 million jobs, you want him to do everything within few months. That's being unrealistic to a large extent. And many of you are not capturing what he has been able to achieve within a very short period of time. For instance, the trip of William Ruto from Kenya to Uganda and then to Tanzania, it achieved a lot of things. Several barriers, trade barriers were eliminated. Just a minute. Several items were, for instance, they are coming up with mechanisms where tourists coming to Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, they will be having just one document. So if a tourist is coming from the US, they can be free to move through Kenya, Tanzania without any documentation. That's expanding the market. We are in the process of eliminating trade barriers. You can see, for instance, in Uganda, in Tanzania, the 6 kg gas, the cooking gas, is 300 for Kenyan money, but here is around 1,500, you see. But people cannot go and buy from Uganda. So when, for instance, trade assists nations because countries utilize what we call comparative advantages and specializations, whereby they focus in areas where they can produce cheaply, and another country focuses in areas where it can produce cheaply, and then they exchange at lower prices. So citizens benefit from that. For instance, the media have been twisting everything. For instance, the way you are trying to, the President Ruto changes tune on Asura Fund. There is nowhere where Ruto said that he is going to give free money.
Omar Duke, are you living on denial that William Ruto said very clear that the money will be as a form of grant with no interest rate?
Yes.
Can I play that clip? Can I play that clip right now?
No, you are taking me out of context. What he said is he will give money which will be accessed without interest. But he did not say I'm going to give free money.
Yes, he said that without interest. That was before campaign.
Dio, can you
now,
give me a minute?
What does he say now?
He has said that the money will have to attract an interest rate of 1 digit. That to me is from 1 to 9%.
Duke, please, can you give me a minute?
Yeah, yes, Joshua.
Duke, who was the first president of America?
I think it was Washington, D.C.
Who was the first president of America? Duke.
Yes, what?
Who was the first president of America?
Are you doing an interview or what? Why are you asking that?
I'm
It's
just
George
asking
Washington.
a question. It's a question, please.
It is George Washington.
George Washington. And the wife?
Can you go ahead and excuse your points? Now, why are you asking that?
I'm asking you because wewe unaanza na mambo ya Obama, the first African to be the president of America. George Washington, bibi yake alikuwa Mwafrika. Do you know that? Black American. So she was the first lady of America. So continue, please.
So what's the point of that? How is that related to what I said? What's the context of that question, or the information that the wife of Washington was from Africa?
Wewe usijaribu kudharau Afrika bwana, tafadhali. Ulisema kuna Mwafrika aliuliza Obama a question, a black American. But the first lady of America, she was an African. Mimi niko hapa Europe, watu wanekataa, wazungu wenyewe angalia, enda, mimi nakwambia ingia kwa Google. Si, kuna mmoja aliuliza swali, akasema Kenya kweli kuna sheria? Investors wanakataa kuja Kenya saizi kwa sababu ya wanahitaji GMO. Watu ambao wanakuja Kenya wanakuja kununua chakula ya kwetu Kenya. Tunapatana. Coffee ya Kenya hapo Ujerumani is about 5 euros for 500 grams. Get me? Alex atakwambia chakula ya Kenya inunuliki America. Which country are you? Unajua wewe hapa mimi wanakusikiza nikiwa underground. Lakini tusipoteze wa Kenya. Najua Ruto more than you know Ruto. Yeah, don't tell me umpatie nafasi. Ruto nakwambia either wa change hiyo njia ya kuzungumza juu ya magari. He's supposed to go to the office, sit down with these people, talk about how we shall vile tutatengeneza nchi. Kesho asubuhi utamsikia analeta another story. The day after ataleta another story. People will be tired. Sisi ambayo tuko nje, angalia rate of Kenya shilling saizi kwa American dollar is going down. Ukiangalia euro in Kenya, pesa ya Kenya inaenda chini.
Can I respond now? You see, that's the problem of you not understanding what I'm saying or the context of the information I'm giving. The reason why I mentioned Obama, I was talking about the hopelessness of, I can say, of their Smeo followers who feels that the country is going to fail, there's nothing positive which is going to come. So I was trying to say that don't get defeated or don't have the hopelessness that there is nothing. You should have hope and faith, and you should work hard to achieve specific to achieve results for what you are doing. So that's what I say that in the context of that. And the reason I was saying that is that you have to understand the operation, the way the capitalist economy works, the basics, how the free markets operates. You see, if the government interferes to a large extent, it will not bring any change to a large extent. For example, if you want maybe the government to subsidize consumer products, say, well, all the products, there will be no difference because the government will take money from you, and also in order to sustain those subsidies. So in other words, it is the same. Maybe it's taxed from part A, it brings to part B. So you are paying for part A and you're receiving part B. And the process of taxing,
even as the president jolted the hopes of millions of small, medium, and micro enterprises, there are concerns that the fund could duplicate existing state facilities targeting the same groups. President Ruto on Sunday revealed that the government will operationalize the 50 billion shillings Hustler Fund by December to ensure the availability of credit to small businesses at single-digit rates. Get a copy of the Star News Brief by subscribing to our e-paper with only 40 shillings through www.mgazeti.com. Prime Cabinet Secretary nominee Musalia Mudavadi has sought to allay fears his office roles may clash with those of Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua and Attorney General. Azimio la Umoja MPs and others meanwhile continued vociferous protest against the constitutionality of his position. Prime Cabinet Secretary does not exist in the Constitution, and MPs, especially those allied to Azimio la Umoja, continued with protestations over the constitutionality of his position. A fishing mission by youths in Lake Naivasha ended in tragedy after the boat capsized in strong winds and 3 drowned. 2 days after the incident,
you see, that's I can say it is fake. A biased documentary. And personally, when I want to access information of what a person has said, I just get the exact first-hand information, the way he was saying it. Not a person trying to talk on the background. We want first-hand information. How did Ruto say that? First-hand information.
Yes, then I just wanted to ask you, you know, one of the things that what finds funny is that I always follow political scenes in this country, and I have that clip. I will play it later, but now is your turn to talk. He said that one, he will offer Hustler Fund with no interest rate, and it will not be returned. That one will act like a grant. When he was talking on Sunday, I think on Sunday, he said it will attract a single digit. Then after saying it will attract a single digit, he said, hakuna pesa ya bure, itarudishwa. Meaning it is not whatever he said during campaign. It is there in the public domain directly from the source, primary source, not secondary. So anyway, just come up with points. I will play the clip after that one, and then you just hear for yourself directly from the president himself.
You know, if you know the genesis of the what the president was trying to achieve or was trying to promise is that we have a lot of innovative Kenyans who want to do business, to start small businesses, or to succeed in the business, but they don't have access to capital. And the reason why they don't have access to capital is because those financial institutions which are existing, they require collateral securities, asking for bank statements, asking for title deeds, or asking for what security you have, or can you guarantee us that you will return our money. Then in that scenario, you find that individuals who can access money are actually the rich individuals. And rich individuals are not trying to create wealth. They are not creative because they are enjoying the money they have. So in order to assist creative young entrepreneurs, you have to facilitate them so that they can be able to get funding or to get capital for them to start the business. And that's why he was trying to say the government can come in our mechanism so that people can be able to access the credits without bureaucracy, without too much procedures, too much requirements, and also at no or reduced interest rate. Because if, for instance, you check what those platforms, the online platforms and the Fuliza have done, is that they are trying to make money from the extremely poor people. They know people are extremely desperate, and now they give them money and they are demanding like 3,000. Imagine if you find a company like Safaricom will pour at 12% per annum, and a common man is borrowing from a platform which with 3,000% per year. So how can that person start business and make which profits, so that to repay their own and also to expand his or our business? So the idea of the Hustle Fund was on that, on trying to ensure that people are able to access credit in an affordable way.
If I also cut you short, can you just elaborate more? What is the difference between the so-called Hustler Fund and the Wezo Fund? Just give us an elaboration with clear facts. What's the difference between Wezo Fund and the Hustler Fund?
Number one, the origin of Wezo Fund was political. Remember, Uhuru Kenyatta said, if we are not going to have the runoff, that amount which was set aside to be used for the runoff, I will set it as a fund where the youth can access it. So they came up with something called the Wezo Fund. I think they started with 6 billion, like that. But then what happened is that it was politicized in a way. We don't have proper mechanisms. We don't have.
Let me just inquire you, Duke. I'm sorry for interrupting too much, but when did the Wezo Fund start, or what you call the Biashara Fund? When did it start?
I meant this. Do you know what are you trying to say?
I'm trying to ask the difference. What Ruto is proposing now, the Hustler Fund, and what was initially there, the Wezo Fund. Give us a difference so that we see that the Hustler Fund is more advantageous or is in more better position than the Wezo Fund, which is currently available. And if there is none, therefore there is no need of launching such kind of things. If you cannot have a net benefit, there's no need you do that.
Number one, Wezo Fund, that's what I'm telling you. The Wezo Fund it's not functioning. It has no national strategy or mechanism or infrastructure where it can operate. It's like something which politicians are using as you find a member of parliament coming, I'm going to give Wezo Fund to people, and an MP comes and reading checks 5,000 to this group, 5,000 to this group. So what's that? That's stupidity of highest order. What Hustler Fund will do is that it will be operating at the ward level, that all wards in Kenya will have an Wezo Fund office or like an infrastructure whereby people can be able to access affordable funding from the ward level. And also, it's going to be a continuation process, a continuous process whereby every year the government will be setting 100 billion for that purpose. So it means that it's like over time, the government will be having like a strong financial institutions or a strong bank across the Republic of Kenya, where citizens, especially those at the bottom of the pyramid, who don't have collateral security or who does not have good bank statements and ability to access the funding from the banks, will be able to go there, and then they will be able to start their business. So it will be registered, then a given amount of money, just the way the Higher Education Loans Board functions every year, there is a given amount of money which comes from the Treasury to the Higher Education Board. So it's a continuous process And that's where we have seen that many people have undergone through that process. So the Asra Fund started. But when we talk about the Weso Fund, and what I was saying is clear. I was talking about how Weso Fund started. It is when it was in 2013, when Uhuru Kenyatta, there was like 6 billion was set aside for a runoff. And when there was no runoff, Uhuru Kenyatta said that this man, I'm going to come up with like a form of funding where the young people can access money so that to do their business. And it started just like that, spontaneous, with no proper infrastructure, with no proper registrations, with no funding every year. So that's how it started. I think that's what I can say.
So what I know, one is about Weso Fund is an interest-free loan that is given to the women and the youth and the people with disability of this country. It is also include mentorship program on top of it. This one requires a group of individuals who are registered and who have certificate. Therefore, if we go by the two things, it means Weso Fund is much better and well equipped than the Asla Fund, which will charge an interest rate. Weso Fund is an interest-free fund, but Asla is what you call a fund that will attract a less than 10% interest rate. So between the one that is interest-free and the one which is attracting interest, which one is much better? I think we're having a problem, because one thing is that the only thing which has happened is that he has made it to appear more worse and change from Weso to Asla Fund. But in matter of fact, Weso Fund was much better and well placed. The only thing that could have happened, you could have streamlined some of the challenges and menacles that were there, that were making the youth not to be able to access it at some point in when they wanted it, but not to launch another things that look more of an ox. You know, how can you launch something which has interest and there's something that without an interest free? You know those things, when you compare, you find that Asla Fund is actually draining the youth because he's charging them interest, but Weso does not charge interest. So have you ever also applied something called Kiops, something of that kind? I've also applied in campus. I got one. I am using it to do some kind of business. It is something that is well manageable. You go with a very clear plan. You are given at an individual level. I have it. I'm using it. I can that one I can testify. But look at the Asla Fund, a group of people, interest. It is contrary to the Weso Fund. So to me, I found it very ridiculous to say that the president is implementing something new or something better, unless we are just following him because maybe in one another we just follow that man behind. But in reality is that there's nothing that is doing. There's not any net benefit. When you compare Asla and Weso Fund, there is no any net benefit. Yes, Joshua?
No, you are giving ambiguous statement, extremely ambiguous. You are not specific on what you are trying to say. First of all, the Asra Fund has not been launched. They are in the process of consolidating mechanisms and operations of that fund.
Who is talking now? Should I wait? My brother, hiyo njia mnaleta ni ile American, ile system ya zamani ya America walikuwa wanaita pyramid type of fund. Umeshasikia hiyo kitu inaitwa pyramid? Ndio hiyo mnataka kuleta Asla type of it. Wacha niwaambie kitu kimoja. Kuna kitu nilikuwa nazungumza hapa na kina Bernard. Kuna ile inaitwa social services. Duke, you know about social services? Every person tunalipa ushuru. Ukipewa ile slip ambayo unapewa end of the month, unalipa social services, yeah? Unalipa ushuru, na hiyo fund iko kwa social services. Hiyo pesa ikiingia kwa social services, ndio ile inaitwa, ndio ile baba alikuwa akisema 6,000. Remember, na hapo ndo inalipa wale mama wazee. Instead hiyo 2000 watu walikuwa wakipewa, mama wazee wanatakana kupewa 4800 monthly, wanekatwa 2800. Hizo zinaingia kwa corruption side of it, kutoka kwa social services. Social services ndio inatakana kulipa. By the time wewe unewacha kazi, yani let me say unepoteza kazi, social services is supposed to pay the person ule anelipa hiyo ushuru ya social, that fund. Wanafunzi wanatakana kutokana na Ministry of Education, wanapata pesa kutoka kwa social services. Ndio ile tulikuwa napewa mburga before, ilikuwa inaitwa School Equipment Scheme, Kenya School Equipment Scheme. Yeah, chakula tulikuwa napewa bure, maziwa ya bure, kabla hata hiyo maziwa yenyewe hajafika. Na hiyo nazungumza in 70s, from 60s and 70s, kama wakati ya Kenyatta mzee baba, watoto walikuwa wanakula mburga all around Nairobi area, all cities around Kenya. And then mnasema hii Hustler Fund. Hii Hustler Fund ambayo mnaleta pyramid type of it, hakuna tofauti na wale kina mama wako na ile group, women group. Unajua zile women group you home, zile huyu anapewa this month, next month mwingine anapewa, kesho kutwa, by December wanemaliza kila mtu. Hiyo ndo kitu ambaye sisi, hiyo ambayo wao wanasema, hiyo ambaye Ruto anajaribu. Don't fool us. Sisi watu tunesoma bwana. Yeah? Msitudanganye leo mnatuanza kutupatia mambo ya pyramid. Hiyo pyramid ni mpeleke kule mnataka kupeleka. Mkitaka kupeleka Sigoye or wherever. Don't play with Kenyans. Hiyo hatutakubali. Let me tell you the truth. Sisi ambayo tuko out of the country, we know how things are going. You people are trying to play with Kenya minds. It's so bad. Tuko very corrupt. Pyramid iliisha. Hizo ni vitu za 60s.
So let me play that clip so that you can hear for himself what the man changed the tune, how the tune the man has.
Without interest. Moments later. Hustler Fund tutaifanyia launch tarehe 1 Disemba, lakini si pesa ya bure. Kama kuna mtu hapa anafikiri atapata pesa ya bure, ati unangojea pesa ya serikali ya bure. Na hiyo Hustler Fund tutaweka pesa ya serikali shilingi bilioni 50. Na hiyo bilioni 50 tutawapatia wafanyabiashara kama wewe bila interest, without interest. Moments later. Hustler Fund tutaifanyia launch tarehe 1 Disemba, lakini si pesa ya bure. Kama kuna mtu hapa anafikiri atapata pesa ya bure, ati unangojea pesa ya serikali ya bure.
Yes, Duke, let's progress now.
You see, that is like comedy. When you play a clip like that,
So my point
there is no
was,
difference. I'm responding to that. You see, if I want to pick what the president says, there is no contradiction at all, no differences between the two speeches. He has not made any difference. Unless you are trying to confuse between interest free or minimum interest rate and free money. At no point during the campaign or during the launching of the investor or during what the president said, I'm going to give you this money for free so that you don't return it forever.
so
He
we
never
can
said there
assume
is an
that.
handout.
We can assume that, but he said the money will not attract any interest. But right now he has said it attract an interest of less than 10%.
No, it cannot. What are you trying to say? People access at interest rate of 7%. So you are confusing yourself, or you are mixing the points.
How am I mixing? He said clearly during the campaign, the money I will give out, I will set
I've not
aside.
I've not even come across where he has said, maybe I've not come across where he has said that the Astra Fund would have an interest of 1-digit %. Because from that video which you played, I've not captured that.
He said that he will give money that will attract a 1-digit interest rate when he was on Kericho on Sunday.
Regardless of that, you see, this was like a manifesto. And he promised to give Kenyans affordable credit. Affordable credit, that's the keyword. Number two, you said about Weso Fund. You don't even understand the status of the Weso Fund. Weso Fund started in 2014 and it was launched by the Uhuru Kenyatta. And the initial capital which was used was 6 billion. That amount of money which was not used for, which was meant for the runoff, but there was no runoff. That was the source and the genesis of the Weso Fund. Currently, the repayment rate of Weso Fund is at 29%. So it means if you give people 100 pop, you are only able to trace 29%, 29 Kenyan shillings. So it means over time, there will be no money at all, unless the government also sets aside another amount of money. Maybe those are the information, because when you are a president, you have to get information from policy experts, from economic experts, from all those who are aware of how the finances or the capital market operates. Maybe that's what has informed the reforming or the preparation of the Asra Fund to ensure that it will be operationalized in a manner which will make sure that people are paying back and there is a proper mechanism of accessing, so that it becomes like a form of a bank where people can get accessible credit. So that's what I can say.
Duke, please. Hii Wakenya sio duka. Hii si duka ambayo utaweka bei vile unavyotaka. Ndio hiyo mchezo Ruto anacheza. These are Kenyans you are playing with. Hii sio duka ati utasema sukari leo ni pesa fulani, chumvi ni pesa fulani, mwingine anauza vyake. Kenyans are suffering. Na nyinyi mnacheza na watu. Kitaumana. Duke, I cannot, unajua ni watu wangapi nasikiza kitu? Si Kenya peke yake, Tanzania, Uganda, all over. Dunia mzima nasikiza ile tunazungumza hapa. Si ati tutakuwa na business tuko Kikomba pale tutauza nguo vile tunataka mtumba. No, don't play with Kenyans you guys. Kama government ya Ruto itaendelea hivi, I tell you the truth, kitaumana. Believe me. Watu wanakasirika huku nje. Imagine neka hapa about 5 hours nikisikiza watu warudie kila kitu ni negative side of it. Hakuna kitu ambayo italeta positive tusikie. Everything. Watoto wa nursery school huwezi kudanganya. Leo unaambia mtoto wako asubuhi, dadi ndakuletea biskuti, usikuje nayo jioni. Atakuangalia. Kesho atakwambia dadi ndakuja na peremende, usimpe. Yeah? Hiyo nini inaisha? Ile trust. Hiyo trust inaisha kwa mtoto, anajua babana huwa ananidanganya. Kenyans watapiga watu. Believe me. Mwache hiyo puzi mnakuja hapa kudanganya watu hapa. Hii mambo ya pyramid ilikuwa ya 60s, 1960s. Wacheni kutuletea bwana.
So Joshua, you know, to me, the reasons why I found it very ridiculous with Hustler Fund is a matter of fact that right now I can invest in Sacco to 300,000, take a loan of 600,000 at a reducing rate of 12%. The same case, I can access loans, I can access funds such as Biashara and Uwezo Fund at interest free, because these are money meant for youth and the women group together with mentorship. I can access money such as KIOP. These are money which are there. I can access them. These are money that with very little interest. Now the president has launched another one, as initiated to launch another one called Hustler Fund with an interest rate of less than 10%. Then I'm asking myself, why did he find it very hard to strengthen whatever we have, so that we have the better ways of fund, we have a better circle, we have better credit facilities, instead of going launching multiple of them? Which at some extent they are becoming even that looking more like useless, because if there's someone who is offering, yeah.
No, let me come in because he has asked a question. You have been speaking here.
Let me answer you. Let me answer you. Ngoja Duke, mimi wanakaa huko nyuma na kusikiza ukizungumza matope hapa. Leo lazima nikuambie ukweli.
Wacha ujinga bwana. Matope gani? Don't be stupid.
You can
Francis, tupatie wakati bwana.
Yes, Penny, take the stage and you talk facts, eh? You address facts.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Francis. You are very, very innocent. Ile kitu habari Duke, ile kitu ambayo serikali ya UDA imefanya mbaya ni GMO tu. Francis, kama ilikuwa Uwezo Fund hapo, angekuwa it was not necessary for the Hustler Fund then. But when you guys keep talking, but when you guys talk about a pyramid, really define what a pyramid is. There is nothing in Hustler Fund that resembles a pyramid. And what I wanted to tell you guys is Kenya is a capitalistic country. It is not a communist. So there has to be interest somewhere so that the money will keep replacing itself. And that's all I was saying. But the Hustler Fund has nothing to do with the pyramid. If you give me time, I will explain you what a pyramid is. But it's opposite completely of the kitu ya uongo, ya uchanja, ndio inaitwa pyramid. The Hustler Fund was only meant to lower the interest of what these Ronnie Shacks are doing to damage people instead of helping them out. The Hustler Fund is helping with less interest. Thank you. You'll do the report at Wabia.
Yeah, then Penny, I see you can address something good. Let me ask you. We have Uwezo Fund which is interest free, and we have this Hustler Fund that is almost to be initiated, which will have an interest rate of less than 10%. if you are the president, could you have launched something else, or could you have strengthened the Wealth Fund to become more accessible to more Kenyans?
I would have. I mean, with your question, I'm just answering as your question. I would have processed it with Hazard Fund. I mean, a Wealth Fund, but it has to be interest. The interest has to be manageable. In other words, lower than what these loan sharks are doing. That's all I have to say. The Kenya is a capitalistic country, so we have to have interest somewhere. But you cannot say Wealth Fund has free interest. So how do you replace the money? Do you go to these billionaires and ask them to give the money? Then make the law to do that. But so long as you are giving money as a loan, it has to have interest. That's how Western countries have behaved all along, from Japan to the US.
And actually, to myself, that's what I believe, because of the due fact that there's inflation, you cannot give money without interest rate. Therefore, this man cheated his supporters during campaign that the money can be issued without interest rate. How can you issue money without interest rate? That's inflation. For example, let me give you a good example so that people understand. Last week, sukari ilikuwa inatoka 230 shillings. Today is 320. If you had lended somebody 240 that could have bought 1 kg of sugar last month, today the 240 cannot buy the same 1 kg. So the interest is always there to equalize the value of money. So there I'm wondering, during campaign, why did he have to cheat? Why did he cheat the hustlers that he can give them money without interest rates?
I do not. If you can pull a clip where he says they could give money without interest rate, then he's wrong. You're right. He's wrong. Because then you will have to change. You have to change the whole economic policy of what Kenya is all about. Kenya is not Russia. Even China is making people pay interest on their money, and that's how you progress. The more hardworking you are, the more you get the money, the more you can pay back. Thank you, Francis. You're very innocent, and I like you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, Duke.
Now, I want to address this West Fund you are talking as if it's something which is used for good. West Fund is not assisting Kenyans at all. Number one, the liquidity of it, the amount which is available, it was just a rich amount of money, like 6 billion across the Republic of Kenya. Then you have to access that money as a group, and because it has been infiltrated by politicians, and you know the politicians want to give to many people as possible so that they can be re-elected or something like that. So you find you are a group of 10 people, maybe you have a small business, and then you do an application, you are given 5,000. So what is that? And that is not useful at all. Then you are talking about the circles. So remember, the circles, they are not like the circles. Yes, the circles are good, but individuals at the bottom, those who are extremely poor, for you to access the loan or the funding from a circle, you must be there for 3 months, and what they can give you is 3 times your savings. So we have individuals who cannot save 100,000 so that they can be given, they can qualify for a loan of 300,000. So the Hustler Fund is addressing those people at the bottom. Some people who have strong bank statement, even banks call you. They want you to take a loan from their banks because they have money to give you, because they know you have the capability of paying and you have collateral security. But the Hustler Fund is about those individuals at the bottom who are unable to start business or access fund. They don't have any bank statement, something of that. Most of them use their money in M-Pesa, something of that kind. To give you more detail about that, there is need for affordable credit for individuals at the bottom. But that's the reason why we have this fintech, these applications where they are giving people money It's because there is an appetite of credit for the poor people. But the rich and cartels are trying to exploit that. They are even taking that small which they have. That's why they are listing you in the CRP. They are getting a 3,000% interest per year. So it is good for the government to have another mechanisms which can ensure that these people are getting credit. For instance, some people are buying motorbikes. You find that people going to get motorbikes on credit, they end up paying twice. A motorbike of 100,000, then you are forced to pay 250,000 after 2 to 3 years. So it means you are just working for them. So you are working and you are paying them all the money. But if you could be able to give people at a small interest rate or a free interest rate, it can assist them. Regarding the change of tone of the president, even if the president says he will give the ASRA fund at free interest rate, and Reta is trying to say that they are going to introduce an interest rate, there is no mistake at all. Maybe, when you become a president, you get a lot of advisors and experts who comes in, who advise you, who strategize issues. So maybe the economists and those who are trying to implement that have scrutinized the Kenyan market, the Kenyan financial market, and they have borrowed from while the Wezo fund is dwindling. So it's good. It's good. Maybe he has been informed from the financial market and the experts.
Therefore, allow me to call the president conman, because he said it knowing very well that he was during campaign, he was looking for votes. Do you know how many people who have voted for the president knew that they will access a loan without interest rate? Do you know that number could be so big that could have given his competitor a clear win? But he used something wrongful to gain support that he knew very well he was lying. And therefore, if truly that he was to give an interest rate, what was the big difference between him and Raila? Because people are looking who is much better. It means this one is more of commanship, because you are conning people by pretending that what you are saying is much better, but when we win an election, you come and give us something different from what you say. You could have said very well from the word go, it will have an interest rate, so that whoever who wanted to vote for him would have voted for him, knowing very well that the Asla fund will have an interest rate. But do you know how many people voted for the president knew that they will access the money at interest free? And today they are being feeling shortchanged. You know, that's a very big problem, by the way.
No, you see, even that Weso fund has not been unveiled. There is a debate and there is crafting of that. It has not been launched, and you don't have specific provisions or policies which are governing that fund. So when it will be launched, and then we have all those provisions or regulation of that, then you can say that. Number two, what you are trying to say is to say that the circumstances of the ground must be the same. Because we are in a dynamic world, things change. Even you adjust a lot of things along your life. You cannot actually plan for tomorrow perfect or 100% that tomorrow I'm going to do APC. It's actually speculative. Sometimes we have unavoidable circumstances. Even in business, there's what we call internal business environment and external business environment, which you cannot control. So for instance, if you have companies which are doing well in Ukraine and then there's war, they cannot move forward. So you have to change and to adjust along as time goes by. So you can't say that what you say must be fixed. You cannot adjust it to the better or no. And maybe that provision is even assisting it. For instance, if you go in, maybe he has been, if you go, for instance, you are getting maybe 10,000 from a bank and then you return it the same, that's 10,000. It means you will not be motivated even to do business because you can borrow that money, then use it and then wait. At the end of the year, you go and pay back. But maybe if you are given 10,000, you are told at the end of the year, you have to pay 12,000. Maybe you can do something great with this amount of money so that you And that's why inflation is good. Actually, inflation is good because without inflation, there will be no investment. Imagine you have some money in the bank and the value remains the same. But because the people fears that the value of money will decrease, that's why they start industry to increase their wealth. That's why they start rental properties. And by doing that, there is creation of employment opportunities and the wealth increases. So sometimes it's maybe, so that's what I can respond.
So to me, if I can look at what you have said is that we have leaders who perpetuate to create who creates a problem, comes and perpetuates to be the people with the solution, then we see them as the demigods. Because what I'm seeing is that did the interest rate come during campaign? Was interest rate there before campaign and after campaign when it ended? It was there. Why did he have to cheat to tell the people that way? Why can't he just have told the people that there will be money, but at a lower interest rate more than what the SACCOs offers? It could be direct, simple and clear. But he knew very well, should he have said the same thing, people could have questioned him using the Wezo Fund. If we could have said the same thing, people could have questioned him using the SACCO money. But because he did not want, he wanted to appear as more of a people with, he wanted to appear a person who has more solution than his counterpart competitor. That's why he eliminated interest rate, knowing very clearly was an outright lie. And you know, this is a problem. I'm telling you that when you have a populist president in power, it becomes a problem because this is an individual who can speak anything as long as it can excite the citizen. Look at, for instance, things to do with petrol. How do you raise petrol by 20 bob, then you decrease it by 84 cents, then you send some senators and bloggers to come and proclaim that that was a significant change? Which was significant change? Significant change was it the rate of the oil price shifting by 20 shillings or by decreasing by 84 cents? I'm not getting, did the word significantly change its meaning? Because 84 cents is something that when you look at the Mwananchi level, shillings has no value. Therefore, they could not have felt anything because even an individual who could have used a cash money to buy petrol 1 liter, he cannot give 179. He will give 180. So meaning there's no any difference at the end of the day. That's why I'm telling you, as much as no matter how much you might try to portray that William Ruto can keep the promises that he has said, the way the things they are, he might not be able even to achieve 10% of what he promised. I've seen him today going trying to give another new promises on top of what he gave out. So these are the things that we need to call the government. The cost of living is so high. Let me ask you, we saw Gachagua launching fertilizer. Just a small quantity of it. Is that fertilizer still in the marketplace? We saw the president waving the relief food. Was there a mechanism to ensure that the relief food was consistent, such that the food could be distributed to people non-stop? Or was it a PR things to show people that is working, whereas in reality was just a sideshow? Why are people still dying in Turkana, whereas the president, everybody knows, he flagged off relief food in Nairobi? You see, there's a problem. He wants attention, but in reality, there's no policies to follow and ensure that these things are for long term or are sustainable. And that's why I'm saying, to me, unless you can build your hopes, but to me, I'm seeing a president whereby we shall be having 5 years whereby we launch something new today, tomorrow it's not there, something else gets in, and we continue with that kind of life. And I think as a nation, we cannot progress on that kind of circumstances. Yes, Joshua.
Unajua kwa nini nimesema hii government inatumia njia ya pyramid? Kila siku anasema hivi. Ni kama ile merry-go-round. Ni kama vile ulikuwa unaenda shule na kitambaa na si wewe na ni wewe na tunakimbia mbio. You remember in primary school or nursery school unaambiwa na si wewe na ni wewe. You remember that? Hii mambo ya fertilizer, kama mtataka kurudia mambo ya fertilizer, mimi huleta vitu kutoka German to Kenya. Yeah?
Yes.
Kuchukua vitu kutoka German iende Holland, it takes about 3-4 days. Kutoka Holland kuja Kenya inachukua about 3 to 6 weeks. Kweli hiyo nakwambia ukweli, hata mtu mwingine atakwambia. Hii fertilizer wakati Munya, remember, hii fertilizer Munya aliikataa ikaingia Uganda. By the time huyu mtu wetu anaingia anakuwa president, fertilizer in 1 week, Ruto iko na miezi ngapi kwenye government? Fertilizer in 1 week, fertilizer ilikuwa ishafika. How? Kutoka Russia. How? Na kuna vita. Hiyo fertilizer ilitoka kitambo sana. So let us talk about another thing. Tutoke mambo ya fertilizer because hii kitu itaharibu nchi yetu. Ni kitu moja, corruption. Let us agree. Kama tukubaliani na corruption tusipomaliza, then sijui tunafanya nini. So kwa sasa nawaambia kwa Erini, because kesho niko kazi, hata sio kesho, ni saa hizi tu, in 1.5 hours. So wacha niseme tu ukweli, corruption lazima tumalize. Nimekuja tu hapa kwa sababu ya hii mambo ya kuchange rates, sijui nini, mara sijui anasema vile topic inazungumza. Juzi alisema watu waende kuchukua, ndo alisema waende wapi? Kwa change. Unaona, ndo mnahitaji kwa huko Kenya. Mnaenda kwa bank, unaenda kununua share mahali fulani kwa exchange rate.
The Nairobi Stock Exchange.
Watu wakakataa. Wanajaribu all means vile watapata pesa. Na watu si wajinga. Akaambia watu hakuna dollars, kimbieni, watu wakakimbia mbio kwenda kununua dollars in Kenya. Sasa wewe enda angalia how much is Kenya shillings now na dollar.
And you know, Joshua, if I cut you short, you know, every time the Kenyan shillings loses its value by 1 shilling, our external debt that is paid through dollars increases by 35 billion.
Sasa unanipata.
The moment that dollar gains value over our shilling, our debt increases by that 5 billion.
Sasa unajua hii trick, si unaona sasa pale trick iko. Sasa hii mnaambiwa hao ambao wako na nyumba wataanza kulipa nini? No, mtu ambaye yuko na nyumba Nairobi lazima utalipa rates. Na lazima utalipa kwa wanahitaji. Utaenda kwa City Hall ulipe rates every month. Wale watu kuja kuchukua takataka nini plus profit. Na bado utaenda kwa lands. Bado utaenda kulipa every month. Na wale ambao wako kama mimi niko na wateja. Kila nyumba, kila ploti analipa percentage fulani. Sasa watu wanaumia mambo ya chakula, watu wanakaa 3-4. Kwa nyumba zangu watu walipi since wakati ya corona. Walipi ninawaachia mpaka siku ile serikali itakaa. Ndio inanipatia uchungu kiona naongea mbaya na ndugu yangu hapa, kwa sababu watu understand, people are suffering outside there. Mimi nilikuwa Kenya last year, Northeastern. Ulize mtu yoyote yule ambaye ni Masai ama Mturkana, kitu ya kwanza kununua huwa ni stocking ya wale kina mama. Unajua wale wanaishi huko Northeastern wananunuaga stocking. Hiyo wanaenda wanachukua mchanga wanaweka ndani, wana time ng'ombe kikojoa, wanaenda naingiza. Sasa anakamua kunywa. You understand what I'm saying? Anakamua mkojo wa ng'ombe kunywa, na kama ule ana ng'ombe anachukua mkojo yake yeye mwenyewe anakamua. Sasa hiyo stocking inakuwa kama filter. Watoto huko Turkana saizi ile kinyesi ya ng'ombe wanachukua wanaingiza kwa mkojo, wanakunywa kama uji. People are suffering outside there. Alafu tunazungumza hapa sijui mambo ya sijui vitu zingine ambazo hazijulikani. People are suffering. Really? Na inaniuma kwa sababu hapa wazungu wananiuliza, nchi yenu Kenya hakuna sheria. If the government, kama the president is the one to say everything, hata hiyo kina Aisha wataingizwa automatically, utawaona. Hii ni kupumbaza tu watu hapo. Pale bunge watu watazungumza vile watazungumza. End of the day, au watapewa hizo cheo. So have a good night. Sitaki kuzungumza sana. Kwaherini.
Thank you. So to me, the little ethical and ethics that I've learned, what I know is that whoever fights something should do it with clean hands. And the question is the president having clean hands to fight corruption? Because if he knows he has ever involved in it, he cannot fight. It will just be counter accusation one after the other. So for us to fight corruption, we could have found somebody who is not part of that corruption scheme, so that you will not be having any fear of reprisal or any kind of fear of counterattacks from the people you cooperated with. That's the only individual who can fight corruption. But if there is anybody who has ever get involved in corruption, he cannot fight it. How do you fight part and parcel of your body? It becomes a problem. Then you look at the northeastern and the Kajiado and the Nakuru. This thing, you know, that's what I'm saying, that sometimes I wish that people could talk with God directly, and maybe I could have prayed, I get just 1 year alone, I could have transformed Kenya in a very big magnitude, because right now in the Kilindini Harbor in Mombasa, we have received a ship full of Ukraine wheat. And my question is, how does a country that is in center of war feed a country that is at peace and with land masses? Are we not bewitched? If you can be fed by people who are fighting Russians, who are being bombed center, right, left, and your country, we have peace, we have resources, we have land, we have natural resources, and you are fed with those people, don't we think that we have a problem as a nation? If we need to stand as a country, we need to get our apps together. It is a moment that we realize that the little leadership starting from grassroots up to the national level counts on development of Kenya. We cannot be having NGOs performing better than government, whereas NGOs depend on well wishes. How do a well wisher perform better than person who is allocated funds? This is a problem.
Hapo Francis, hapo naweza kukujibu kuhusu hiyo ngano. Hiyo ngano ilikuwa inashatoka. And then Russia wakaishika. Wakapitia Black Sea. Uturuki ikaisimamisha. Kuisimamisha, hii ilikuwa inatakana kuja Mombasa na ilikuwa ishapewana na Ukraine. Hiyo ni ukweli. It's true. That one I agree with it. Hiyo ni ya kitambo sana. Ilikuwa nishikwa, hiyo meli ilikuwa inakuja huku East Africa. Ikashikwa. Na hiyo ngano ilitoka kitambo sana. Mwezi wa 6. Nilikuwa bado hatujaingia kura. Mwezi wa 6. Ukraine kweli walitoa ngano. That is true. Kabla vita jakuwa kali sana, ngano ilitoka Ukraine. Hiyo ni kweli. That one I agree with it. lakini hizi zingine zote ni uongo tu. Hizi zingine zote wanatudanganya, lakini ya ngano is reality. Hiyo mi nakubaliana nayo kabisa. I can give you ndakutumia channel vile hiyo ngano inafika.
Thank you.
Plus
So
yeah.
So that's what I'm saying, you know, as a country, you look at the cost of living right now in Kenya. Look at unga is 300 and unga is 230. You look at the price of sugar is 320. You look at the petrol prices that is always cut across to every commodity. You look at even the flour. These are things that we need to talk about, because at the end of the day, I remember during campaigns, one of the MP from Kiaru, Ndindi Nyoro, said that people don't consume roads. I wonder if now people have started consuming houses because that man is launching houses. You know, at the end of the day, what I know and what I understand and what my rightful mind tells me is that before going to build people's houses or anything else, ensure at least the stomach is full for them to get even energy to work to build the houses. So if you are rushing to build that houses, and it's not even actually building because the money was allocated, the project was under Uhuru Kenyatta, it's something towards completion. It's just launching something that was started by the previous administration and the money was allocated. Why can't he sit down and come up with a formula or a plan on how the unga will go down, sugar will go down, petrol will go down, so that at the end of the day, we Kenyans, we can even have enough energy to work and generate more income. Right now, as I'm telling you, most of the pastoral community in Kenya are crying. Actually, I'm coming from Kajiado. People are crying there because their livestock is the only source of livelihood. It is dying because of drought. The thing that you had this man called Adan Duale saying that it was wrong to give military some kind of public offices. Do you know that the Kenya Meat Corporation was the army that was able to revive it? Were it not for the KDF, today it would have collapsed. Then I wonder, do these people really understand and appreciate the little thing that the government, the previous government did that they can emulate, or are there to write off everything and to start afresh from nowhere? Because were it not for Uhuru, today we would not be having the Kenya Meat Commission. It would have collapsed. That meat commission, if you remember, is the one that is supposed to buy these livestock which are dying in Kajiado and Narok, so that it can be able to caution this pastoralist community from suffering extreme losses. But where is it right now? It is nowhere to be found. Why could they have not let that things to continue and to proceed to do it? My question is,
I want to go. Wacha nikwambie kitu moja. Unajua vile East Africa industry ilikufa?
No.
The same way you are talking about. The same way. Hivi ndio ilikufa. Because hakuna mtu alikuwa na take care of it. Hiyo Kenya Meat Commission kutoka Limuru iliangamia kwa sababu ya corruption. So KCC iliangamia because of corruption. All these things zinaenda hivyo. Reality to say. Have a good evening. Bye.
Thank you. So Duke,
I want to address few issues. One, how an economy operates, or especially an economy of a capitalist country like Kenya. Capitalism, how does it work? In the marketplace, we have producers. You can call them manufacturers, those who produce goods and offer services And they use factors of production. They use land, they use human beings as workers, they use machinery. Then they factor the cost of production to price the end products. And that's what determines the prices of goods and services at the marketplace. The government actually should create a conducive environment for that, for the production, for the transactions between the buyers and the sellers to operate in an efficient manner. However, sometimes the government may interfere for the interest of the consumers. Maybe if there is few monopolies who are trying to hike prices, or they are trying they are giving substandard goods and services, the government can intervene. I'm saying this because you are trying. There is a time where you have said that William Ruto raised the price of fuel by 20 and then brought it down by a few cents, which is actually not true at all. What William Ruto did, or what the president did, was to do away with subsidies. And was it the right thing to do away with subsidies? Yes. Why?
Yes, tell us.
The aim of subsidies is to assist citizens who are unable to afford basic commodities or services. Those who are unable to afford, those who assist them. But what is the source of the money which the government uses to give subsidies? It is taxation. A country like Kenya, we don't have excess reserves. We don't have excess budget. We don't have a surplus. So we fund the budget by taxation or by borrowing. And when we borrow, it has to pay. That also translates only to more taxation. So in a situation like that, you find that for the government to give subsidies, it has to tax people. Therefore, you are transferring money from, you are taxing people money and then using that money to give them subsidies. In the process of doing that, there is wastage. We know, all of us knows that not all what is taxed ends up in the government treasury. And from the treasury, not all the money is spent in the right way. So there are wastage on the way. So if you are taxing Kenyans, maybe you are taxing a Kenyan at 100 bob, excess 100 bob, so that you can assist that Kenya by giving him or a subsidy of 50. Does it make sense? No, it doesn't make sense at all. Number two, when you subsidize something like unga or maize unga in the supermarkets across, you are even assisting billionaires and millionaires. Because if maybe a billionaire goes to a supermarket and the government has given a subsidy of 50 per unga, that billionaire benefits. So are you assisting the common man? Not really. So what should happen is this. The government should have accurate data of Kenyans or individuals based on their, and that's what happens in the countries like the US and others. The government should have accurate information of people who are maybe at the bottom of the pyramid, and maybe when there is a crisis or there is high cost of living, the government can give those people some assistance, maybe by giving them cash or something of that. In the US, if you talk about food stamps, if you are earning above specific amount of money, you don't qualify to be given food stamps. But here the government is giving subsidies so that in the supermarket, a billionaire will also benefit from that. That's wastage of resources. Number two, there was cartels. How comes that those subsidies were channeled to very few companies? If the fuel, we talk about rupees, was getting 60% of the subsidies from the government, how comes that?
So
just one. Number two, for instance, the government was giving a subsidy per liter, it was giving 50 Kenyan money. But when it eliminated that subsidy and demanded that the market price to operate, we found that the prices only reduced by or increased by 20% per liter. But the government was giving money 50 Kenyan shillings per liter. It means that pop was being pocketed by individuals and cartels. So that was the wastage and the bureaucracy which was there, and that's why the subsidies were eliminated, and I think it's okay. Ask your question as I proceed.
So, there are things that, Duke, you are talking from a point of conspiracy theory, because your data has no facts at all. Because when you are saying that it was good to remove the oil subsidy, does Kenya belong to OPEC country? Is Kenya oil producing country that we shall stabilize our market through increase of production of oil? So it means there's no any other way. Either the government should offer subsidy to our oil, or they can go to eliminate the 84 tax that they charge on our oil. The oil will go down automatically. Then the question will appear this way: should we eliminate the tax? Will Kenya be able to operate without tax? The answer is no. So the only way possible is to give subsidy on oil. We are not an oil producing country, therefore we have nothing to increase. We have nothing that we can increase.
My question is this: where is the subsidy money coming from? That money which is used to pay subsidies, it comes from where?
It's coming from the citizen.
So why should you take money from the citizens and also give them back?
So you want to mean that because we are paid taxes and William Ruto has also paid taxes, William Ruto should not be paid using the money that we paid through taxes? Is that what you are suggesting? So if you are an employee, the government employee, you pay as you earn. So you are not supposed to be paid the salary, because that salary will come from pay as you earn. Is that what you are suggesting?
No, what I'm suggesting is this: for the government to give subsidies, it has to raise more money. And how does the government raise that money? It taxes people, and when it taxes people, price of commodities goes high. So if they are subsidizing fuel, other products are forced to go high because they are adding taxes on other commodities in order to fund the subsidy. That's what happens.
Let me tell you, there are different forms of taxation. There is progressive taxation system, retrogressive, and the other one that cut across to everybody. The government, what it does, it taxes those individuals who earn a lot of income, like the rich people. They use that money to subsidize the commodities that are used by the poor people. So when you are saying that the government should not use that money to subsidize commodity, you are getting it very long from the word go. Go and look what is the progressive taxation system and the retrogressive taxation system. These are the systems that exist, where the government will tax individuals who are earning more, use that money to subsidize those individuals who are earning less or not earning at all. And that is why the issue of subsidies come in, and it helps the citizen. Because when you are saying that we have removed subsidy for oil, is Kenya a oil producing country that now we shall increase oil production? The answer is no. Kenya is not an OPEC member. So how will you be able to reduce? Will you be able to eliminate the tax, the 84 shillings that in oil in terms of taxation? The answer is no, because the government wants money to function. Therefore, it means if it's not checked, we shall buy that oil 180 up to even 10 years or 30 years or 50 years. That means to the long run. And long run means everybody will be dead because we don't know when the oil will go down. At least for the maize, we have some capability that you can increase production, and when the supplies goes up, the demand goes down and the prices goes down. That one at least we have some little control. But this issue of about oil, we have either very little or no control at all. Because right now, let me tell you, right now, some countries are witnessing winter. There are no movement up and down. So what it means, people are not traveling using vehicles. So the consumption of oil went down, or the petroleum. Therefore, the supply, in that terms, the supply went up because the consumption went down. Therefore, the prices were able to reduce. My question is, if they were able to reduce by 84 cents in Kenya alone, what about in January when the winter will not be there, when the production cut that has been initiated by the oil producing countries will take effect? Does it mean that the oil will hit 250? Because it seems right now the market prices are the low as possible. What about when they will rise? I think they will hit something close to 250, because these are the things which are there. These are international economics which are there. They're affecting us. Then look at this, for example. I will give you this example so that you understand. Look at the University of Egerton University or Moi University. I saw them striking, wanting a salary increase. If government keeps on increasing salary, we shall create something we call class. Remember, it is less than 30% of the Kenyan population that is employed in formal sector. So it means if we keep increasing their salary, they will be the only people who will be able to access these goods and services. But if we can be able to reduce the goods of commodity, nobody who cannot consume, everybody consume unga. So it doesn't matter if you are a teacher, you are a policeman, you are the president, you are the minister. If we can reduce unga, reduce petroleum, these commodities that they cut across the general population, the economy will be able to stabilize, because it will cut across to even those people who are not employed. But if we keep on increasing salary for few people who are working like MPs, an MP can now manage even to buy a full tank. What about those individuals who has nowhere to increase the salary? Where will he be able to manage to buy the full tank? But if we reduce the oil, the MP will be able to buy, then the citizen will be able to buy. The economy will be able to stabilize. These are the things that we need to look at them. Let us not be driven by hatred against the people who are well established. You have talked about the 7 companies that we are saying that there were people enjoying the subsidy. What happened is that the government tries to look at a point whereby is the source and can be able to collect maximum tax. Therefore, if Rubies is the one that imports the larger percentage of petroleum in Kenya, they will be given subsidy so that they will be able to reduce when it reaches the final consumer. But you cannot say we can start subsidizing every petrol station. Can Kenya trace? Can Kenya government trace all the petrol station in Kenya? The answer is no. But the Kenyan government can be able to trace just the 7 importing companies for petroleum. It just need to get into them with the MOU that you are bringing this oil, we shall pay you 50 bob and you reduce your price by 50 bob. Then the oil will go down, because they are the key point or the entry points of our oil in our country. But if you keep saying, oh, they are 7, they are what, that is something that I've told you is what we call hatred. It has no meaningful in economics, because we look at the point where we can be able to capture everybody. Look at, for example, let me tell you also, as I finish up, this thing we do about the KRA. The Kenya Revenue Authority charges a VAT of 16%, but it cannot come to charge you there where you are seated. What it does, it charges the companies that are producing that commodity, so that when it reaches you, it is already a charged commodity by VAT, so that the company will be able to pay on your behalf. But now what happens if the KRA decides to charge them at you? If all of us, we line up in KRA offices taking a 16% VAT will KRA be able to maximize on terms of collection? The answer is no. That's where they look at the points. If is maybe let's talk about things to do with yogurt. They look at the company that produces yogurt or imports yogurt. They tax the VAT. When they bring it to you, it already has the VAT. So they will not be having a lot of problem following the final consumer. They will just follow the company to get their taxes. And that is how the oil subsidies was working. So whenever somebody is cheating you that there are people who are enjoying, that was a lie, because even with that reduction of 7 companies, we were able to feel it because it was not the 179 as we are buying today. So let's get your fact right that subsidy in oil is a must, and if not implemented, it will be on wrong run. And wrong run, that means maybe we shall be all be dead. I think so, because I don't see any clear path of getting out of that mess, if not through subsidy.
You see, all what you have said is theoretical and not practical. You are trying to classify taxation. But I expected you to state, for example, in the Kenyan context, which forms how does the government tax? Does the Kenyan government proportionally tax, regress-free? Does the Kenyan government tax progressively, regress-free, or proportionally? That's the question you should answer. When you are classifying the types of taxation, you should state as vis-a-vis what Kenya is doing, or vis-a-vis the Kenyan context.
So, let me give you a good example.
No, I know what you are saying. Just let me respond. I know what you are talking. You classify to taxes, which is
let me just answer you that one in short, so that you also progress. The corporation in Kenya are taxed at 30%. But when you come to the salary, they have a progressive kind of taxation whereby those who are earning less than 24,000 are taxed as a certain tax bracket. Those who are higher, maybe 1 million, are taxed at a higher rate than the 24,000. So that one taxes is that they tax those who are earning more money. It is practically, it is there. I hope you learned it, something you call income tax in mathematics. It is there, it is applicable. Those people who are paying, who are filing who are filing returns, the employed people who are filing returns can tell you that it is something that is very practical in Kenya. It is happening.
You have actually even made it worse, because the reason why I was saying that subsidies does not make sense in a country which is struggling, or in a developing country like Kenya, is because the park, or the main source of Kenyan revenue, is taxation. And which type of taxation? VAT, value added tax. So where do we classify value added tax? Value added tax is regressive. The reason why value added tax is regressive is because the poor are the one who spends more. They're from hand to mouth. So you find that they are heavily taxed. And also you find that they are unable, because they don't have enough money, they don't enjoy what we call economies of scale. They don't buy in bulk. As a result of that, you find that they pay more than the richer counterparts. Therefore, it means if you are increasing the VAT, or you are taxing people so that you can also give them again, that cannot make sense. For instance, the government can say it may be going to introduce wealth tax. All people who are earning more than 100,000, the tax is going to increase maybe by 10%. Those people who earn above something, then it raises excess money from that, and then it subsidized others. And when it's giving subsidy, it should ensure that they are benefiting those who should benefit, not all Kenyans. The reason why it is very dangerous for a country to give subsidies to oil is because it can lead to economic collapse. When the economy is not operating freely, it means that which is sustaining the economy, for instance, subsidies, at the point where it's removed, then the reality will be so difficult to embrace and the economy will collapse. That's what has happened in Haiti. That's what's happened in Sri Lanka the other day. Remember when the government was unable to fund oil subsidies. And as a result of that, the prices were extreme. So assume now the Kenyan government continue to give oil subsidies, or fuel subsidy, and then it comes a time where the government is unable to do that because of other necessary expenses. For example, they have to pay their current expenditure. The other day, the China government taxed Kenya because it defaulted. So it means at that point, if the government reaches a point it's unable to sustain a lot of subsidies, when it will remove them abruptly, there will be an extreme shock, which will disrupt most of the basic services within the country. Therefore, it's good to ensure that the economy operates freely. That's why even the Monetary Fund and the World Bank discourages people or governments from giving fuel subsidies. Actually, it's a requirement for you. You should not have a fuel subsidy. It was a condition which was put in place by the Monetary Fund for it to give emergency funding to Kenya, because it means that the economy is not free, and therefore it's like they are trying to disrupt the free operating of the economy.
Let me ask you, have you read about the Inflation Act that the President of United States, Joe Biden, is trying to pass? Have you read the Inflation Act that the man is championing to pass in the Congress?
So how is that related to what I've said?
Actually, that Inflation Act covers something that is more of subsidy, the same thing that I'm telling you. He was able to reduce the pump price through that Inflation Act, through some kind of transfers, you know. These are the things which are there. These are short-term economic policies which are instituted to caution Kenyans against extreme market prices. For example, let me ask you, if now we can be simpler way. When do you think that the petroleum prices will go down, and through which means, other than subsidy? What do you think that the oil prices can go down other than subsidy?
Now we don't want them. What we want, you know, the way an economy should operate is a situation whereby people are able to raise enough money to cater for the expenses and to save. So we want an economy where the revenues are more than the expenses for citizens in Kenya. So we don't mind even if so also the prices are determined. We have the global market prices. So the way the oil prices can come down is maybe to eliminate some taxes. And remember, that's one of the bills which is pending in Parliament. The government wants to eliminate some taxes so that the price of fuel can go down. So it's either through eliminating some taxes or just that. Where should the price of oil be? The economy should operate the way it operates. There is inflation and there is the normal functions of the economy. Over time, the prices of goods goes high. Also, the incomes of people goes high. The economy should operate like that over time. So it's about creating opportunities for people to get more money to cater for their expenses.
Anyway, I'm seeing that you have you are just behind information because there's a member of parliament who has introduced a bill to increase taxes on wigs, makeups, and other things that women use. It's not to reduce. So where you go to reduce taxes, I don't know which parliament. It is an introduction to increase prices of wigs and other cosmetic. Anyway, thank you. Let's have Christine.
Good evening or good morning, everybody, wherever you are. Before you, Francis, thank you so much for, before I make my contribution, thank you so much for getting concerned about his called Jahinda wanting to increase the prices of makeup and wigs. I think to men it's something you should be happy about, because you are the same men that have been saying that whenever you take a woman to a date, the first thing you'll do is let her swim so that you can know who you are dealing with, you know? So I think that should be an advantage to you. When a woman is not using those makeup, you will know who they really are before you make a move. Anyway, that one aside. So I just wanna contribute about this KK vetting. That is what has captured my mind and attention in this evening show. Okay, to me, I am against this vetting, and I think Azimio supporters have really disappointed me. To be honest, not Azimio supporters, the Azimio MPs who are in these vetting committees, you know. They have really disappointed me because this was a God-chosen president, and whatever the president is doing, these are signs from God. You know how Mama Rachel has even been praying for dirty water so that it can come clear. And whatever they are going to do, you know, I would be so much interested. Let's assume if for example, Aisha Juma's ministry, let's assume there were 3 people, then they are being vetted to choose the best among them, you know? But us coming to know about their credentials, those are things that Ruto is aware of and should have gone ahead. So this, as Azimio supporters, we should also learn that we are on our own. When it comes to money making and money minting, even our leaders are really minting money, because when they sit there vetting, yet they know Deputy Jesus has bought so many MPs in parliament, and the likes of Aisha are just gonna go unopposed. All these people that Ruto has given this position, we all know they're gonna go unopposed. So why would they call them there, take them through all this, waste our taxpayers' money for what, you know? So as an Azimio supporter, as much as I have keen interest to know people that are gonna take leadership position in the country, because Kenya is still a beautiful country that I would like to see and enjoy the fruits of our hard work. But at the same time, I just wish Azimio supporters should just keep off, you know? Yeah, so, and whatever went on today, we've seen previously, we have this notorious person who has been choosing funny characters in his cabinet side. It started with the government between Uhuru and Ruto when they had to share the government. We saw the like of Echesa, a class 7 dropout, being given a ministerial position. Well, he never delivered. Again, we are seeing the same things being repeated with Aisha Juma. I'm not disputing anybody's degree or credibility, but from my understanding, nowadays, universities are money minting institutions. The credibility that we had in our institution, where even if you come out with a certificate, it is something that is credible, it is something that you've worked for. And right now, anybody can walk into a university, and if you have money, you can get what you want. An example is Sonko even doing PhD. We all know Sonko cannot even write a thesis, cannot defend a thesis. What kind of thesis can Sonko defend, you know? So when we see the credibility like Aisha Juma causing some drama, she's crying, how the dad struggled. Well, I would believe if she was crying, how the dad struggled, and she has nothing, and this position has befell her, you know? Those are genuine tears of joy. When you remember, I come from this far, I had nothing, and I've been appointed from nothing to something. But you want to tell us you are crying, it is because of you there's a family that do not have a dad. It's because of you that there's a family that do not have an uncle. And then it is because of you that some funds were stolen in the county. You are telling us that you have 100 million, while some of us are even struggling to put 1,000 shillings in our savings account, it cannot last, you know. So I think I was so disappointed, but as things stand now, I believe, and I want to believe that this is a God-chosen nation, and I believe they will deliver. About Ruto and the landlord issues being taxed, I am very grateful because, yes, Kenyans, we're going to feel the pinch, we're going to feel the pain. But again, I just think Ruto is that leader who is never ashamed or embarrassed. When he was campaigning as the deputy president, campaigning for the presidential position, he kept blaming Uhuru, saying Uhuru this, saying Uhuru that, and he gave so many hustlers, PH included, hope that when he gets into power, they're gonna eat soft, you know? They're gonna get the hustler funds. Now things are changing. The hustler funds gonna have interest. Why would I go for hustler fund, yet I can save little money in cooperative and I get a cooperative loan that is interest is being charged on reducing principal. And right now, the same Uhuru he criticized was doing nothing. 1 week after he was sworn in as president, he started opening projects that I believe those projects did not just within 30, let's give it even 30 days. I don't think the Tanzania project he went to oversee, the Ethiopian Safaricom project, the Thiba Dam, those are fruits of his labor. Those are not fruits of his labor. So Uhuru worked, and right now Ruto is confused. I think he just doesn't know where to start. I think he thought that power is gonna come with money. Unfortunately, it seems government is, you have to work for that money. They are not finding it easy. And this bottom-up shenanigans is now proving to be a wild dream. We are chasing a wild goose chase. It's just a wild goose chase, you know? So landlords in Kenya for a very long time, they have enjoyed, they increase rent the way they like. They don't pay tax, you know, it's been business free for all. So I think they should work within some guidelines. Yes, I'm just feeling sad as Kenyans, we're gonna suffer, but I think sometime if they say spare the rod and spoil the child, tough times last, but tough people, whatever it is. So I think when we go through all these tough times, we will all wake up, including Duke. And I won't be surprised if Duke in the next 3 months will be the one telling us, you guys know, yeah, we've been chasing a wild goose. It's now time for us to come together and do something to save ourselves, because we are the ones who are gonna suffer. Unga is still high, sugar is still high. So Ruto is not a performer. We don't have any track history of him performing. And just like Baba said, that the moment we will elect him, the country is being given to the dog. And at this point, I stand by that statement unless they prove me wrong, maybe in the next 100 days, which I'm not seeing it's coming to pass. I would just advise Duke, they now have the government. They should stop hullabalooing about Raila's name here, Raila there, Raila here, Raila there. You know, it's time to get to work. Get into those offices, put structures together. Stop about these campaigns. Stop these Thanksgiving meetings. It's not going to help us on a hungry, empty stomach. Thank you. Unless any of you has a question.
Welcome. You know, to me, I find it very ridiculous to build an hope where I see that there is no hope. Because I could be having hope if you could have been doing something that guarantees hope. But as per now, things there is no hope. And you'll realize there is no hope because we have Gachagua, somebody who is on loose mouth, is now claiming that the county governments have 30 billion in their accounts. And the same county government depend on the national government to disburse money from their treasury. So I'm asking, did this money come from England or did they come from the Kenyan treasury? When he's saying that the county governments have 30 billions in their coffers. Where did the money come from? This is an individual who is just on rampage to make any statement that may seem to be beneficial or may seem to pamper the ego of his supporters. Actually, before I welcome Duke, I remember last, I think on Sunday, he was in Kajiado, Rombo, where I was born. And he went there and he started attacking Raila left, right, center. And you know, people in Kajiado are crying, particularly that area, because livestock are dying. The levels of water are very down because there is no way people can do irrigation. The Maasai are the people who depend on livestock from anything. They sell milk to feed their own people. They sell hides. They use that cattle to sell to take people to take their children to school. Now they have nothing to depend on. Their only source of income is no longer there to be traceable. We had things like the Kenya Meat Commission that were helping them. Right now, it's nowhere to be seen. Then I'm asking myself, did this man never found something tangible to address in that meeting instead of using a meeting to attack an individual who is not part of government? Does Raila have a budget to function? My question is, if today, and God forbid, if today God decides to take Raila, does it mean that Kenya will collapse because you can only function because you are being followed? Can we not be a responsible nation that you can do this without being followed? Is it a must ufuatwe nyuma upigwe ndio ufanye kazi yako? See, kuna like, which country are we living, and which kind of individual are we living? Are we people who can rightfully think and critically think and analyze something? Mnaambiwa ati serikali ilianguka juu ya Raila. Kwani Raila ako na budget yenye ametengewa kufanya maendeleo? Raila ako na ofisi, Raila ni chairman wa EACC. Who is Raila? Raila is just a senior citizen with no power. So wherever some people are hearing talking and saying, you know, government will fail, it will not be opposition. So Gachagua should steal and come to you and claim that he stole because Raila was not there to unearth his stealing. That's what he should do. So Ruto should not perform, then in 2027 come to you and tell you, Raila never criticized me, that way I did not perform. So is that the country that you need to be having blames here and there? So you want to mean that Ruto and Gachagua cannot function without Raila presence? And if that was the case, why did they have to ask for it? I don't know. Maybe let's hope, but I don't see anything. I'm seeing an individual who have very low mental capacity in terms of thinking, because there is nothing. Development of a country has nothing to do with opposition. It has something to do with accountable government, a government that thinks rightful. That government will be able to implement policies that are well. Raila hana budget, Raila hana speaker, Raila hata hana mahakama, hana nini. Sasa akitajwa hapo katikati ya maendeleo ya nchi, anatajwa kama nani? Jina yake inaingizwa hapo katikati kama nani? He's just a citizen like me and you. The only thing he has that he has some followers who are a larger proportion in this country, but he has no budget, he has nothing. So I'm wondering when Gachagua, every time he opens mouth, oh, Raila this, Raila that, Raila this, Raila that. So it means Gachagua should steal because Raila is not following him. Let's hope he'll do that so that you'll come and blame Raila. Anyway, thank you, Duke, welcome.
I want to say that actually no government wants opposition. Most governments will want to smoothly implement their manifesto and policies. So when you see people making statements that we want a strong opposition, we want APCD, they're just trying, those are political statements. Because with opposition, it means they are trying to oppose what you are trying to implement. So that's it. But there is what we call managing politics. Managing politics is critical in any country. For a country to be stable or to be peaceful in a way, there must be a way in which politics is managed. So sometimes political statements and political actions are mandatory in the government. Even in the US, you see what Donald Trump says or what Donald Trump tried to depict of the article side of the government. It's politics. Even in 2007, remember actually Kibaki did a lot of work from 2002 to 2007, but in 2007 there was a crisis because maybe the reason is that he was not good at managing politics. He was not a politician. That's why there was that crisis within Kenya. So sometimes you may find that Ruto is trying to say, we want you to be strong to oppose us. So they are trying to fix him in a way, or they want him to operate in the way they want. It's politics, that's what I can say. But most of you have been trying to say that there is nothing which is happening in Kenya. Ruto is doing nothing, that Kenya is going to fail. So you're predicting doom. So what's the way forward? You have to give the solution. So people to do what? To pray or to go out of Kenya or to die. So as much as you are trying to say there is nothing which is happening, what's the way forward? So you should give us the solution if you are of that view. There is nothing which is happening in Kenya. If you are able to understand what William Ruto is trying to do, actually what he has managed to do within a very short period of time, is something which Uhuru Kenyatta was unable to do for 10 years. For example, there was a disagreement in terms of a lot of issues in terms when you talk about East African Federation. You see, if the European Union at countries which are working as one, they have a lot of advantages. But Uhuru Kenyatta was unable to do that because he was not trusted, number one. Number two, he was having what we call conflict of interest. For example, there are cartels who never wanted, for instance, the gas from the cheaper natural gas from Tanzania to get into Kenya, because we have a lot of people with interest. They have a lot of money in that industry, and you can imagine if, for instance, Tanzania has natural gas which can be used in many years, 100 years before it's depleted, and then if we can be able to use that, it means that will bring the cost of living down. If 6 kgs we are buying at 1,500, and in Tanzania it's just 300 Kenyan money. So if we are out to come. Number two, what Ruto was able to achieve just through this small trip to Uganda and to Tanzania was a ratification or an establishment of what we call one tourist visa. So right now, if we have a tourist trying to come to Kenya, through just that one harmonized system, that tourist is free to go to Tanzania, to Uganda, and to Rwanda. So that will increase tourists, because tourists will be attracted. If I take a visa to Tanzania, it's good because I can move more than several countries just without having a lot of paperwork, a lot of what. So that's an achievement. Number two, we are trying to open the market for our goods, and also remember we want to have what we call processing and value addition. We have to stop exporting raw materials to other countries. For instance, if you see the percentage of which we are given, you find that if you are considering the market price of the finished products and the price of the raw material, it's actually sometimes less than 5%. So somebody buys maybe 1 kg of a product, 5 bob, and then he goes up selling it at 100 bob. And it's not the producer, it's just trying to change some basic stuff. For instance, coffee and tea. Those are products which you can process so that you can only export final products, consumable products. So I think that is
So
that's a progress. Yes.
Do you know something that you call utility? That we have place, time, and think that one. Another one is transformation utility, if I'm not wrong. That you can increase the price of something through transformation, either commodity value addition. That's Raila was calling the value addition. That instead of us that exporting things like tea, so that they'll be brought here back when the higher prices, we export them as the final product to be consumed there, and it will fetch a higher market, So these are the things that William Ruto is not doing, because even what we are saying in Tanzania, it was a discussion. It has not been implemented. And as much as it has not been implemented, we have nothing that we can say we can enjoy. We are hoping that in the future we shall enjoy the benefits. But now, how long will the future take? And the other also issue we have talked about, Uhuru Kenyatta. I don't know why you UDA and why don't UDA people, but why you some people still hatred on Uhuru Kenyatta? The distrust among the East African community started in 1977 when the community collapsed. And what happened? Kenyan was able to repossess a lot of industries and a lot of institutions that were shared among the three countries. One of it being University of Nairobi. University of Nairobi was university for the three countries, but because it was built on Kenyan land, Kenyan were able to retain it. That's where the mistrust started. That if we try to do things together, what will happen that day that we no longer be in good terms as brothers? Will you still act the same way like you acted in 1977, that we are able to retain those some of commodities and some of industry? These are the things that are causing mistrust among the East African community. It has nothing to do with Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta hajakuwa president tangu 1963, amekuwa president 2013. So let us not blame Uhuru Kenyatta for things that is not involved. These things started in 1977. Hata leo hii Tanzania wao wanasema Wakenya ni waerevu sana na ni wajanja. Kwa nini? A lot of industries and a lot of offices that were here for East Africa were all confiscated to become the Kenyan offices. So swali ni je, leo hii establish maybe a common visa point, and bahati mbaya mtu kama General Muhoozi aingie pale, then alete vita. Do you think that Kenya will still allow Ugandans to use the same facility? That is the question. And it becomes, the answer is no. Therefore, everybody should do things for himself. That's the mistrust that has been there. As long as you can be able to solve that one, it has nothing to do with Uhuru Kenyatta. It has nothing to do with Kibaki. It has had very little to do with Moi, because it got to Moi just 1 year or 2 years after getting the power. It all started with...
that's not true. You should have your facts right.
Okay, can I also speak? It's like the two of you are forgetting that I'm here,
Yes, Christine.
Yeah, so I want to respond to Duke a little bit. Duke, I'm so glad when you said right now we can travel to all these countries with only one passport, whatever, but I thought that's what the role for the East African passport. But even talking, whatever you've said, if it is true, Ruto is advocating for that, it is good, but is the timing right? Right now, somebody like me, what can I go do in Tanzania? Where can I even get fare to go to Uganda, move to Tanzania, Duke, So whatever you're saying, I think if it comes to fruition, even getting market for our products, that is a very noble idea. But unfortunately for now, these are just like kupigia mbuzi guitar, Duke. We are still hungry. So what commodities are you looking for prices in Uganda, Tanzania, and wherever, when us here, we are still struggling, But in future, if you increase our productivity in the country and you go out and about looking for market, looking for us to travel comfortably in all these East African countries, it will make sense. Right now, hatuna hata pesa mfukoni. Nitaendaje Uganda? Nitaenda kufanya nini? Nitaenda Tanzania kufanya nini? Tengeneza nchi kwanza. Nikiwa na pesa mfukoni, Duke, those other things you're saying will really make sense. Now, the first thing to start, if you want to see a noble leader, a leader that respects the people, we are all very much aware that, yes, as they're saying, the fertilizer that Uhuru government used to sell at 7,000. But now, here you get donation and you're selling us at 3,500. Aren't you thieving us, Duke? You know, so whether you give us fertilizer 3,500 now to Konja and these are donation, why don't you give us for free? We harvest things, then you start making money from us, you know? Ndio ninaelewa you only eat where you're working, but you have to make it good first before you start eating. That's all I wanted to respond to your submission, Dick. I don't know why
we
people
receive.
use Dixon sometimes, short from Dick, not in bad faith. Sorry.
I was talking about, you have contradicted my statement, so I have to respond to that. I said that when you talk about mostly
Piet, what's okay, Piet is laughing. I want to know what's funny first, Duke, before you respond. Piet, what's funny? Am I talking funny or did I make a funny statement?
I don't think Duke got you. Duke umesikia kwenye Christina anasema. Duke, you are running fast to answer the question. Yet kuna kitu hapo Christina amesema ni kama haujasikia nini? Anyway, carry on, Duke. Sorry for the interruption.
Achia hapo.
Sawa.
You see, most of the tourists who visit African countries are from Europe and the US. So if somebody wants to travel to Africa, maybe from the US or from the European Union, knows that if you take a travel visa or a visiting visa to Kenya, you will be able to access 5 countries with just that one document. So that can discourage somebody from going to maybe Nigeria or to West Africa or to South Africa, and maybe will travel to Kenya or Tanzania. So that's how that will assist Kenya by increasing the number of tourists, especially foreigners, foreign tourism. Also, when we will open borders, we will be able to get a lot of commodities at a reduced price, which would actually reduce the cost of living. For instance, if you see, actually in Uganda and Tanzania, all their land is good for farming. In Kenya, we have a lot of arid and semi-arid areas. That's why you find, even in Tanzania, rice is very cheap. The onions in Tanzania are extremely cheap. So if those trade barriers are eliminated, Kenyans will be able to access cereals from Tanzania and Uganda at a very cheap price. The conflict is, as I'm talking about, where, for instance, Uganda has a lot of milk, but Uhuru did not allow maybe some food products to come from Uganda because he wanted to personally own the milk industry. He actually make a milk industry a monopoly, his own business. That's why we have issues with Uganda, and Uganda has that. So if we have free movement of goods and services and people, actually we will benefit. We will be able to get products more cheaper, and the cost of living will reduce. And you have to scrutinize. For instance, there was a project where there was a pipeline which was to be constructed through Kenya to Uganda, but because Uhuru was opaque, Museveni was requesting for some clarifications and transparency, but Uhuru refused. But it's now going through Tanzania. You should ask questions why is that? So that's what I can say for today.
So for that project, get things right, Uganda diverted due to fearing of post-election violence, and the project right now is under the European Union sanction because of an environmental effect. Anyway, let's continue. PH.
Hey, thank you so much guys. Nimecheka kidogo lakini hiyo imepita. Now, mi naweza taka kuongea kuhusu hii mambo ya vetting. Najua jana na leo, juzi na jana nime spend time yangu kusikiza hiyo vetting process. So I don't think personally kama kuna haja ya kuveti hawa watu wetu wa Kenya kwanza. Kwa sijaona hawa watu Azimio from the Azimio side, sijaona the pure grilling yenye walikuwa nasema ati wana grill watu. If Aisha Chumo can just come in, atumie dakika moja kulia kushed tears and then hawa jamaa wanachanganyikiwa. Yuko na kitu fani hapo hata sikuelewa. I really waited nione ni nini wajamaa kina Junet Mohamed walikuwa wanaongea na Upio Wandae. They will grill ni Jumwa. Only Jumwa to come in na alie kidogo. Wanaume wachanganyikiwe. Na wanawake wakambak up sana. So I didn't even understand nini alikuja na tactics. Did someone like advised Jumwa ashed tears kidogo achanganya wanaume kwa hiyo nini ndani ama ni vile alikuja mwisho? Sikuelewa. So going forward mimi sioni kama kuna haja hii vetting. Sioni questions zenye zina make sense hapa. I expected ikifika ni wakati kama wa Njuguna we have like kwa panelist tukue na wajamaa wa economist kama akina Francis Mkungi. Wa grill yule jamaa Njuguna kabisa. Unaona? Lakini kuniuliza my net worth is she niliwaifanya kitu fulani during my tenure. Hiyo ndio ni ya muhimu lakini si ile vetting nina expect kuona the high quality. Also kwa hii mambo ya Moses Kuria tena nilishangaa na ngaria wa jamaa. Of all the people Moses Kuria. Anyway, wacha niache kusea ingie juu kuna swali nataka kuuliza Koseo ya kisheria. Thanks.
Sawa, let's welcome UK. Ama amelala?
Sasa kwa maumo usingizi.
Unaweza kuwa ameshakuwa sleep.
No, not really. Oh, you can hear me. How are you, Francis? Francis, what is the meaning of your second name? Mukungi. I think you should be. I think it should be Mukangi.
No, Mukungi. That is name from Kitui.
Duke of Edinburgh. This is Duke of Mutembei. And pH here this is the acidic and alkaline fellow.
Yeah.
Now, good evening to all of us. I want to say a few things. Okay, this Hustler thing, Hustler Fund and Uwezo Fund and what have you. I think it appears like the president is changing. Kumbe promises can be changed. They say promise on a promise on a promise on a promise. By the time it is delivered, it is something else.
So if UK kama naweza interject kidogo, kama tumesoma kitu inaitwa contract. Once you enter into a contract with citizen, it can neither be implied. That means in a word of mouth, sindio? So if you promise citizen this and then you alter willingly, it becomes null and void, and it should have casualty and maybe something to do with punishment or some kind of penalty attached to it. Now, unfortunately, the president, we cannot attach anything anyway.
Do you know something? If things could be had my way, one thing, you see, this political manifesto promises, if it were me, we should find a way in future, if we have the opportunity to change the constitution, like I'm about to suggest, let's have a constitutional conference every 10 years in Kenya, so that we do an audit of what has happened We do an audit of what has happened, what has been delivered, and what is not. You remember the other day when Maraga came up with this idea that the government should be dissolved. Not the government. Parliament. Parliament should be dissolved so that because of the two-third gender rule had not been implemented. Now, apparently, that is one of the bonds that the judiciary has always had with the previous regime. And there have been countless cases of dishonored court orders, which they had a bond to pick with the president there. Then, of course, the issue of the judiciary fund, which the current president took advantage of. There was also the issue of the judges, again, which the current president took advantage of. Now, what perplexed us more was the issue of giving the judiciary fund. You know, when you are having a government, things are normally done according to budget lines. You cannot come from nowhere and say, you today, you judiciary, I'm giving you 10 billion. I hear that you have not been having enough funds. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't, but maybe that is now watered down the bridge. Now, this Asla thing, as I'm saying that it looks like down the lane, talk about changing goalposts. Goalposts are changing this way, that way, this way, that way. Now, as you are all aware, there have been similar funds in the past. Now, the youth fund is the famous one. There has been the women fund. Then there was another one, I think, also called the enterprise fund, women enterprise fund. Then there had been the Wezo fund. Now we have the Hustler fund. Now, it is all good to create these funds to help the people who need them, and to also to activate and to rejuvenate the economy going forward, economic growth in the country. Now, maybe if you retract a little backward, you ask yourself, youth fund came from where? Where was the money coming from? Youth fund, Uwezo fund, I think came from, it was a saving in one of the elections of sorts. Uwezo fund was a saving, isn't it? Which the previous government, that government decided, let's roll it out to help the wananchi. Now, I think what the Uwezo fund lacked more are the structures. You know, when you give these funds, there is always the lending and borrowing. Lending and borrowing normally follow certain platforms and certain structures, which must be in place. Otherwise, sustainability is a big question. The youth fund, the women enterprise fund, have been sustained, and I think even to date they are still there because they are channeled to the targeted people through the existing banking systems. Now, for example, I'm well aware that the youth fund was a grant. The youth fund and the women enterprise funds were grants from some of the development partners. In fact, I think the World Bank almost did something like 75% of it, and only 30% of it was done by, I think, by the government. But then, you know, the World Bank cannot go direct and start giving the women the fund. And that is where I think the current president is going wrong. You cannot go with this Wezo, call it Hustler Fund, which is of course Kenyan taxes money. Then you go with it direct to the targeted groups. According to him, the targeted groups are the mamambogas and the bodabodas and whoever they are. Call them his hustler supporters. What I think the president has missed out is that not all these people are business people. There is a big challenge there. You see, it is wrong to have it at the back of your mind that these people, let's say the jobless, that they all they need is businesses. And now you start running around saying that let them start businesses. Today, Francis, if we pick you from where you are and give even 100 million and do business, I wonder what you will do. There is something called business acumen. Duke, if you don't have it, even if you have the capital, you will be digging a grave. So it is wrong to say that you want to convert all Kenyans into businesses? Really? Something is not right somewhere. You should give these people for the willing, the people with ideas. You know, sometimes a business idea is not very common with everybody. And that is why you must have specific people who exactly understand what they want to call a business so that you empower them and then they do it. Now, the youth fund and some of the youth fund and women enterprise funds, the initiators or the people who planned these funds were like, they were targeting the fresh graduates, fresh college people who are interested in innovations and businesses. So it is a situation whereby you have the idea, you have the innovative idea. So we give you an intense incentive and we empower you to pursue it. It is not like Francis, I give you 100,000, do business. Now then you start scratching your head for an idea. You are bound to fail even before you start. So that is one of the challenges which is facing this hustler thing. But I think the president has learned from the foreigners, the funds which are ahead. He has come to realize that unless he does something, even this hustler fund will fail. And I think that's why he said that it is not going to be free. Now, maybe it is good he has brought it earlier, given that if the next elections are to be hinged on the same, the people will say that no. It might backfire so much for him. And in fact, he may lose seriously going forward because of that idea of it's not going to be free. It is not free. As much as you want to say the interest rate will not be more than 10, they'll try to make it below the single digit. Well, they can do that. But apparently, I understand that the disappointment, that message was received with a lot of disappointment. And my prediction is that before it is launched, the president is likely to, if he consults widely, there is a way they can do it whereby it is just a revolving fund with strict deadlines and try it as much as possible to do away with the issue of interest. So you insist that it must be a revolving fund and it is targeting maybe ongoing businesses. You know, you can't give revolving fund to people who are starting businesses because startups normally have a lot of probability of losses, incurring
And
losses.
UK, if I ask, do you think with the current kind of inflation, can you revolve in fund? I think if it will be a maximum of 1 week.
Well, let me tell you something which these hustler people are doing, but some of us may not be aware. You see these street sales, which are currently all over in a place like Nairobi. They are revolving 2 days. Some people don't know. The Wahindis who brought it to Kenya have sustained it. They are under strict rules and it works. So all you'll find somebody will do, you see, like the other day I was trying to talk about the toys. We are like, now we are heading to the Christmas season. You find that there are going to be a lot of toys this festive season at targeting the young celebrities, young fellows, the children, and what have you. Now, you will find that the Nairobi streets, especially Tomboya Street, is likely to be painted sale, 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 sale. Now, if you are born around that time and the first time you come to Nairobi, you may wonder yourself, what is all this sale, 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 sale? Now, in the past, I used to have an uncle. When I would visit him in Nairobi during the Christmas time, and everywhere was sale, sale, sale. So I used him to hear saying that we'll go to sale and buy certain items. So from where I was, I used to think that sale is a person, that he is a muindi who sells things. Little did I know that that was a marketing term to help attract people who are prepared to pay less. And those sales would do a lot. Now, I was trying to bring in the issue of brought about the revolving fund. Now, this same Waindis, you find that he has a shop, but in front of the shop, he has call it a hawker, who is selling the same toys that he's selling inside the shop. But what's the difference? Little did I know that the hawker in front of the door is actually a salesperson for the Mwindi inside. So if you go inside the shop, you may find that the toy is 100 shillings. Never mind that the actual importation from China, it cost 10 shillings. It cost 10 shillings. I don't know whether you're aware that a number of Kenyans, the so-called entrepreneurs, have made several trips around Christmas time to China to go and bring in these toys and Christmas sales. Now, when they get to China, there's a time I was trying to say here that in China, things are graded accordingly. So you find quality this, quality this, quality that. And I was talking about how they did the express highway, how they brought the materials from China. I was focusing on steel. In China, they make all manner of grades of steel. So you'll find grade 1 the best, grade 2 almost the way up to I think grade 5. Now you find that these Chinese, when they were doing our expressway, they refused to buy steel locally from Doshi. You have seen the way Doshi is being marketed. They refused to buy Doshi steel. And we are told that Doshi is the best steel. Chuma ni chuma. So what did our Kenyans who went to China do for the purposes of bringing in toys? Instead of buying the toys the way they are budgeted, they go there and they find rejects. Kumbe rejects are either recycled or they are sold as rejects, as throwaways. They are sold in drums. Drums. If they are good for sale, they'll be sold in dozens. So the people who are going to import these toys, what do? They reach there and say, so we can get these toys even in drums. And you may find that one drum is the equivalent of something like 100 shillings. And if you are budgeted that you'll buy a full container of those toys at something like 1 million, you can imagine how much your 1 million will be able to bring in toys. The entire Tomboya street of hawkers hawking those toys may just be your toys, and you have brought them in at just a mere 500k. Plus shipment.
UK.
Yes.
That has been a reason as to why the United States have been fighting China, because it's using Africa as a dumping site for plastic. That is being used as a dumping site.
Well, maybe you don't know it. China is one of the reasons why the elections went the way they went. But that's a story for another day. Exactly what you are saying. China.
Just elaborate.
Okay,
We are here to learn.
let me elaborate a little. You see, there is a time the SGR was being proposed to go all the way to Kisumu, and I think even into Uganda. SGR during the last 10 or so years. Now, if you remember, after 2017, after the handshake, I don't know whether you remember that Baba and President Uhuru made a trip to China. It was about financing the SGR. Now, again, if you will remember, that trip was a flop. In other words, the objectives were not realized. They came back quietly. You can remember that. They came back
I can
quietly.
recall.
Yeah, and it was like they didn't even want people to hear what they had gone for and what they didn't get. They didn't even get an audience to discuss the loan that they were looking for. In fact, I think somebody insisted that no, you people have overborrowed. We cannot do that. But the idea was actually to take the SGR all the way past Kisumu to Uganda. It flopped. It didn't work. Now, that thing did not amuse the Americans. And those are the days when the Americans started having issues with the government, the previous government. Now, you see this express highway, the Nairobi Mombasa. Again, for those who have been in the know, you will know that that thing did not start yesterday. At some point, it had gone, and I think there were very high chances that it was being awarded to the Chinese. Now, your development partners and the Western world were hesitant. They did not want that idea at all. Now, the way things are now, that has been cancelled. And the front runners are now again, you can call them US. You know, US and Korea are very, very close. I don't know whether you are aware. And there are a number of Koreans who are citizens in the US. Now, the machinery is, I'm told now, this project, it might come sooner than you know. This project is going to come by the US. US companies are the ones going to handle it, and Koreans. The Koreans, in terms of equipment, the administration, and other resources from the US. So the Nairobi-Mombasa Express is going to be a reality. Now you can ask yourself, if the initial intentions were the Chinese, there has been a very big turnaround. Now we are going US. Anyway, let me tell you finish my story about getting things from China, and the revolving thing you are saying should be 1 week. Why I'm telling you it is 1 day, 2 days rather. I have an uncle who was doing some construction business. Now, there are some of these fancy fittings, especially doors and even sanitation material, some very fancy ones from China. He decided that those things were looking very well, and he was doing a hotel. He was putting up a hotel. So he wanted to go and get fittings, very fancy fittings from China. So by the time he reached there, he found out that there were very, very expensive items and very cheap items. All of them are different grades. Now, it turned out that most of the Chinese products you see in Kenya, they have even adopted this word cheap Chinese. I don't know whether you have heard it. Sometimes when you are going to shop for fixtures and items, you hear some people commenting that, these are cheap Chinese. These are cheap Chinese. The truth of the matter is that China is very advanced in their industrialization and manufacturing. China has some of the best qualities. And that is why the other day I was telling you that certain things, let's say you are doing things which you want to take into the US, they must be made for the US market. They must be made for the US market. In other words, the quality must be checked and verified and confirmed. That is how they do their things. But you see, Africa, it is the opposite. First of all, our entrepreneurs who go there, they go and buy the cheap rejects. When they get into Kenya, you just take, for example, a toy car. A toy car made in China. There are also very good toy cars in China. But the people who are in this trade, they themselves opt for the cheap ones. Then once they land into Kenya, they want to sell them as if they are the quality ones. You bring an item which is grade 5, you want to sell it as if it is grade 1. Now, that is where the thing is. So it doesn't help you to bring things which are grade 1. You will not make maximum profit. So what do? They bring in the grade 5 or the grade 6 going forward. Then they want to sell them as if they are grade 1, grade 2.
So, for instance, if I can interject, you look at those toys after you have used them, they become wastage and you cannot take them back to China. Even the motor vehicles that are here in Kenya, majority of them are coming from China. That's, unajua, at the time I was working in Ngara, I was selling some kind of headlights. Actually, an headlight from Japan is almost twice the price that one from Taiwan. But when you look at the Taiwan, it looks more new than that one of Japan.
You see what is happening. You are right. The thing is, people go out there to bring in quality stuff. But when you get there, you find that you get what you are looking for at almost a throwaway price. Now, the conmanship is this. You bring something which, if you are honest enough, you should sell it at the throwaway price. Okay, put a markup of 25 or 50%, isn't it? Then we are okay. Or just declare in grade 2 or grade 3 and sell it the price of grade 2, grade 3. Now, the problem is the conmanship among the Kenyan traders. Now, let me finish that story at toys for you. Now, the importers, they are all along Tom Mboya Street and River Road. Let's just deal with the toys. Then we can also go to material. I don't know whether you are aware, Luthuli Avenue these days is full of shops which are just selling material yanguo. All those shiny things, blah, 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 which they use for making suits, shiny suits and what have you. Anyway, the idea of the toys. I'm narrowing down on the toys because the toys are sold by the hawkers. The hawkers, I want to refer to them as the hustlers. And that's why I'm bringing this story about the toys. So what do you get? You get those toy cars, very fancy, shiny looking ones. They are brought in by a Muhindi who has a shop along Tom Mboya Street. He has containers and containers at Embakasi Depot where these things are, or in a warehouse in industrial area. So he has his outlet shop, retail shop at Tom Mboya Street. Now, at Tom Mboya Street, remember the toy, each of those toys, because he bought them in those drums I was telling you, they were not the best toys, but because they were like, the intention is China is that rejects are supposed to be recycled until they are at a good grade. But now, when they get there, they say, okay, even you can buy rejects at a throwaway price. So they buy them at a throwaway price, fill containers and bring them for Christmas. Now, in his shop, in Tom Mboya Street is going to price the toys at the display at 100 shillings. But remember, he has very many of them. So what does he do? The hawkers come in handy. A hawker only needs 5,000 to get the first stock of their merchandise. Okay? Now, the Muindi does not mind. The Muindi does not mind you selling the toys outside his shop. So you see, I witnessed one of the hawkers inside. Then he comes with them at the veranda there, is where he's selling them. So out there, he starts selling the toys at something like 200. The Muindi inside would do the toys maybe something like 150. So the moment you say, I can't buy this toy at 200, he tells you, si hiyo ni bei ya kuongea. You know their language, they say hatuwezi kosana. Hiyo ni bei ya kuongea, kwani wewe uko na ngapi? Remember, that toy is 10 bob. So hii bei ya kuongea ni 200. Kidogo, if you check through the display window of the Muindi, you see it's 150. So hata wewe unasema, this is the same thing. Si huko ni 150. Then it tells you, kwani wewe unataka ngapi? Okay, lipa 150 basi. Iko ni no. Okay, then he tells you, lipa 120. Unaangalia huko display, you can see this thing is 150. So you say, yenyewe, maybe he was selling at 200. He has come all the way to 120. Then you say, no. Hata sahi, hata sina hiyo pesa. Unaanza kutembea. Then he tells you, okay, let him here. So in your psychologically, you think, you have a good deal here, isn't it? And who to you, if you are walking around with a child who wants the toy, if you are walking around with a child, or if maybe you are in a car and you are on the road in the jam, it was going for 200, is ready to take 100. You say a deal is fixed. You can see the sale has gone, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, this fellow, depending on how the hawker is printing after every car or after every buyer, kidogo is going back to the shop. Remember, initially, he only needed to raise some 5,000 deposit. And your 5,000 is what he's going to take there. Now, if you cut it down because he can only carry those things, it's a walking shop, so he can only get so much he can carry with himself. So you may find that whatever he's carrying, a toy is worth 2,000. Kidogo, at around midday, he has sold all his toys. He has something like 3,500. He's going to replenish. Now, he will do this, maybe replenish 2 or 3 times in a day. Do you see how booming a business this is?
Yes.
Yes. Now, that way, if you had a fund, the fund where they got their 5,000, do you see you can afford to have it revolving without charging them any interest? And they will be able to go on. My only issue is, remember I was saying that, does it mean that now everybody has to change to become a hawker? Because the people you can fund like that are these kind of hawkers. And the monies they take,
Okay, if I also cut you short, does it, even that market of walking, I think it is almost saturated to this point.
It is saturated. It is only in the urban areas.
And even in that urban areas is already saturated to a point that, in the market, there's something you call a healthy competition. If we go there, all of us will have an healthy, because who will we be selling to?
Secondly, the other thing is why the president is going to have a problem. That business, from what I've described to you, the hustler fund can work very well for that. How many of these fellows, the so-called hustlers, would be willing to do hawking? And you can see even the energy it requires. That's sprinting along the road, along the road on traffic. It is not easy. So the so-called category targeted by the hustler fund, that is where it is going to flop day one. Now, assuming that you go for a revolving fund, you know what I've explained to you is revolving on a 2-day or weekly basis.
Yes.
Those short, whatever they are. Now, imagine now revolving fund for somebody who wants even to go and plant some crops. So much would have gone down the lane. By the time the money is due, is going to gain something from his investment, be it crops or planting beans or planting maize or doing what, planting cabbage. You can see the dynamics alone will make sure that this person will even have no way of refunding this. Because normally those people, the so-called mamambogas, a good number of them are just selling the excess of their subsistence crops. The subsistence farming, which they do, is where they try to sell the little that is off and above. Basically, they do it for what they want to eat, and then now they sell the excess. If you want to go full blast business, it means you have to do what? You have to be commercial oriented and even be keeping books. Now, the so-called businesses, which these people are supposed to do, the starters are waiting for it like yesterday. People who want to use it to start business. But what I've described for you can only work with businesses which are already ongoing.
Okay.
Then the other thing, ask yourself, why did the youth fund, why is it having challenges? Remember, the youth fund is being done through the normal banking platforms. So is the Women Enterprise Fund. And even the Oweso Fund, they were trying to do that. You use the existing structures to do this. Now, if you want this hustler fund of yours, you want to the approach you want to use is that of CDF. Even the management, even let me give you, Julia, a time to say some greeting. Then I can come back. I had an issue on the milk business, which was bringing issues with Uganda, and then of course the pending bills, and of course then on the vetting. Thank you.
So Julia, and I've been here for almost 5 hours. I think I want to sleep, so you'll just end the show.
Yeah.
Sawa.
I think we shall just end together. Naona Makiadi ya kuji. Upumzike tu kidogo.
We end in the next around 10 minutes or 13.
Yes, we can end. Yeah, we can wind up. Unless Makiadi aingia Madhemba.
Sawa. Now is your turn now to give us the knowledge that you have carried all over the day.
Hii maneno ya asla.
Hapana, mimi nimesikia, I didn't want to talk about vetting Francis na Kuseo because I think it's just a waste of time. Even looking at those people vetting the cabinet secretaries. To me, that's my view. It's a waste of time. I don't think they have intentions of giving us the right people at all. Sidhani kama wako na mpango.
So unasema hiyo ni kama ile tuna job opportunities inakuanga advertised already, relative ameshakuwa picked kuwa kama manager, lakini na advertisiwa
ama mchezo ya karongorongo. Mnajua ile mchezo ya karongorongo ya baba na mama? Yeah, the one we used to play when.
By the way, Julia, did you hear that here in the US, hata kama business ni yako and there is a vacancy, it must be filled in a certain way so that everybody has an opportunity. You
Unaona Kuseo, when you were talking, I was listening to you, and I remembered Kibaki. When Kibaki came, and he brought in some new, because I'm a teacher, I can only talk about education sector. He brought in a new method of hiring teachers, okay? And he decided that TSC can advertise jobs in various schools, but the teachers can be interviewed by the Board of Governors or the Board of Management. But then he said the TSC and Ministry of Education said some criteria. The criteria was kulikuwa na marking scheme. Kama
a scoring sheet.
Yes, there was a scoring sheet. So the higher you, if you had a PhD or a master's, I mean, the higher your degree was, the higher the points you had. Also, there was a thing that was making sure they are fair, was the years of experience. How many years have you been out since you graduated? That one was the fairest thing. And then walikuwa nakuja huku kwingine kwa your responsibility in your current station. Alafu the question that people could maybe use favorism had only 5 points. So it was very hard to favor somebody. Lakini hii ilikuwa kama maybe you graduated in 2000, wa 1999 akona kama 10 points ahead of you ama 20. Sasa hata kama wewe ni dada yangu
rigging was difficult.
Then there was this thing, the degree and the diploma, they were about 10 points difference. Unaona? Then first class honors and second class honors, upper division, there was about 10 points difference. Lower and upper, like that. Sasa unaona walimu wamekaa hapo nje, mimi Kuseo na Francis, tumekuja interview kwa shule fulani. Tunapiga story. Hey Francis, wewe ulimaliza lini? Mimi nilimaliza 2000 Kuseo. Unajua tunapiga two stories. Sasa by the end of our chit-chatting, we know Kuseo is ahead. Kuseo also knows himself that among all these people, I'm ahead with points. Simnaingia interview. You see, the panel is made by kuna deputy principal, kuna principal, kuna about 3 members of the board, kuna mtu ametoka county, district education office, around 4-6, about 10 people or so. That is the panel. Sasa unaona nyinyi watu mko na marking scheme. You have to stick to that marking scheme, to that scoring sheet. Sasa Kuseo, graduated 1999, has 50 points. Julia has 30 so far. Francis has 20. Yani itakuwa ngumu sana to make Francis become number one.
So the most deserving person will most likely be the winner.
Yes. And if there is a tie, like me and you, we tie. Now you go to your 5 points. You break the tie with 5 points. And you have to explain to the interviews how you broke the tie, because even before you give them the scores, they know their scores. They know that.
Oh, they have an idea.
They have an idea. If by any chance you decide to bring your relative, Kuseo will not even argue with you. Atapeleka makaratasi yake kwa TSC. Atasema, I went for this interview at this school. And then TSC will recall all the score sheets. And the principal stands a chance of being interdicted. Sasa, no principal want to be interdicted because of one teacher. So they used to do the right thing. Now, and in those days, you can say that for a number of years, like about 10, 20 years, the right thing was done at the Teacher Service Commission. And if I can remember, I went for 2 interviews to Job Group M and Job Group N. And I can remember my 2 interviews. They had a score sheet, Kuseo. Waliniambia mwalimu, panga makaratasi yako hivi. Degree certificate, your highest degree certificate, your responsibility, your highest mean score ya KCSE, si ile ya mtihani ya kawaida na ukuwe na evidence, hiyo ni ya KCSE, your responsibility in that order. So one time when I went for an interview, I had arranged my papers badly. Kuna nilikuwa na responsibility ya deputy principal nimeweka chini. Panelist akasema, madam, no, hiyo deputy principal ikuwe juu. And then she corrected the chairperson. I want to make a correction here. She has once served as a deputy principal. So my points were rated again higher. And then I could hear her in my presence. They said she has a this mean score in a day school. And they said her mean score, highest mean score was this in a day school. So the points are rated like that. So I left that interview knowing I had passed. Nobody told I had passed. Told me that Mwalimu umepita. But from the way the score sheets, I didn't even have to bribe anybody at the Teacher Service Commission. In my 2 interviews, I didn't have to have known anybody. I knew I had passed because they used a few things. They used my degree certificate, they used my responsibility, and they used my mean score in math. And that was enough. And they didn't care how I looked like, whether I came from Kisumu or I came from Nyanza or I came from. And if you'd go to TSC those days, that is what was happening. But I think now things have changed. People are back to square one, to the corruption stuff and all that.
All manner of favoritism.
All manner of favoritism.
It's also good that you have also highlighted that. I've also remembered with the current thing that is more difficult is the journalism. So when you come to the journalism, there are degree courses here in university. People read about mass media and so forth. But when it comes in hiring, there is what they look that is contrary to academics. So sometimes you wonder, how would you advise, for example, right now, how do you advise a student that getting an A or passing an exam or becoming excellent in education is a way to succeed in life, whereas we have a person with a D minor who is a minister? How do you explain to that?
Yeah,
how do you explain to somebody that somebody came with an honorary certificate and honorary masters? These are things that were given here in KU. By the way, if in KU you attend things to do with Chandaria business, you are given those masters and so forth because of participatory. They are not things which are not earned, they are just given. You present them to parliament, you want them to be recognized as masters.
You mean non-academic, whatever?
Yes. Yeah, non-academic honorary what? They are going honorary degrees. And you see, Francis, wacha nikwambie kitu nyinyi. I don't know whether Chaka belongs to that generation. Lakini, I think me and Kuseo and Maggie, we can say that. We went to school when you were given what you deserved. We applied for jobs when we were given what we deserved. But hii tabia, Francis, it is sad that you people were born in this side. Hii tabia imekuja hii era ya uhuru. You know, it has just come in the last 10 years, 15 years. This thing, when Kibaki came, he tried to get rid of that. He tried, and he achieved milestones. Alijaribu sana, and he got somewhere. And even I think when Kusea went to school, even if Moi was president, the teachers taught the children to get what they deserved. Lakini tukaanza tabia mbaya ikaingia. 2015, Francis, was the climax of corruption in the education sector.
Ilikuwa ile kipindi ya Kaimenyi.
Kaimenyi sika mtu mwenye alifanya mtihani hapa. Let me viewers, if you did your exam.
Kaimenyi was before Matiang'i.
Yes, that was 2015. The time that the exam leaked countrywide.
Kama wewe ni viewer na ulifanya KCSE exam 2010 to 2016, I am afraid I think you may be a very fake graduate.
And also, Julie, and also to call out, nowadays we have a very bad trend, and I want to call it the way it is. We have nowadays what we call a sexually motivated promotion in job and sexually transmitted hiring and firing in offices, whereby somebody is hired or fired according to the way he will relate in terms of relationship with the manager or anybody in the company. And that's where some of these organizations are collapsing at a very alarming rate. Because if you are looking at the body, and the body is not anything, we're looking at the mind capacity, it becomes a problem. That's why you see, for me, I'm sorry to say so, but I did not see any credential that could have given Millicent Omango UDA ticket to stand for Nairobi women rep. I did not see. The woman had no any idea.
Francis,
hata angeweza kuongea publicly. Mimi nilishindwa walimchagua kivipi? Unajua hata afadhali angekuwa anaongea tunamsikia. Hangeweza, angeitwa tu hivi unasikia amepinduka, anapindushia watu hivi vitu nyuma hivi, anaanza kuzungusha. So I was wondering, were they operating in a kind of a brothel? Because that's what we are happening in brothel.
Francis, that's a shame. And going to that now we see where we are coming from. So we have that generation, and then now if we see this cabinet vetting, first and foremost, before we vet them, whom did Ruto present? Were these the best people that he could find that could work for him in his government? You know, why did he have this kind of people? Aisha Jumwa, Kuria, nimesikia Kuria amesomea watu. Me, Kuria, I believe will never be seated anywhere in Kuria with Kuria, because I cannot argue with him. I can just tell him I want to be beneath my dignity with arguing with someone like you, because I don't belong to that school of thought. Now, Mutu kama these people have issues, all of them surrounding them. And then this Wetangula is staging a show that he's interviewing them, he's vetting them, you know, thinking he can fool Kenyans. So I think Kenyans should not even pay attention to that, because that's a waste of our time and resources. Now, so we have those kind of people. Why do we have those kind of people? Show me your friends and I tell you who you are. Because that is what the president is. Those are his values. The values of Aisha Juma, the values of Kuria, the values of all those cabinet secretaries, those are his values. And that is what he thinks is right. According to him, living like that and lying to people and stealing, those are his virtues or values. And he thinks that is how Kenya should live. So that now tells us why he keeps on changing tune. Now, I was listening to Kuseo when he was talking about, I think Kuseo or somebody was talking about the Americans and the Chinese and all that. Maybe Kenya has become a battleground for these superpowers. So everybody's trying to get their best from Kenya. And, you know, they don't care about you. If they can exploit you, well and good. If they can exploit your resources, well and good. That's what they're going to do. So why is he changing tune? Now, I want to say this to Kenyans. Black is here. And Black, I struggle to understand you very much. Because hata wale watu walikuwa na support Kenya Kwanza, they have stopped talking the way you are talking. But wait until 2032. In fact, if you listen to Duke, I listened to to somebody called, I don't know his name, I'm forgetting here. And I realized that intelligent people who are in Kenya Kwanza have changed their talk. They'll not come here and defend all those things. They are very careful with what they are saying, because they can see the writing on the wall. Now, when we talked here before the election, tuliongea sana, na tulijaribu persuade Kenyans to do the right thing. And I think Kenyans, you should have listened to me. If you didn't want to listen to people from Luo Nyanza, you should have listened to me. Because I think you should have seen that I come from Central Province and I had no presidential candidate. So I had no good reason to be swayed on one side. I was just trying to be rational. Mr. William Ruto had no intentions of improving the life of Kenyans. But as he surprises me, he has worked with the politicians. He saw how Kibaki was working. I don't understand why he was slow at learning. Either he refused to learn or he didn't want to learn. Because if you are a politician and you are in Kenya, you can see we failed. When Moi did 1, 2, 3, we didn't do well. When Kibaki did this, Kibaki came in and knew, if I run the economy like this, I will go milestones. He knew what to do. Now, Uhuru, I would not even say I think Uhuru was a good planner. But I think Uhuru's challenge, whom was he working with? If your husband is a thug or your wife is a thug, hata umwombea aje, unless aende kanisa aokolewe, angolewe mpaka mizizi, things may not change in that house. So that duo was destined to fail in the running of the country, because I don't think they sat and agreed that we need to improve the life of Kenyans. Now, what did Uhuru do? Uhuru just barely survived. He helped us survive. Akakopa maloni mingi, katuwekea barabara. So he tried to we were literally surviving.
So,
Now, Ruto is working, sorry, President, Ruto is working in this government. Na naona, we are surviving. You see, Kuseo, you are in your house. And even most people are seen as smiling. Lakini najua jana tulienda KCB, tukakopa loan, ndio tukalipa fee ya huyu mtoto. I know. Jana tukaenda Equity, tukachukua loan nyingine, ile shamba mnatona nayo tulinunua na loan. I know what we are doing. So the time I take over from you, Kuseo, I'll use my head very well because I know where we are coming from. So what I'll do, I'll not bring in thieves. Hata kama mlikuwa mnanipigia makofi. I know that if I don't do 1, 2, 3, ninaanguka kwa shimo. No? What has Ruto done? He has brought in his fellow thieves. And that is why now, I'm not sympathizing with these Nairobi landlords. Mimi siwaonei huruma. Whatever you sow is what you reap. Maripo ni hapa duniani. And I want to say this. Do you know who are the majority of Nairobi landlords? Forgive me if I say this. Wametoka Mount Kenya region. Watu wa Mount Kenya region, tuliwasihi sana. We ask you not to send the country to the dogs.
Julie,
yeah.
Yes. You also made me remember something. Uhuru Kenyatta has refused to go to where he was born. He has opted to go and stay in Narok. He has said that he's no longer willing to stay in Ichaweri from where he was born and ancestral land. So you see how much pain that president is going on, knowing very well he told his people the right way. They mocked him, they abused him, they called him so many names. Right now, even the president was supposed to choose about 4 homes. He was supposed to choose
I thought he had just gone to visit.
Me too. I thought he had just gone to
visit.
No.
He have chosen to stay at a palatial apartment in Narok where he has chose because he was given 4 options, either to stay besides West State House, to go to Ichaweri, either to go to Narok. I don't know where the other place is, and he chose Narok. That's where he will be staying,
But Francis, he could just be there for a holiday.
Maybe he's there for a holiday because I think Uhuru has many homes.
All those other places, he still owns them.
Yeah,
but
he
for the
has
government,
many homes. Definitely,
what
he has
happens
many
is
homes.
the government will try to identify whereby they will be able to provide security. You know, it's still a president, but just a former. That's why he identified that the security and everything will be based on. That is from Narok, not Ichaweri.
Okay, so Uhuru alijaribu sana.
He's only entitled to one place, eh?
Yeah?
I don't know. I don't know whether he's
saying that he's only entitled to identify one place. You remember when we were talking about the security for the deputy president, the president when he was deputy, you remember all his sites, be it Sugoi, be it Karen, be it Kwale, Wapi, they were all having security. But maybe you can say that is because he was in office.
Yes, you have to. Actually, I can confirm to you that the president has chose a place where to stay, like the way Moi chose to stay in Kabarak. Then the Uhuru has chose to stay in Narok. He has not.
Excuse me, habari zenu.
I'm sorry.
Glad to see you. The way even Kibaki chose to stay in Othaya, and that is what Uhuru has done. That is going to be his retirement presidential home, where the government knows that Uhuru is staying in Narok, but not between.
Okay, let me finish.
Is that for now? In other words, he's not condemned to stay there forever. If in future he says he wants to change.
But okay, like when he was president, he was known to be staying in State House, right? This guy, I don't want to say that he is the president of Kenya. It becomes so difficult for me to say that. Ruto was known to be staying in Karen. So even Uhuru is going to stay in Narok instead of staying in Gatundu. So that is going to be his presidential retirement home.
I agree with you. What I was asking
Okay,
is
we
this.
understand you now.
Yes.
What I was asking is this. You remember President Moi?
Yeah.
He was initially in Kabarak.
Yes.
But during his last time, the last 3-4 years before he died, he was in Nairobi, Kibera.
He was in Nairobi.
Oh, yes.
Where was his retirement home after
Kabarak.
he was it was Kabarak, and he was even taken there by the official plane, right?
Flight, yeah.
Flight. So that is what is going to happen to Uhuru as well.
Okay, we understand. Let me finish that so that Chaka also says I see that doesn't get challenge of network. Now, what I was saying is that mimi sihurumii au investors wametoka Murang'a, Nyeri, Kiambu kwa sababu we persuaded them here very much. Ruto had no plan of improving the lives of Kenyans. He didn't even know how. Ni kama mtu anaoa bibi na hajui bibi atakula nini. He didn't make any plans. He was thinking, Ruto, I don't understand why he didn't learn during Kibaki's time and Uhuru's time. He didn't see that we cannot build more style. Kwa nini hawa watu ni IQ? Mimi nataka watu wanijibu. Is it that they have small thinking capacity, or they have a problem with learning or understanding? Because he didn't have any plan. Sasa ameshtukia, ameimba uchaguzi, amejipata yeye ni president, aliambia watu kuna hustler fund, hakuna pesa. Aliambia watu sijui he'll do this, he can't afford this. He doesn't even know how to manage the inflation. I'm sure Sai Ruto, he would wish him to be in my position, because my only struggle is how I feed my children and take them to school. Otherwise, huwa ninaamka ninasahau Kenya, nikilala ninakumbuka I need to pay fee 1, 2, 3. I forget, but Ruto has a whole baggage on his back. He's trying to think, how did Uhuru do this? I called him names. Hata siku hizi wameacha kutusi Uhuru akisema ati ni Russia ama nini. Hao ndio wameanza kusema ati museme Uhuru, ati Uhuru was right. Ati Russia's war and Ukraine was the problem. I mean, he didn't plan. He didn't know how to do it. And he didn't see that he cannot work with this and get anywhere. So these Nairobi landlords, next time tunaenda kwa Mount Kenya landlords, mjitayarishe, Kenyans mjitayarishe, maisha itakuwa ngumu. I want to wind up by saying, those of you who read the Bible, if you read the Bible, there is this son of David who decided to overthrow his father. And I'll find the name and tell you. Then whatever happened to that son, he didn't go well, because I think he had kind of an accident and he was hanged on a tree. I'm not saying anyone is being hanged here. Then there was this other grandson of David called Rehoboam, the grandson, I think the son of Solomon. Solomon equally messed with the Israelites. The Israelites were happy when David was the king and with other kings. But after David, some wicked kings came. Now, first there was this son who disrespected David. Maisha yake haikuenda vizuri. He didn't go far. Then after that son, we had Solomon. Then there was Absalom. Absalom was hanged himself on a tree. He didn't hang himself, but something happened. He was found hanging on a tree. Then we have Rehoboam. Rehoboam came. These are the people who split Israel. You people, I'm not a prophet of doom, but this is exactly what is going to happen to Kenya. Count these kings that are coming. Francis, let me finish that. Chaka can talk. Then Rehoboam came. The Israelites were already oppressed by Solomon, taxation and all that. Okay, you see, we are coming from Kibaki, and we are now saying Kibaki was good. And you people threw insults at Uhuru. Uhuru tried to make you survive. Alikopa madeni, ndio musirie, akafanya hivi, akawekea barabara, mahospitali mukamtusi. And when we ask, Baba was the only person who had a plan for this country to rescue Kenya. Baba knew we are having this problem. We'll do 1, 2, 3 to get where we want. We need to address this. And Baba said, problem number 1 is to fight corruption. He knew it. You rejected him, mkamwita mzee wa kitendawili, na mkatusi mother, mkamtukana. So you got Absalom. What you got now is Absalom and Rehoboam, or both combined. Okay? So Rehoboam, after Solomon exploits the Israelites, the Israelites are complaining, and Rehoboam gathers his youngsters, the thugs around him. Look at what's happened. Who are the people around Ruto? They're like those people who are surrounding Rehoboam. And they tell Rehoboam, like, you see, make them pay more taxes. make them do 1, 2, 3. So he said, my father was doing 1, 2, 3, but you, I will work on you with scorpions. My father may have been worse, but you, I will do with you with scorpions. That's what he told the Israelites. And he made the Israelites suffer. And we see from Solomon, we see the breakup of the Israel into 2 kingdoms. So what you're having now is Absalom and Rehoboam. And things are going to be bad. And you are going to pay for the mistakes you have made because you did so to punish Uhuru. Uhuru tumesikia kwa palace yake, and you are annoyed with me and other people who are speaking here. Sisi hatukuwa na chuki. We were just telling you that you are jumping into a pit. You simply pushed yourself across the cliff. Sasa mkuwe tayari kulipa tax, hakuna masomo bure, mutagharamia your health, the prices of goods are going up, they are skyrocketing, there is no turning back. This guy cannot address any crisis. He see the people in cabinet, he will not address your problems. Prepare for hard times. Asante Francis. Sijui tu kubali chaka, okay?
Thank you. You know, I have a fear that when this man will fail, will try to become authoritative so that he can be able to hide some things, and that's my greatest fear. That once he will be able to not be able to achieve, he might become authoritative so that he will not be able to oppose him or to try to question him. Anyway, let's hope that things will be better, but for now, those hopes are not there. Yes, Chaka.
Mbona mutaki niongee? Why Chaka first? That one
He has a problem with the system.
Akarushwa nje.
Magi,
Chaka alikuwa amekuja, alafu
Magi nilikuja mapema alafu ndo nikatoka nje. Samahani, mimi sina mambo marefu Magi.
Has an issue. He has an issue with the network.
Sina mingi
Magi, don't worry. Sina mengi kwa ada, mambo yangu ni mafupi tena ya haraka kama Mutua. Umeona? So kwanza ni washukuru Julia, Francis. Hii jina UK imeniacha tena. And Magi. Ukweli mimi ukosea, yes. Okay, sawa. Ukweli ni kwamba yala nazungumzia Julia. Huwa namsupport Julia. Despite ametoka Central, lakini hakika na maono na fikra ndani yake kukiwa na ukweli na uhaki kwa kila nakizungumza. Tumekuwa hapa kwa hii panel kuanzia wakati wa siasa hizo mpaka tulipomaliza siasa. Sasa ni wakati wa utendaji kazi, lakini hii ndio outcome ambayo baadhi yetu tulikuwa tunapinga kwa ajili ya mambo kama haya yanajitokeza. Pili, nitaanza upande wa vetting na nitazungumzia jambo moja kwamba hii ni sarakasi, kwa sababu huwezi chukua kesi ya tumbili na kima alafu ukamfanya jaji awe ni nyani pale juu useme kutakuwa na haki hapo. Sawa. So akina Wandai na Junet hawa tu ni sawa kwamba sasa hivi wanaharibu visu vyao kwa kuchinja paka, kisha wakipewa kuku basi visu vitakuwa vishaharibika, kwa sababu ukweli ni kwamba ukiangalia hiyo vetting nimefuatilia kutoka ianze hapo, kuna wakijaribu kuzungumza vitu ambavyo vinawagusa hawa manominees akina Junet akina Wandai, utakuta upande wa either majority ama upande wa serikali wanawatetea hawa. Ni matokeo ambayo nimewafuatilia tu, yaani wakiona kuna kitu kina hit basi utakuta wamekuja upande wa utetezi. So hii ni sarakasi, hii ni drama tu kuhadaiwa wa Kenya, na mpaka tukija tukikumbuka shuka basi kutakuwa kumekucha. Hawa wapitishwe moja kwa moja tu, hakuna haja na vetting, kwa sababu hata wakifanywa vetting still bado hawa watabaki pale, kwa sababu lengo la kuwekwa hawa, sisi wa Kenya tusione labda pengine tunaangalia kwamba wako na qualification, no. Hawa wamekuwa rewarded kwa kile ambacho wamekifanya, bidii na jasho walilolimwaga. kusupport rais wetu. Sasa hawa wamewekwa kwa rewarded. Pili, hawa ni rahisi sana rais wetu kuweza kuwatumia kukubali yale ambayo anafikiria kwake ni sahihi, na hakuna mtu anaweza mpinga hapa. Kwa hiyo tujipange, tuliulilia wembe na sasa watu tumepewa. Kwa hivyo tusubiri outcome, maana sitegemei kwamba kutakuwa na mazuri. Tukirudi katika masuala ya hustler fund, hili jambo tulizungumzia hapa tukalichambua haswa mwanzo haswa, hata hiyo kabla uchaguzi kuisha, sisi tulikuwa tumelichambua hapa kwa hii panel. Sasa tumeona mahali tunaelekezwa, kwamba hii ni ishara wazi kwamba ni biashara yenye iko pale, ni kuhakikisha shilingi ya tuwamtoa ushuru hasa especially huyo mwananchi wa chini waliyemrifaa kama mama mboga na bodaboda, shilingi yao tuhakikishe kwamba tumeishika mkononi, tumetia, tuna control na hiyo shilingi iko hapo. Sasa ni wapi utasonga mbele wewe? Ni wapi utajikwamua usonge mbele ikiwa tu macho yote yanaangazia shilingi? Kwa hiyo leo tutasikia tune hii, kesho tutasikia tune nyingine, mpaka sasa ameanza kuingilia na landlords. Yaani hakikishe kila mahali ameingia, kisha kwamba shilingi amemilika vizuri sana, ili wewe mwananchi usipate sauti na usiweze kujikwamua kwenda popote pale. Usikize tu kwamba upangiwe basi, maana hawa wakauli mbiu yao kwamba hawapangwingwi, ni wapange. Sasa subiri tupangwe, maana wao hawapangwingwi, lakini wakupangwa ni sisi wananchi, na tutapangwa, tutake tusitake. Hii administration hii hakika tutapangwa, maana hakuna mtu hapa ataweza kumkosoa. Na ndio maana Julia, mimi nilizungumzia mambo matatu tu yenye niliyatabiri, na bado nitazungumzia kila mara ninapoingia katika panel. Jambo la kwanza mimi nilizungumzia kwamba ni kuhakikisha tumeingia kwa mahakama, judiciary iko mkononi mwetu. Kwa hivyo hata wewe ukikimbia huko kama Sima na Kenya Kwanza, usitegemee haki. Wewe mwananchi, hata ukikimbia huko, ukifika unafurushwa. Na ndio maana jicho lake kwanza aliingia hapo kwa judiciary, alikuwa na malengo. Tena tinga akarudi kwa parliament, akahakikisha kwamba ametengeneza hiyo parliament. Na nimelizungumzia si mara moja, si mara ngapi, nalizungumzia on daily basis. Hakikisha kwamba miswada pale kipita ishapitishwa, maana wale wako pale ni sawa mzee. Alafu akishamaliza kwa security, sisi tutakuwa tunaenda wapi, tunaelekea wapi? Atafanya kila taona ni sahihi. So let's get prepared. Hii ndio serikali tulitegemea kwamba ikiingia tutayakuta haya, na hawakuwa wako tayari kwamba wamekuwa wamejipanga kumfanyia. Tusidanganye, wako hapa kutufanyia mwananchi wa kawaida, ni uongo. Kwa sababu hii ilikuja tu mwenye pia hakuamini kwamba atafika hapa. Unaona? Pili, mikakati yenye alitengeneza ndio hii inaomwathiri, kwa sababu yeye alitengeneza akahakikisha kwamba ameingia kwa power. Hakuwa amejipanga, nikiingia kwa power nitafanyia nini, hakuwa amejipanga kabisa. Kwa hivyo alikuwa nia kubwa ni waingie pale. Hawa waasi wote waliotimuliwa katika wakati ule wakaungana, wakahakikisha kwamba kivyo vyote vile waingie pale, kwanza kufeva yale machafu wako nayo, zile kesi zenye wako nazo hakikisha kwamba wamefunika, na wako na sound nzuri tu kwa mwananchi tu. Kama akili yako kweli hakika haina una ufikiriaji wa kesho ya kesho yako, unaangalia tu hapa, ni mtu wa kukubali tu tonge la mkononi, lakini hutaki kuangalia ule ambao uko kwa safuria ama kwa sahani. Ukipewa tonge la mkononi unatosheka, basi ndio utafikiria kwamba hii serikali ni nzuri. Hivyo Julia na ndugu zangu na pia na Wakenya, tusichoke. Katiba bado inatulinda hii. Kabla haijafanywa hizo amendments zitafanywa kuhakikisha hawa jamaa wanakaa, na ukiwafuata wanakupeleka spidi tu kwa katiba yako ndio itakao kuhukumu wewe mwananchi. Maana tukimaliza hii vurugu mechi, tutaingia hapo kwa katiba kufanya amendments. Vitu vingi tu vitatolewa hapo. So nguvu bado tuko nayo, tusisubiri mambo mengi. 100 days zinaelekea kuisha. Hakuna kitu ambacho kimeonyeshwa kabisa live kwamba hizi 100 days kuna hiki ambacho tuna matumaini nacho, kwa sababu kama ni bei ya vyakula iko juu, kama ni gharama ya maisha iko juu, na kibaya zaidi ni cha sisi wanyonge ambao tunasomesha huku watoto. Sasa hivi kuwapeleka shule ni ngumu, kwa sababu kula kwao kwenyewe haswa ni balaa. School fees ndo hizo, walimu hawatoshi. Kuna walimu ambao wameajiriwa, ni wewe mzazi uwalipe, failure to which watoto wanarejeshwa nyumbani on daily basis, especially sisi ambao tunafundisha watoto wetu private government schools. So we are in total bottom top of trouble. So sauti tuko nayo. Immediately after 100 days, let's raise our voices. We want to be ruled this way. Tunataka tutawaliwe hivi. Tuachane kabisa na huu ushabiki huu kwamba yes, tuondoane kabisa na huu kwamba huyu ni wa kwetu, huyu ni kabila yangu, kwa sababu sisi wa government. Unakuwa ndio mtu wako yuko pale kwa government na unaumia. Sawia na mimi ambaye sina mtu hapo juu kabisa, niko huko mashinani haswa na naumia vile vile, kwa sababu hii itatuumiza wote. Itawafaidi wachache, lakini walipa ushuru ambao ndio sisi tuko kwa maisha chini, tunaambiwa kwamba tutakuwa na pesa mfukoni na tutanyanyuliwa kutoka chini kwenda juu. Sasa tunanyanyuliwa kutoka juu kurudishwa chini, tena miguu ikiwa imeshikiliwa juu, kichwa kiko chini. Guys na Wakenya wenzangu, please, tusisubiri miezi 6 hapa tuseme kwamba tunawapa, let's give us a time tujipanga. Hakuna. Leo watakuwa na tuni hii, kesho watakuwa na tuni hii, ili agenda zao zikamilike, kwa sababu huu ni msitu mmoja. Kabineti yote hapa katika hiyo vetting wote wana dosari. Hakuna ambaye mimi sijamsikia tu hana dosari kabisa. Lazima awe na kesi mahakamani, lazima awe alishurushia kwa aidha kwa pesa ama ana ABCD. Tena hawa tunaletewa wawe wa cabinet, mimi waziri wetu Kenya. For real, nasikia kitu humu moyoni kwamba Kenya, usidanganye kwamba sisi tutaelekea mahali tufikie hiyo inchi ya maziwa na nyama. Uongo. So wacha nimpe Magi kwanza, nitafanya closing remarks zangu, lakini ukweli ndio huo.
Asante Chaka. So Magia, alafu ndio tuende sasa tuendelee kufunga show. Magia akiongea hivyo, alafu mtu wawili mmoja hivi aongee tufunge show. Karibu.
Thank you very much. Mimi hata sina maneno mengi, lakini niko na swali moja. Julia, wewe ndio ni mwalimu. Mbona tuwe na so many universities, halafu ikikuja kwa when you treat these appointments for CSS and blah blah, it doesn't matter with education. What are our universities for? Do we really know why we have those universities? Why should our people or our children struggle to reach at a university point? So many PhD holders are in Kenya nowadays. Alafu mtu kama Aisha Jumwa without any credentials anapewa kazi kama hiyo ya ministerial post. That is why I came here, just to ask that simple question, because it's really hurting. I don't understand. What is our Kenya for? What are we for? And what do we want? But what can we do? Don't you think we can also, our voices can also be heard? UK, can't our voice be heard? Francis, can't our voice be heard? Because it's something which is really hurting. Unajua, hii maneno ya vetting inaendelea Kenya is a sham. First of all, we don't even know the meaning of vetting anymore. Because vetting, I remember there's a time I went to be vetted some place. The first thing they look at are those papers I'm carrying. Then I will go in front of those people to prove this paper, how I got it. But then why are those people being vetted? Why can't they just be appointed the way Moi used to appoint them? Yeah, wakati wa Moi is when even there was a very Kamba person who was a minister, and he didn't even know how to spell his name. Yeah. This time, I think it should be something different from what we are seeing now. That is the only question I wanted to ask, because Kenya has really become a very I don't know whether I say primitive country or something like that. We are being rendered primitive, even those people who are not primitive, and even those people who have really worked hard to gain what they want. Alafu somebody comes from nowhere through stealing, anatuharibia country na tumenyamaza tu. Do we think these voices of ours cannot be heard? Or we just don't have a way to put our voices to be heard in our country? I don't know. This thing, I'm really struggling with it, but I don't know how to get the solution. Mpaka imefika a point I have to go a milestone away so that we see what we can do to this country. So many people are learned in Kenya, and I don't see how somebody just come from nowhere and appointing thieves, the people with so many cases in the court, alafu they are being they are whatever zao is being rubbished in court. What is that? Poleni sana. I thank you people for listening to me anyway, but I just feel like my voice should be heard.
So thank you. And Maggie raised a question. So UK, you'll use 1 minute to say why you think that one is important, or how can you correct it? Same to Julie Chaka, then I will just conclude by the way. So let's start with UK.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. What I can say is that as much as majority of us have been praising the so-called 2010 Constitution, that Constitution had so many things borrowed from other performing countries, where the number one principle and guiding is morality. You see, that is where everything is. When you plug, copy, and paste, and you want to put it in Kenya, where almost every step needs to be a procedure of law or legalized, that is where the problem is. You see, Francis, you allow me to take more than 1 minute. You see, in the US, that is the only reference I can make, because most of what I tend to see is there. In the state where I am, you find that academic qualifications are required. It's more or less like when you are applying, let's say even for a job, there's the academics qualifications required. There are the academics. Then you have issues of experience. Then you have the so-called trade association. You can equate it to, for example, like the association for call it the Law Society of Kenya, where you have the association for the trained people in that field, the trade association. It is like the one you have for teachers in Kenya. Then they are normally registered. Now, they have about 5 boxes they want to take. Then the last one, normally among the last, you find things to do with the referees and the like. So, like Julia inclined here earlier on, when you are being done doing those interviews, you score marks for every box ticked based on what how relevant you are as far as the item is concerned. So if you need experience and you have 5 years experience, there is a particular amount of score that you score. So by the time they go through it and finish, you find that all the boxes must be ticked. Let's say you go to the last boxes where, for example, you need the issue of the referee. If they need 3 referees and they tell you from which fields and you only have 2, you find that they cannot proceed. Let's say, for example, they need 3 referees, then you provide the referee, then they send whatever they want to ask them or reports they need from them. Then you find that only 2 have replied, the third one has not. You realize that they cannot proceed. Now, that is how serious they take their so-called vettings and what have you. So your education qualifications should not be in doubt. And the correct authorities which are supposed to provide issue the required details, they either give it or they don't. Somebody does not have it, the matter goes to court. So you want the court to do what? Now, anyway, to just respond to what Maggie was saying is that the 2010 Constitution tried really they state the required qualifications. Then you find that the people who are in those positions, they normally have time to provide the qualifications by the time they are required. Take, for example, the issue of the requirements to have degrees for members of parliament. You realize that there is the transition period where during which those who don't have it, they have some opportunity to look for it. Now, your impunity in Kenya, these people, the next elections are coming. You realize in 2013, they were absolved, they were exempted. That in 2017, let them try to have the degree qualifications so that those who will be contesting, they have these 10 years or so to try and acquire get the required qualification. Come 2017, they don't have. Now I'm told they have pushed it to 2027. The same way they did with the gender law that was required. They were supposed to get it accomplished in the five years. They didn't. They extended it to 2017. They didn't. Now 2022 again, they didn't. Now it is again to 2027. So what is it? What the Constitution requires, they keep the same Constitution does not have strict implementation requirements. Take this issue where the vetting, the candidates were being asked about what they are worth. Strictly speaking, something called the lifestyle audit needs to be taken so that you will be able to tell how the people have acquired whatever they are acquiring in through the normal way so that you can separate the corrupt from the corrupt. Now, you can rest since the entire you are using a parliamentary system and the vetting fits in through committees. Now you realize that I don't know, the last time I checked, I realized that you belong to a committee and every month you get an additional 70,000 shillings. You see all those committee members who are seated there. You are present in that committee and you are assured of a fat allowance. That is what they were in there for. And that is why we are saying that since the questions they are asking are neither here nor there, they make no impact, they make no difference. The Aisha Jumwas will still get their way. Well, it's like we are in for more problems and we are just helpless about it. Yeah?
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's have Julie.
Okay, I'm going to be fast. Maggie, you asked a question. Good education is good. Good basic education is good. In fact, I believe people should go for degrees. A degree holder is somebody who is telling us here, I think on the chat, that somebody who has done first degree, that is Brian Richard. Let me highlight that message about Brian Richard is saying that anyone that has completed a first degree understands that it equips the graduate with problem-solving skills and research skills, and it also brings in some culture. And with good instructors, it brings some culture of integrity and all that. So good education is good, Maggie. But the question is, Kuseo has talked about the 2010 constitution. I think our constitution is good, Kuseo. The problem is who is in power and his integrity and his values. That's the challenge we have. We can have anybody with that 2010 constitution and we do well depending on who is in power and his values and what he thinks about integrity. That is where we are. Now, Chaka said something about what shall we do, but my urge to Kenyans, I want first, before I urge them, I want to tell them that Baba had a plan for this country. Baba knew that our challenge is education, how to take our children to school, how to take what we do with our health. He knew that. He had 9 pillars. He talked about education, talked about health, and he talked about 2 million Kenyans who don't have money to put food on the table. And he knew how he'd provide 6,000 shillings for them every month. And he knew for him to do all these things, he needed to address corruption. That is why Baba said, I'm going to have mother as the cabinet secretary. I will have her as the running mate, as a deputy president, and the person in charge of justice and constitutional review. He knew it. He needed somebody strong. But these people did not have any plan. So I want to tell Kenyans, you are in the era of Absalom and Rehoboam. And if you are thinking you'll do any business in Kenya and succeed, you're not going to do that. So I would like you, if you have a place to call home, kama mko na mashamba, ama kuna mahali unaweza hata lima mahindi na maragwe, you start thinking about that. Because life is very, very hard. Now, you people, you call yourself Christians and you claimed you are voting for a Christian government. The church compromised with corrupt leaders and wickedness. And because of that, the church is in need too. So I want to leave a quote about, it is in the Bible. This is what happened with Solomon, with the Israelites. Now, while Solomon was still alive and Jeroboam was working for him, a prophet named Ahijah told Jeroboam that God would take 10 of the 12 tribes of Israel away from Solomon's son, Rehoboam, and would give them Jeroboam. This judgment against Solomon's house came because they had forsaken God and worshipped idols. Along with the announcement, Jeroboam will be king, God gave him conditional promise. If you do whatever I command you and walk in obedience to me, and do what is right in my eyes by obeying my decrees and commands, as David my servant did, I will be with you. I will build a dynasty and enduring throne I built, like the one I built David, and will give Israel to you. Now, Solomon heard this. Now, after Solomon died, this is what happens. His son Rehoboam became king. So I am telling you, Kenya, we have stepped into the era of Absalom, who disrespected David, and Rehoboam, the son of Solomon. That is what we have done. After Solomon died, his son Rehoboam became king, and Jeroboam returned from Egypt. But Rehoboam was a vain and foolish man. Listen to this. Rehoboam was a vain and foolish man. Jeroboam was a mighty man and warned Rehoboam not to make the same mistake his father had made by taxing them heavily to finance a luxurious lifestyle. But Rehoboam defied the advice to lighten the yoke of the oppression. And this is what Rehoboam said. My father laid on you a heavy yoke. I will make it even heavier. My father scourged you with whips. I will scourge you with scorpions. So you'll be scourged with scorpions. You chose this government. The church defied God and put hypocrisy in front of them. They are going to State House every time to lie to us they are worshiping God with a lot of hypocrisy. This is occultism. And they are thinking they can lie to Kenyans and lie to God. So dear Kenyans, kama uko na shamba kidogo, tafuta pesa, you make some house there. Because in the next 3, 4, 5 years, you'll have to go there and live with your children because life will be so hard. Now, what is going to happen? The judiciary has been compromised. Jirani wako ataingia kwa shamba lako, atavuna mahindi yako, atakwambia utadu, utanipeleka wapi?
Nothing.
Now, those neighbors around you, those that have money, will take your farm. Those of you who have land, like in Rift Valley and Central, you go back home and find people have invaded your land, and they'll ask you utadu.
Yeah.
Now, those of you who are having court cases, the people you are fighting against will bribe the judges, and they'll ask you utadu what? Because even the Supreme Court of Kenya is compromised. They'll ask you, what will you do? Where will you take us? That's what they'll ask you. So, fellow Kenyans, that is where you are going. Prepare, because even the judiciary will not listen to you. Nothing will make sense. Now, you'll go to school, you'll find the principal has doubled the school fees, and the principal will ask the parents, mutadu, mutanipeleka where?
You know they have started.
Yeah.
Wameanza tu kufeel it, because did you hear what Ruto tell them? Hustler funds ni pesa ya serikali. Hakuna mtu atapata bure. And what did they think? What I do?
Yes, and those of you who are going for hustler fund, if you don't pay, your land will be taken by the government.
What
and
I
the
do?
government will ask you to do what?
Yeah.
And after 3, 4 years, this government is going to parliament. They are going to change the constitution. And do not be surprised if they decide to make a life president. So they will ask you to do what? We have a majority. That is how helpless you are, Kenyans. So the best thing I'm advising you, anza ile shamba yako uko nayo, jenga kanyumba kidogo. Because when things go bad, you go home, upande maharagwe na mahindi, na kama uko Mount Kenya, waru na nini, at least you have food for the table. Because things will be very bad. You are moving from Absalom, Solomon, and Rehoboam. Those 3 people. That's the kingdom you're having. So I want to stop there. Francis, I want to tell the people who are trying to join the studio, I think Francis is not adding more people because he wants to close. So, and Dushi, I saw Dushi. We are sorry. Nafikiri Francis nataka kufunga watu wakalale. Asante Francis. Mimi sasa mengine nimemaliza.
Yes. Thank you, Julie. Thank you, UK. Thank you, Maggie, Chaka. You always come late and you have good ideas. Kwani unakuanga wapi Chaka?
Wacha ni mute.
Yeah.
Kidogo.
Chaka na useme ututadu.
Tu. Like yangu bwana.
Hebu wacha kuiguza, wacha kabisa alafu ikae, alafu ndio uguze sasa. Yes, now open the microphone, unmute.
Asante sana Francis. Umenitetea hapo. Asante brother. Wacha nifurahike kwanza tukifunga hapa kwa sababu mmenigusa mahali kwamba utafanya nini. Hii ndio kauli ambayo ipo katika viongozi wetu, especially DP, except the preso, kwamba tumeshika mamlaka, mtafanya nini? Hii kitu ni mbaya, but to me nashukuru Julia ameweza kuchambua, kwa sababu I'm not good in English but nasikia na nakuelewa vizuri tu, ingawaje mimi nimemshinda Aisha Juma tu katika mtihani wangu wa form 4 because I obtained a mini grade of B plan na nimekaa na hao nalima hapa. Kwa hivyo mimi nishaanza kulima mapema Julia, naanza kuangalia viji mfugo vyangu, natoka kuangalia viji mahindi vyangu, nimejua mapema. Najua hii ndio asasi yangu itakaonisaidia. So nimeanza kula, wenzangu wanifuatilie, wasichelewe kwa sababu unapochelewa utamkuta mwana si wako. but ukweli ndio huo, kwa sababu ukitaka kuchukulia mfano Francis, Julia na UK na Magi, wale wamekuwa vetted, all the billionaires, na wakiulizwa the way walipata hii pesa, hapo kunaingia question marks. Kunatokea wengine wanaanza kutetea pale, akina Sholei, lazima tu niwataje kwa sababu kama kuna uozo, mimi Chaka nashukuru. Ni bora mtu anilaumu, lakini akisha nimezungumzwa kweli. Mwakenya ni citizen na sitahama hapa, but once ukifanya makosa lazima nizungumze tu. So ukiangalia hapo mahali kwa pesa hapo, wakiulizwa utajiri wako uko namna gani, hakuna mtu anaueleza kisahihi. Mfano tu, a good example ni Aisha jana akiulizwa, anasema mimi na worth 100 billions. Akiulizwa anasema nyumba mbili tu zina worth 85 million, na akaulizwa tena na worth the remaining 15 million. Hizi milioni 15 nazo umezipata wapi? Na akaanza kuuma vidole ya? So hawa watu wako pale na malengo. Tumemshika ng'ombe, tumemshika pembe, sasa tukamue wana Kenya kwisha. So for real, let's not expect much from this government currently.
Sawa.
For us as Kenyans, what I believe we had a voice, tuko na sauti. If we all come together na tutoe huu shabiki kwamba this comes from our community, this comes from our region, and we join hands na kuona mahali tunaelekea. Kama hatutaanza hapa mapema, hakika tutakuja kukumbuka shuka kumekucha, na tutakuwa hatuna nafasi, kwa sababu itafikia ile hatua kwamba jaribu uone, na tulitoka hapo kwa Moi era. We fought akina baba amefought na wengine ambao tutoke katika huu mkumbo kwamba kidogo jela, na tunaelekea pale. Kwa hivyo sitakuwa mrefu, kwa sababu najua wenzangu hapa mapema, na mimi pia nilianza tu hii panel letu, huwa nakaa hapo mpaka saa 5, najaribu kuingia usiku, siwapati, then usingizi unanichukua. So nikiamka ndo hivyo nakuta unanipata ningia mbele, lakini mimi huwa by saa 4 saa 5 huwa bado niko macho naangalia ni nini kimepikwa hapa, at least nichangie mapema. So for real, nishukuru kwa huo muda na kunipa hii nafasi kuchangia, lakini hapa tunasubiri maembe chini ya mnazi.
Sawa, tunashukuru pia Chaka. Nakumbuka Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere ambaye leo hii Tanzania wanasherehekea kama miaka zaidi ya 28 tangu kifo chake. Alisema kwamba ujinga ni kutojua, na unapoelezwa na kuelewa unajua na kuelewa na kufanya maamuzi sahihi. Lakini upumbavu ni kama talanta ambayo hata ufundishe uambiwe chochote hezi toka. Sasa Wakenya muamue ni ujinga mko nao ama ni upumbavu. Mtakapojua wenye mko nao, kama ni ujinga mkielezwa ukweli mtaerevuka. Kama ni upumbavu hatutaweza kuutoa, tutabidi tuache hivyo, maana ni talanta yenu. Sasa hivyo ndio iko. Mambo ndio hivyo yako. Sasa kingine kilichopo kwamba ni hivi. Tuna uwezo wa kubadilisha mfumo wa hii nchi, mwelekeo wake. Tuna uwezo wa kubadilisha kila namna nchi inavyoongozwa. Hakuna mahali pameandikwa kwamba rais akichaguliwa lazima aende miaka 5 hata kama anatesa raia. Kazi ya serikali ni ya kusaidia raia, na inaposhindwa kufanya kazi ile haina madhumuni yote ya kuwa mamlakani. Hatuna biashara nyingine na serikali iliyopo madarakani isipokuwa kuimarisha maisha. Sasa kama maisha yale hawawezi imarisha, wapishe, wape mtu mwingine afanye. Na kama hawawezi fanya kwa hiari, nguvu zitatumika. Maana hata polisi ukiibanga, ukionyo usiposikia, nguvu hutumika. Nashukuruni sana wenye umekuwa hapa. Tunashukuru sana. Mungu awabariki.
Magi hajaongea. Magi unaongea. Unafunga.
Nimeshukuru kabisa. Thank you people so much. Kesho